Oh, that's not us. There we go. Alright. We have 1.3, the full release, today. I wish there was a marginal patch notes for today's patch, or yesterday's patch, that just only had the difference for those of us who have been playing on the beta, but alas. Florence is the last kind of major Italian country that we've just never done a run on. Although this patch, Verona's a spicy meatball. I think Verona might have, out of any country, the highest density of good bonuses. This is really good in the early game. Urban building construction efficiency, even when it gets art bonuses, they're good. That one's not very good. That one's also not insane. Wasn't? Excuse me. Didn't Verona used to have a dev bonus? Or sorry, not a dev, a prox bonus? Did they nerf Verona at some point? What happened? What happened to you, bro? They're gonna get all the Venetian stuff too. I think this maybe communal traditions used to be Veronan specific. Strange. Okay. They do kind of get a accelerated start because of the war that starts out with Verona. Although we haven't taken a close look at this. Field Medic, thank you for the resub. Much appreciated. Are we finally going to form Italy? Probably not. Let's be real. Let's be real. But, got him? Yeah. Have you done a Pope run? I've done a Pope run, but I don't think... I did a Pope run before release. So I've reported on and played Pope. They're in my nation ranking. I gotta redo the nation rankings. I think, quite a bit. Happy patch day? Happy patch day. I should try and keep up with that if I can, every time we do a run, but... maybe we'll do that for the England retrospective. We played 4 sessions of that. But this is one of the best advances in the game. Tax efficiency is real good. Of the ones that give you tax efficiency, this one is the best. Heads up, Florence's Arta della Lana burger privilege keeps auto-removing at the end of the month. Known bug that was mentioned in a Reddit post. Thank you for the heads up. We might play something else then. Ugh. That was, a big reason why we wanted this. Son of a bitch. Alright. I especially don't want to play if it's bugged out, because I want to get the full power. I want to get the full frontal from Florence. Trade capacity and export efficiency is kind of nice, too. A little bit late. Could also form Tuscany. I think Tuscany has some decent stuff too. Oh, why does the run start with pain? Literacy for burgers. Plus gov reform, that's nice. A little late. I think this one's also pretty solid. Yeah, the monthly inflation decrease. Satisfaction, good rate. And then, God, just prod efficiency for nothing. But... well, Rip, I waited so long for this, you might have to wait a little bit longer. Sorry to break the bad news, I've been playing Florence playthrough since release. Not how we wanted to start the day. Was also thinking of letting doing Milan. Milan also gets a fine cloth bonus towards the beginning of the game. Milan has some nice bonuses. Right? Don't they get one? God, what a weird bug to, like, introduce in the game. Slave raiding China for more slaves. Maybe you could do a weapon-based economy with Milan rather than the usual cloth, fine cloth spin. Fine cloth, fine cloth. It's not like the... it's... what industry you choose isn't just a matter of like, oh, we do one and they're kind of like all the same. Like, fine cloth is just so much better than weapons, and there's not like, it's not like a playstyle choice as much as like this is good and the other thing's like not so good. Try Provence. Hard not to break. Not hard to break PU with Naples. You ended up modding the privilege. We could do that maybe. Happy Shaft, thank you for the resub. Noise. Big noise. Boyce. Provence isn't in Italy though, is it? It's on the border. Wait, do they get 2 tax efficiency? No, okay, I just like hovered the same thing twice. We do get that though. And can form Burgundy. Which has no... Does Burgundy really have no content? No, okay. I was like, that's insane. I don't remember them having anything that stood out, but... I've, like, looked over everything in the game. But they add new stuff. Pisa has the, like, long-term... Was it Pisa? Maybe it was Siena. That has the monthly prosperity, but it's just like age 6, antagonism's not gonna matter and prosperity's not gonna matter. Verona, time with abusing the no antag peace deal, forceful Italian unification. Yeah, we could do that. We could do Venice. We've done a Venice run before. I was so ready to like sit down and do Florence and focus on this fine cloth, and then we could do micro hell where we slot it in every month. That seems like a non-starter though. That's so much government power. Like every month spending government power for 10% output efficiency is probably actually just like awful. We've not played Sicily. Sicily can form Carthage. At that point you might as well play Tunis though. And actually get access to slave raiding. I mean, we could play Tunis with the idea of forming Carthage into Italy. Oh, are we trolling if we do that, though? In the sense that, Italian patch, everyone, we're playing Tunis. And then it's just kind of the same as the Morocco thing, because we would actually just do a bunch of stupid stuff with tribesmen. Tribesmen are they're so hot right now, Hansel. Doesn't Genoa have slave raiding? No, they have a slave building so they can import slaves. They do not have raiding. They have this, which employs slaves. You don't get it, do you? You want to go Venice and then Carthage for the advances? I've seen it before. I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're saying. I don't get it. Why would you want to do that? Naples, I feel like, used to be one of the strongest runs. Nobody's bullish on Naples. I feel like I'm missing something in terms of understanding why. We could try and find a miner that's worth playing. We haven't, like, combed through all of this. Padua was insane. We know that the Lombard culture is good as well. It's still pretty solid. It's so wild to me that they made this specifically mutually exclusive with the Milanese one. It's like no stacking for you. Like, not was or was. The country was not Padua. Played Montferrat? Someone else wanted me to play Montferrat. I apologize for accidentally baiting you last stream with the idea of new race in Song 6. I did not mean to represent the choice. You're good, you're good. I made an inference that was a step. Are being still not worth playing? Still not worth playing, but more worth playing while not being worth playing, if that makes sense. We could play a bank. El Bank. Where is Montferrat even? We could just play Japan to confuse the audience. I almost clicked Montfort. That's not the same one. So what's the idea behind playing Montferrat? That's nice. Antag is kind of nice. I'm not seeing the idea. I mean, we make Sardinia Piedmont, which has no contents. Eventually we unify culture so we get everything. The best one to have early is the... Ooh, silk output. You get an event to turn to Orthodox Greece. Got it. Cold Arid, south of Siena. Never been released. Oh, where is... Okay. Is that a mistake? You should play the New World. Just super left, super left turn. Urbino. Urbino, interesting for conquest. Yes, with the Antag. It's also a lot of legitimacy. Who has the most selling efficiency? I think, if I recall correctly, Novgorod's tied with someone in Italy. We have very unique government reform. Not these guys. Wait, are we potentially playing a nearly actually interesting start? Maybe. I wanted to play Florence, but it's like bugged. Maybe we just YOLO Florence anyways. Like, Florence without their good privilege is like not that... It's not like it's bad. I just would be like annoyed about it all game, but like to be honest, at next session we could just mod it in. So maybe we just do play Florence anyways. That's nice, but it's late. And we just don't have access to Arte della Luna. What are people thinking? Also looks like people want to just play instead of skipping the patch notes. So we'll end that poll. Would love to see how good Lucan silk weavers are parasitic on cloth. What do you mean? They have a silk output in the other one. They have like 2 things, right? No. They get Tuscan. Kind of leaning towards Florence, though. AI economy sucks at 1.3 relative to Florence. Poll. I don't know why you limit yourself to nations with special content, because that's kind of what people want to see. Still say Florence? Fuck democracy. Patch notes would have been nice. No. You get a silk building as Luca. Silk building? Like in one of your locations, you start with it? I think we're gonna play as Florence anyways here. Silk producing burger building. I mean, we could swap to Luca real quick. I think we do have the game setting, yeah. I wish you could turn it off, because... But that would be on basic industry. Just getting debated by chat. There's no silk building. What is this? From an event? Alright. Let's take a look at what we're working with here. We get 3 cabinet actions. We start with this, but I think we get an event to slot it out, and then we could choose. Or we get... Yeah, we don't want to stay on this because this is a major reform. And the Merchant Republic's the best in the game. We start with that, yikes. We'll get rid of it eventually. 4 estates, yeah, okay, that's fine. A little bit of progress towards Spiritualists. Arte della Luna apparently is going to unslot. Florence Guild is going to be nice. Don't see anything we have to be too worried about. We have several free subject pushes, so we start with some of that. Start with a little bit of Pluto. Maybe you just want to go aristocracy anyways, though. Especially we're already a republic. We have innovative, could lock in the push that we have with some of what we do here. Oh, do we want to spend down all of our Republican tradition at the opener here? Probably, that way we just don't have to pay for any of it. So we have to think through all the privileges we want. We're trending towards quantity. Enchanté. We also have a trend towards land, which we don't want. $15 to revoke. This guy's a naive enthusiast. Me too, dude. They get an event actually to go Peasant Republic, right? We could do Peasant Republic. I think it's just, like, so much worse than Merchant Republic, though. Especially because the base noble power getting minus 90%. This actually, in theory, would be insane. Because, you get crown power according to nobles. Like, proportionate to, you get a flat amount of power, they get a flat amount of power, but if they have minus 90%, I don't know if this affects the crown power modifier. So it might be easy to have really high crown power if this modifier actually worked, but it doesn't, so it's a dead modifier. So is base peasants power, which is probably actively bad. But then you have raw materials output plus 33% and a free gov reform slot. We haven't played with it. I don't think it's good, but yeah. I've been playing a new Florence campaign for the past 10 hours. Nice, nice. Do you have high expectations for this patch? I think the patch is pretty solid. I think 1.3 is probably my favorite out of the patches. Like 1.2... 1.1 was like... kind of felt like really 2 steps forward, 1 step back. In a lot of ways. And then 1.2... a big portion of the... There was some good stuff in free patch, but most of the stuff I actually like in this patch. There aren't too many changes where I'm like, okay, like, there aren't very many misses. I suppose, like, the miss is, like, using mercs is now way more tedious. You want to keep the Signora, it's required for the Dynastic Signora event. Gonna be hard to push naval with no ports. Yeah, I was thinking maybe we could lock it in, but auto-expand builds in the game is now sick. Yeah, so we're using a mod, so for us, it being introduced into the base game, like, doesn't really do anything. But for all the people who want to play, like, mod this is absolutely enormous if you actually care about managing the economy. Some people just don't care. And so, like, for those people, yeah. I guess nothing doing there. But, what should we even push first? Well, we wanna... Well, let's not forget about some things. Some key important ideas. Oh, we can call a parliament right now. That's sick. But, let's gain our 20 stab. And then... we can call an emergency parliament. Does this go up based on their satisfaction? Or is it just based on their power? Trade income plus 20% might be kind of okay. Trade efficiency over owned land, trade land efficiency. If we wanted to push plutocracy, we would want to take this. If we spend literally all of this, though, calling a parliament is free. The fixed institution spread? Yes, according to the patch notes. I haven't played enough. You think it's still, they still break the economy? Made stockpiles add trade supply gradually instead of switching it on at all at once. Supply starts ramping up above 50%, reaches full effect 75%, while fades as stockpile decreases. The sudden market balance and price shocks stockpiles. Did they reintroduce that mechanic? Or did that just make it into the patch notes in a silly Billy way? They had that in, at 1.3.0, and then it was game breaking, and then they took it out. Did they put that back in? Are the estates fixed? Not sure what you mean. That's in the patch notes? I think that's... I mean, I don't know what they did to rebalance it, but that actually just made the game stone unplayable in its 1.3 iteration. Nice to see you were playing Flurry. Oh, with my hands on my head? For those of you who were not around for 1.3, what this does, in effect, is it makes prices... anytime you have a surplus of goods, it will accumulate in the stockpile more and more and more, and then after 50%, it will collapse the price of the thing. And what this will do, in its 1.3 iteration, just to be clear, because we haven't played with it, it will collapse the price by virtue of... God, this is so... it increases effective supply. And it would increase effective supply as you get more and more stockpile. And what this does is it pushes down the price of the thing. And it would push down the price of the thing basically until the buildings could no longer employ and it was break even. And it made basically all urban economies completely brick. If it's like there and it's like iteration, I'm just like actually gonna not play this patch. Like, or if it's there in like the 1.3 release iteration, I have to believe that they didn't introduce it like that. But has anyone got a save that's like decently deep? I think they just zeroed out the effect of the mechanic but didn't remove the line. Maybe they... Well, there's no stockpile yet. Or... The stockpile has to be above 50%. Okay, it's just a vestigial patch note. And they didn't remove this. Okay. God, I'm just like panicking over here. Because I think the game is like stone unplayable with that in there. Or like, I mean, you can play, but like the economy doesn't do what it does. Okay, so... Man, the privileges we get out is actually kind of a little bit informed on what we're doing in regards to humanist spiritualist and plutocracy aristocracy. I think the people will want a plutocratic run. I think we're going to do plutocratic humanist, at which point we can afford to give out quite a few privileges. But we don't want to give the aristo ones out just yet. And in terms of priority... Maybe we prioritize plutocracy, so we kick things off with that, because that's one where there's a bunch of stuff you want to put in that has aristo push. So it says 0% of stockpile. Yeah, we'll see you after we unpause. Generalists having war flashbacks. I'm... Yeah, that, I mean, like, I think that would be crazy to just re-add that at the very end, like that. We also want to push humanist, so we want to avoid giving out spiritualist, but I think we definitely want to give out maintain clerical proceedings and the other one. this for the extra tax efficiency. Sequencing matters. Still give us land progress. Sequencing matters because it affects satisfaction. We can't get any more satisfaction on the clergy right now, so I actually think I sequenced that poorly. We could probably drive the nobles down. You know what? We're restarting here. We could do better. We could do better with our button clicks. I just realized that the estate interactions, the new ones, make it so that your start, you can do some very funky things. Like, we can perform reductions at start and then give out a whole bunch of privileges. If it's not in the game, it's not like it was in 1.3. The stockpile mechanic was the best thing they added in 1.3. What? It's not there. Panic, just pure panic, pure terror. Fun bug in your run: if you have so much prestige growth that you can't gain prestige even at 100, you can't invest in artists anymore. Womp womp. First restart of 50, guys, let's go. I don't know if we're gonna restart that many times. In theory, you actually... We don't do this for our runs, but in theory you actually want to turbo restart, like, a lot for this. Conquer is a decent one. But for almost all characters, they don't have something locked in on this, and so you could just roll for new things. So what I was thinking is that we start out with like 50 whatever. We can perform reduction at game start. Why is the requirement not met? Greater than 50%. Okay. Okay. I see you. As a reduction, that's not going to really do a lot. Yeah, maybe just breaking 2 buildings is actually kind of shit. Okay. But we're going to want to call a parliament. We can maximize satisfaction going into the parliament, especially on the nobles, and our sequencing is going to matter. In theory, we could also re-roll. When we start out in a war, we could re-roll as much as we need to like hit a parliament issue we want. So if we do this... We could also make one of these things really powerful. So I think in theory this you would want to re-roll this. For better things. But army morale 2% while we're fighting this is not like the worst, I guess. Levy combat efficiency, though. Okay. So now what we can do is we can click our buttons, get as much support as possible. Or we can boost the satisfaction of one thing, click our buttons, and then change to another. I think clergy and this will make it harder for us to push humanist. But we can maintain clerical proceedings. Now we have 100%. And then do the demand for monastery. What laws do we even want to change? Watch it like not matter because we all just start with good laws. Okay, we want to change that slightly. Virtues of the Politia eventually is good. It might even be good right now. Minus 25% peasant sat for a cab action seems awful. So I think we go Ordinances of Justice or whatever. They demand 2 monasteries. What about a shrubbery? They want a privilege. Religious diplomats is actually okay. And now, distribution of power. I think we go favor the wealthy. We start with subjects. We do not. Kind of like to pick that up, so maybe we get approval. Okay, now we juice up one of these guys really hard. Trad economy is fine early. I don't think... Ooh, maybe we should have led with the nobles, because I don't think we want to hand out too much stuff to the nobles. And we want to push Pluto. That's kind of okay. This is, like, actively good. Elaborate court life. I think this is going to make it harder to push communalist, but honestly, there's a thing about communalist. There's a really good privilege that requires you actually go individualist, and maybe we just don't even want to go communalist. And so we can push these 2 buttons, and then now... This will give us progress towards Aristo, but this just helps so much in the early game. We're going to do this too. And now we're at 70% satisfaction, so we get to do huge support. So we'll get a CB here. God, this is the most insane parliament I think we've ever run without just having turbo high power. Oh, maybe we should have intentionally tanked our own power going into the parliament. That's fine. Now we could give out a bunch of burger things. Unless we want to tank the burgers to 0. first. We can levy extraordinary taxes on them and request money. This doesn't give us as much support, but I think this is funny just to be cute and kind of show the software at 0 satisfaction, but we could still click all the buttons. Woo! Alright, and then this gives us progress towards land. I think we're not going to be able to push super soon. We do want to push naval, and this actually gets in the way. Someone was telling me that this is actually OP for almost everyone in the early game. I haven't done the math on it, though. Well, we like progress towards plutocracy. The rate on this isn't extraordinary, though. Market fairs is like a must-have. Treasury rights, urban development grants, sure. And then, what if we push? Oh, that's kind of trash. Saying, what if we push? We have a couple things that allow us to push plutocracy really easy. We woo. We get above 60? I think we can. Surely there's something else we want. The decay doesn't matter if you have the thing really high. Let's maybe do this and live to regret it, our favorite. And then now we get to click this for more support. Oh, it's so magical. Squeak high chat. Sorry, I'm trying to lock in chat rage baiting generals again. That's perfect because we were locked in on this parliament. How's it going, Agora? What parliament issue would be the one to go for anyway? Not enough boats? This is true. We have to get to the coast. Maybe we should have prioritized getting to the coast. But we're going to get a 200 support parliament here. We're going to get 3 law changes and a CB. You get Luca and it immediately cores. Will RGO still give 0 food? Apparently land hasn't been invented yet. It makes some areas of the world much harder on the food. Like, there's like trickle-down effect. What's OP? The monthly inflation reduction that lets you mint more? Yeah, it lets you mint more. And the minting is like more valuable in the early game in a lot of contexts, is the idea. Is there another law we want changed? Yeah, we start on this. This is the one we would choose. Wow. We have one little parliament and we already have like all the laws we want. Except for this. This is trash. But we don't want to swap onto that yet anyway. I guess we want to get off the Aristo push. So we could go feudal administration here. For an administrative system. Wow, absolutely insane. It's so goddamn magical. I think we're gonna also dev province. I think people want a tall, big, strong Florence here, so. And then there anything in particular we want here? We maybe want to lose one of these to be able to push serfdom. But I think we like commoners in administration. At the very least. Let's do that. And then the clergy are upset and the nobles are upset, but it's whatever. They'll get over it. Go for the monthly diplomat, and then this, and then the institution growth. And then for free tree stuff. And then... I think we want to go trade office network. Or is the other one better? The other one's better. We could wait 5 years. Because we're going to have our other reform slot be used. Okay. So, we still have some government power available. We're trying to make it all go away. Burger trade capacity is like actively bad. Holy shit. We gotta get rid of this. And go Granary Town, Granary Town. Did we already click? No, we did not. Let's grab that. I think we maybe hold off on using this. And then we still have more power, so what we could do is we could hire a bunch of courtiers. Are you still experiencing the memory leak? The game was slower early on, and I think it's gotten to the point where it's faster. Is Generalist just using the auto-expand, vanilla auto-expand in this game? No, we're using the one from the mod because it's a bit better. What does Granary Town do that's helpful? Well, it increases the amount of... it's not helpful in an immediate sense, but one of the main ideas here is we're not going to pay for our Republican tradition. And so we want to spend as productively as possible, but what it's going to do is going to increase the food capacity that these give by 50%. And then the food storage in the province is going to affect population growth. Granary Town, in terms of what it's giving, is local food capacity plus 50%. Also decreases decay. Did you reset the run? I did, but I didn't unpause before resetting. And the 20 free stab is such a crazy addition. It is. It actually really warped my, like, values tier list quite a bit, because I was just like... The value of innovative, for example, is just way lower. Because the Embrace Institution cost, it's mainly about stab. The fact that it costs less stab is kind of more whatever when you have the stab button. Is there anything else we could spend the stab on productively? I mean, if we know we want other ones of these, but I think that most of the other button clicks here interfere with our values. Okay. You should go to the most profitable for cap economy. I actually think that you kind of want to push other values and then you swap to cap economy. Push. But we should have a bunch of characters now. Parliament-based support is actually insane. Womp womp. Let's actually... I'm kind of feeling... Wait, can we not dev province? Okay, well... Tolerance to heathens. I don't think that matters at this point. Building construction efficiency. Is that even really a bonus? I think it is. Alright. Nice getting these cabinet boys. Oh, that's quick assimilation. Let's do that. And then we have a little bit of money. I have to imagine, yeah, this is going to be most profitable. But we're going to lose our bonus on it. What do we even have this province? Oh, we also just have, yeah, plus 20%. Alright. So we're just going to add a couple of those. Like 5 years to replace value. Way slower. We're like out of money anyway, though. Maybe just add 3. Also push prod efficiency. And then come in here. Stop paying cost court entirely. Stop playing dip spending. Tax everyone to 50% except the nobles. Let's say. So we're kind of making some good money, and then save and get started on this war. That has been the most button clicks I think we've ever done. What a handsome man. Where? What's your second urban right? What do you mean? We went, whatever reason my hotkey for it is not working. We went Granite Town on both. You need to siege Lucca? Alright. We will do that. Put this guy in charge and risk rolling a trade. There's the trait immediately. Purged. Alright. I don't know what the best way to get the maximum on this war is. Can't wait to go home and play. Nice, nice, nice. Let's get this occupied right now. In case of funny business. No business is funny. We might push individualism, to be honest. It's just so late that you get the thing, but also, like, migration speed, I think, is... With wanting to shuffle pops to get Megalopoli, migration speed becomes a more powerful modifier. Why does bro sound like he's crying when he talks? Because I'm just trying to hold it all together. I can't take it all. When will the pain end? Alright. When you siege Lucca, you get an event? Okay. Hey Mercy, how's it going? Happy Thursday. Welcome, welcome. It's been a hot minute. Coming through to see the new patch. Side with the Pope, man. Trying to think here. Is pink the only one that rebels, or is it the reverse? I get those two confused. We could hand them out a little bit more. I think eventually we want them on inherited offices. I also think they'll recover SAT a little bit here. Nooper, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Pretty excited to play it myself. Nice. You do not sound like you were crying. He was me. No. I'm crying on the inside. You don't understand. He peered into my soul. Will I have a tendency to not fight Venice and have a tendency to piece you early? That's not ideal. Looks like Milan, yeah, they're supposed to chase the stack down and instead they go siege. You get separate piece after getting the event. That's what I usually do when I play Florence. Alright, that's what we'll try and do. We'll try and get Luca here. Can't afford that ish. Was the profit going up, brother? One of the issues here is we have low market access, but making your own market is like market apocalypse. Okay, price went up. Crazy. I mean, everyone's producing it now. It's so hot right now, Hansel. Is this guy gonna come for us? No. I don't think he can... Oh, what is this? I was about to say, I don't think he can do this because of our fort. Did we just low roll? Okay. We might have to redo this war, which is tantamount to a restart. Don't hate it. Maybe we could try to pick up the thing. Hey, Mercy, thank you for the resub. Much appreciated. Enjoy the spare prime. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, this patch is like really nice for playing in Italy. I was also thinking like, I was thinking of maybe doing a video like best countries to play in like 1.3 or something like this. But like Barless would also be really interesting. Because tribesmen are so hot right now. Who do you want to form this campaign? We're forming Italy eventually, I swear. Made my own market. I'm enjoying the mark apocalypse. Yeah. English, please. Crazy how these locations are in Italy after playing in Africa. Oh, yeah. I don't know what we're supposed to do here, man. I didn't think he could march past our access, but the thing is he just has access through Pistoia. So... we need, like, Milan to go and hunt this stack, basically. I don't know if there's a way for us to encourage this to happen, but it's not like we could just fight this guy toe-to-toe. But we'll just, like... the mistake there was should have just left when he started marching down. Let that auto-expand, to be honest. Yeah, we can't control Milan. If this war doesn't go well, we will reload, because we saved after doing all of our opening stuff, but... Milan always waits for you to get destroyed before doing anything in this war. Yeah, you inspired me to play as England after watching your first few streams. France has been reduced to a meager 4 locations. Team Bucket, nice. You gotta put them in the bucket. We're forming Italy. I've heard that one before. Not like this. Would be fun to know good nations this patch. Italy, Italians are a lot better. Anyone who has like levies as a big thing that they're doing is a lot better because the levies got so much stronger. I don't care about this, I don't think. Actually, that's kind of cheap for the satisfaction, right? Oh, being asked to play a game, enjoy the rest of your stream? Okay, being asked to play a game? What game? Is it a secret game? Don't answer that. Natty66, thank you for the Prime subscription, much appreciated. We don't talk about the secret games. Fought the opening war 3 times and won it twice. Certainly you can be done. Milanese troops need to help out after the siege. Yeah. We'll see what they do. Was I just not paying attention and they just... Yeah, it looks like they actually slapped him around because they lost 3k. Yeah, this looks like it's going okay. This looks fine. Oh, and then we get a nice roll here. We asked for more. Ho ho ho! Ha ha ha! Monstrous. It's quite a big ad tag chunk, though. Especially considering we're sitting on CB and we want to use it. There is silver in those O's. This might be better. I mean, we could try and min-max. I think Denmark's unironically strong. Why is Denmark get this patch? While playing the beta, I experienced vassals not helping out in wars, but staying on one location. If they're disloyal, they will do this. Just wait for auto sieges to finish? Yeah, that's fair. We'd prefer that Milan not get Parma, but I'm not sure that we can do anything about that. Alright, we can get them to change factions. I don't know if that sticks. That seems cheap. Wait a second. 56. Yeah, it's the same price. But we could do this without occupying. And that would deny it to Milan. I think that's just too much antag to be eating this early, probably. They are 1 million. Which we can flip. Is Tuscan so it integrates easily? Yes. Don't you make the disaster trigger early? I'd like to deal with it as fast as possible. I'm not sure how we're going to handle that. Probably as it comes. Intag's just a number. Parma's great subject. Just checking to see if they have additional CBs. Oh, I'm kind of inclined to go for this. Gotta improve relations with Padua. Prato, we actually don't care. I think because we're on the same side of a war, Milan also doesn't generate antagonism, which is really nice, actually. Right? I wish this was searchable. But the fact that this doesn't generate the antag on Milan is big. If that's how that works. I don't see Milan anywhere in here, and they should be, normally, typically. So that, I think, pushes us towards wanting to do this. Oh, should have saved first. Did we save? Oh, I don't know if, like, Milan can still take a bunch of territory from Padua. Fuck. Oh. You get Prato from an event? Okay. You get 0 antagonism if you get the event and ask for Florentine claims instead of directly claiming the land. Oh, well, I would definitely want to do that instead. God damn it. Let's try that instead. I want to get this a little bit more precise. Check if you have Cord. I've never gotten Prato from an event. If you have to integrate, you fucked up? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then we're supposed to wait for an event. Naples' ruler has to die for it from Prato? Let's look at the event viewer then. All these, like, Florentine idiosyncrasies I'm not familiar with, so... Wow, we kind of got a little bit of a squad here. Shout out to you guys. We have 175 viewers on YouTube. That's for the Twitch viewers, because the YouTube people could obviously look. And 88 people on Twitch. You get all of Luca for 10 antag? Yeah, I mean I'm down for that. $15. But then we don't get Parma. Oh, but Parma's weird because Parma, if we peace out, they can still take pieces of Parma, and we don't like that. We don't like that one bit, so yeah, okay. So we just have to wait a few months instead of piecing out immediately. Okay. So we could do this. I'm not sure about this transfer. See, I don't want to get this and then have Milan take it. I feel like we should be able to separate piece. So maybe we save and just load if Milan takes a big chunk out of Parma or something like this. I think I'm okay with that. I think that, like, if you take something over in a peace deal, your ally shouldn't be able to take it from you afterwards or something like this. Or maybe we shouldn't be able to take it in the peace deal. Maybe that's a take two. Let's go Diplo Endeavors. Transfer Parma. War reparations. This. Actually, they're gonna get uber bodied. Maybe we just want the money. Plus, money early on is, like, better than money later. Somehow this seems like it costs us more antagonism. And then it becomes cores immediately. Nice. And then... Okay. Watching EU5 stream and France versus the France soccer game or football game. I don't even know who Mara is. I don't follow the football that closely. What's the legal code law you changed to? Ordinance of Justice. Which we won in the monthly plutocracy. Busted loses 20k stack as Kumai to 3k stack peasant. You get an event to take Luca when it ends. Looks like we can just do it now. And then we can get this too. Tell this guy to kick rocks. Someone say we get Prado for free, but do we get Pastures for free? So we'll plan on waging war against them. To be fair, we could declare war on Pistoia with our CB, actually. Pistola now. That would be a sloppy war. Not sure how into that we are. Oh, I don't know if we're in a position to collapse the price. I don't think we are. I think this is replacing its value fast enough that we just want to add more of that. And it's in high control. Yeah, 1%'s not too bad. We can make it better. That'll be 82%. France versus Morocco? Gotcha, gotcha. Oh, people were joking about that in my Morocco video. You want everything for free? True. Prado is free for 150 ducats. That is free. Can't dev province without it being a court. Yeah, that's gonna be the second order of business after integrating this. We maybe should have released this as a subject, actually. You know what? I actually think that would have been better. Now at this point it's like already basically integrated, but I think I would have preferred releasing that as a subject because it will be our culture and then we can feed it. Actually, we might still integrate it, release it as a subject. I think we're gonna still integrate it as a subject. Oh, we can't because it's a core. Son of a bitch. So the idea there would have been, it's nice to have subjects of your culture on an immediate front, so you could just, you don't have to use your culture flip thing. Alright, well. Let's assimilate these guys into Tuscan real quick. We don't have enough to be a hater. I think we're gonna spend enough to get 5. So we can improve opinion on them. Moment of truth here. Nice. Parma gets left alone. They don't get stranger dangered. Oh no, -5 Republican tradition. What will we do? There's too many of them, Skywalker. When do we get the event that deslots this? Do we not? If we don't just get an event that deslots it, I think we're gonna swap Merchant Republic pretty quick here. Culture conversion seems quite fast nowadays, which is nice. Yeah, I think it's really fast. I think the entire system is like... I wish you could core without culture converting, and also I think... like, groups should not get completely, like, eviscerated from the map as easily as they do. We need to do a little bit of other stuff here. this is going to be an alcohol province. The alcohol stuff doesn't make very much money. Distillers is like horribly unprofitable, so I'm just going to leave that be. Luca's nice, but is it? Luca's nice, but is it? Nah. I think we just actually want to just completely spam with Florence. Diplomats are going to be a little bit nice. Like 2 or 3 more months. The banking crisis. Oh no. Let's develop Florence. We want to build a province worthy of Mordor. I mean, not quite that. Let's improve relations with Parma too. End of banking as we know it. When Demici Bank begins to exist, it will get extra ducats. We could save the banks. Yuck. Collapse suits our agenda. What's the difference here? We just get centralization? Or we get... How valuable is that inflation modifier? So we go 10 to... Lose 4 ducats. Is that better than the tax ethic? Working through your tutorials, but I'm thick. Nice. How do you tell what your country is producing wise versus your market, or is it just that what is your on your main market? I mean, you have to look at it one market at a time, so that's a little bit rough. But yeah, just looking at your market prices. Like, we could kind of figure it out by looking through this. Can also just, like, look at what we have in locations, but that's, like, I think you're looking for, like, something in, like, the ledger, which, to my knowledge, there isn't something like this where it just shows how much we build or this type of thing of a particular good. Is it easy to core and culture convert in 1.3? No. Banks always get bailed out. Yeah, I'm trying to think if this trade-off is good. Like, if the inflation reduction nets us more money than the other thing. Auto-saving can permanently disable achievements. It feels like everything disables achievements. I don't know. We have the ability to swap to other nations because sometimes you want to poke around the hood and you cannot change that setting after the game starts. So, like, I'm just never going to get an achievement. Especially if, like, you're making a video and you want to show something in particular, you want to be able to swap, like... We don't want the centralization. I guess. I think this is good for us. I think we can say the collapse suits our agenda. And we just let it rip with the additional minting. Now that we have coastal province. I don't know which of these we're actually going to be pushing next, so it might be good to wait. How much dev are we gaining right now? Not a whole lot. Could be better. Very happy to load my beta save and have 5 to 6 new achievements pop right away. Nice. Looking for a value somewhere, as you suggested, it's better to build rather than import, but I was like, how much am I building? Thank you. It can be difficult to know when you don't control a large share of the market. If you control the entire market, you just like look at what's in the market, but yeah. We have a lot of dudes. Wonder if we're supposed to start ramping this up like right away. I mean, we have a lot of money and our economic opportunities aren't the best. Hey, Marbarian, thank you for the membership. Much appreciated, my guy. Why does Granary Town plus communalism completely prevent migration when you have encourage migration? Because it's flat. Not even communalism is the issue. The base pop migration speed is less than 0.5. So it doesn't matter what percentage modifiers you have. If you put in Granary Town, pops will never leave. You Hotel California the location. Would it be worth it to increase control in Lucca? Maybe. The idea is it ramps up control faster, right? This is what he's talking about, chat. He's talking about we have 62 maximum control, but we're on 29 right now, and it's going to take forever to gain. So, do we want to use the cab action? I think it's probably not worth, because there's just not enough stuff going on in Lucca. But also, like, it looks cooler when we have, like, really high dev number. So, like, if it's marginal, I'd rather, like, dev the Florence and make it a mega city. It is worth, says chat. Oh, so here's the thing. I think I'm with you that it's, like, worth it in the abstract. Because we would get, like, plus an additional, like, 1.2 monthly control. Let's just call it 1.5 monthly control. Or maybe we get actually, like, +2. We'll call it +2. So this will take 1/5 the amount of time that it otherwise would to increase the control. Like, it's not, like, a mega huge, but it's, like, a decent number of building. Okay. And we have, like, 33 control to gain. So instead of taking 66 months, it takes, like, 1/5 of that time. So we'll call that 13 months. So it saves 53 months. But 53 months worth of dev province on the capital. Why don't we call it 52 months and then divide it by 2 and then double this, so 0.9 for 26 months Or 26 times 0.9. It's the amount of dev. Or 0.009. Could say it's 2.6 times 0.09. So point like 0.24 dev, a quarter of a dev, versus getting the control faster. There's a really shitty privilege that we start with, is there? This one's good. Sir, you're just saying number. 13 months, not 52? Can I just not do math? Oh, you're right. I started using the 66 number for whatever reason. Yeah, so it's 13 months of this. Sir, you're just saying numbers indeed. The penalty for having levies raised is way too low, IMO. There's so many things like this where, like, I agree, but I think the second you do the change, boy, does the community fucking hate it, type of thing. And I don't know what to make of those. Or make of it when, like, that's the case. Privilege is like 20% penalty on RGOs in cities and town. Oh, I know which one you're talking about. I didn't even realize we started this with this one. Yeah, this is real bad. You know what's curious, though, is I think we might even try pushing individualism this patch. So we might not even want to deslot it for a hot minute. Individualism... I'm not sure which age we get it in. But one of the very best reforms in the game requires individualism. I think you get it super late, though, so... Yeah. Not that one. God, this is so god-awful for age 5 privilege. So many of these, like, could use rebalance. That one's pretty solid. This one. Oh, does my big-ass head block it? It gives 3% tax efficiency, 5% max urban control, and 50% reduced cost of revoking urban rights. Keeping a Navy levy around is great, though, early game. Yeah, we should actually build a Navy thing, because we want to push naval. Or keeping a levy around for forever. We'll just build one boat, though, instead. Just kidding, we won't do anything of the sort. Do we not start with a wharf? You can click on individualism just to see all the reforms. Can you really? Oh, man. I feel stupid. Son of a bitch. Alright, this is the one we meant. God damn it, dude. I recorded a video and, like, I did so much jumping around. But yeah, like, this is just real good. I love how the starting date is late game CK3 where everything feels awesome and everything feels like crap in EU5. Yeah. Naval autos might be good to take if you're pushing naval. Noble Navy too. We couldn't take those earlier. I think we're in... Actually, you know what? We can do this. Hey, this looks neat. Why don't we slot that in? Because it's bugged. That's why we don't slot it in. I think I'm going to stop handing out sponsored maritime contracts, to be honest. Satisfaction on them is just so free, especially if we're a republic. If we needed to actually hit republic, that's like a different story, but we don't because we started it. I didn't see anything in our content for swapping this over as well. I wish the game would tell you why your heir isn't valid for a PU member. Trying a Bohemian run, got Poland. Every rule for succession says my son is ruler is valid. Did you swap religion? It matters if you have a law, like a religious law, or if Poland has a religious law. And I think usually heir religion is same religion for Europeans. Which one is bugged? The one that was really good that we didn't have slot in for some reason. It deslots itself. We should have clicked that button. Loose. Actually should have given this different rights. Pop promotion speed, literacy. Institution growth is kind of okay in the short term. God. This has two bad things, though. It's going to be 20 stab to revoke. I think that means in the long term, we actually demolish Lucca and just rebuild it. What a world. Not right now, but... Alright, so I think we just take this out. Milan's privilege is also bugged. I'm so glad we didn't play Milan instead, only for them to also be bugged. Yeah, I just think that this is probably the best one in the game. They released the update with the bug in. Yeah, it's not the end of the world, though. Why is demolishing it worth more than worth it than 20 stab? So, revoking these two will cost us 20 stab. Eventually, you make enough money that the stab is more valuable than the like gold it takes to upgrade it. Holy shit, Mbappe with the missed penalty? Terrible. Lucca can build a unique building, which you lose if you rebuild. They don't have it yet. It also depends on how good that unique building is, but... God, Noble Elite is so god-awful relative to Merchant Republic. It's like not even remotely close. Alright, I think we're gonna do it. I know that you get a thing to go Peasant Republic, but Peasant Republic blows too, so... This is the thing. Wait, does this force us onto Peasant Republic? Am I stupid? No, not like this. Is there a year past where this can't fire? Alright. I know this can hit you at Peasant Republic. That's so cute that this didn't fire because we had Stab because that event. We're not gonna put in Peasant Republic though. Nice. New generation of entrepreneurs. We'll sponsor them. Amazing. I love how so many disasters are just like actively good. I think we go individualism this run as like a test. But I'm also kind of keen on seeing what... So minus 50% migration speed versus plus 50%. I'm keen on what 3x the migration speed feels like, to be honest. And we've like never pushed this before. So I don't remember where the things are. Toll and tariff. Don't know if we like pushing it that bad. Scales, weights, and measures I think is next age, so we could actually maybe do that. No censorship policy. That'll be good. Okay, okay. I don't think Puzzle Republic is that bad, but it's nowhere near as good as Merchant Republic. Well, I mean, it's awful because it's competing with Merchant Republic. In a vacuum, it's not bad, but like... well, first of all, it doesn't even work properly because it doesn't actually affect base power, but yeah, raw materials output and a free government reform slot in the abstract is absolutely fantastic, but competing with Merchant Republic... Rural oligarchy. Actually, I want to test something. I was asking about this and didn't have a good opportunity to test it. I've been told that this is not a scaling burgers. This is just 4 flat burgers, which like seems awful. And I want to kind of know. Yeah, it's flat. Bro, that's so bad. It's so bad. If you want to stack migration speed, North scale can get plus 100%. Didn't play since December. How does the naval governor work? It works real well. Can't place it anywhere for some reason. Plan to place it in Smyrna, the capital of Constantinople. The naval governor requires that you do not have a road connection with the capital. It's really kind of an obnoxious requirement. I think it should just require that it be on a coast and, like, not be overseas. So I have a mod that changes it in that way. But yeah, you have to... do creative things to make it so you don't have a road connection. Specifically, which feels bad. Why do you rate Merchant Republic so high? It often increases your trade income by just an obscene amount. Currently, we're getting plus 14%, or we're getting 14% of the trade share. I only recently found out exactly how this works. A viewer pointed this out. This isn't plus 25% trade income. Like, whatever your trade income is, you get 125% of that. There is a share of trade income. Currently, you get 14%. This makes it so you get 39%. It increases the entire trade nut, not just your share, and then gives you that increased amount. As far as I can tell. Which is kind of a big deal, and then on top of that, you get increased trade capacity. So, if we're making trades and we have 14% crown power, let's say, the difference when we slot this in, on top of getting the extra trade capacity, you generally have 120% trade capacity in most situations. So this is not quite as big as it looks. But let's call this like plus 33% relative to baseline. When we triple, basically, what we get out of trade, and then we add 33%, we're saying we triple it because trade income goes up plus 25%. We have 14%. We're going from 14% to 39%, and then the trade capacity, we're saying it gives us like plus 33% trade income as well, just because we have more trade capacity. So then our income goes up to like 400% what we were getting before in terms of trade. And then the merchant maintenance efficiency, this is more powerful depending on your margins and if your margins are thinner. But if this increases your margins, I mean, let's just take a look at one of our trades and look at one of the margins. So here, the maintenance, is 75% of the value. So when we add maintenance efficiency, we reduce this by 25%, or we reduce the cost of this by a third, which in terms of the total value, like where this is 3 parts, this is 1 part, it effectively adds another part to profit, doubling the amount that we're making. So what this is going to do is it's going to increase our trade income by like 800%. Now, that was my baboops, sorry, not yours. Now, our trade income's like non-existent, so I guess that's maybe not turbo insane, but we'll see what this gets to after we do the things. But also, I want to make a video on something that has to do with trade that's really powerful, and I've been alluding to it for some time, but I don't have the video yet. Merchant Republic allows you to do shenanigans better, and I think the shenanigans are really good for like late game, end game type economy things. I'm inclined to think that Theocracy is better than Republic, because as you get a ton of locations, and you have a ton of urban locations, because urbanizing everything is really good, the fact that you get 20 government power for free every month as a Theocracy seems more powerful. But if there is a reason why Republic is better, it's because Merchant Republic's insane. This, by the way, was better before release, because this foreign buildings construction discount used to apply to all buildings, not specifically the foreign buildings class. All buildings built in other people's countries. So you would have a subject, and before you annex them, you just build like 500 buildings in them, and then they keep the queue. And this also used to give you a free government reform slot. Are you planning on swapping over to monarchy under Medici? No. So, it's 4 flat burgers? Yeah, like, I think the scaling pop promotion modifiers are fun. I am bummed that they, like, think that they're too strong. Also, they started axing them the, like, patch after I made a video where I said I thought they were really strong, because I do think they're really strong. I think you kind of go feral for them as modifiers, but... Okay. Saves you the cost of building market village everywhere, and they're pain in the ass PM eating a bunch of input goods. This is true, you can delete all your market villages. That is, like, hard to evaluate how strong that is. But, yeah. So free money? Yes. This almost triples the income. This man, he was commenting before we did the rest of the math. That seems like it's definitely not working as intended. Yeah, but, I've struggled a lot with Geneva. Maybe I'm not understanding how to use trade properly. Okay, so trade for naval trades sucks uber balls until you get maritime presence. As of patch 1.2. So if you don't get maritime presence, it just feels like worthless, yeah. Hey kitten critters, how's it going? What auto build mod to use? Construction Manager. My dude, you look like you're drinking a thing of antifreeze. I mean... Have I frozen yet? Come on. Well, we have updated 1.3 tutorials. I'm gonna ask the devs if there's like... If the patch is gonna be relatively... Like, if we're in a relatively stable spot. And if the answer to that is yes... Then I'm gonna make a bunch of tutorials. And what I mean by in a stable spot is, like, I get really frustrated when I make a tutorial and there's I say a bunch of things are good, and then the next patch, everything gets nerfed. Right? Because I generally put a lot of time into, like, the research and, like, trying to figure out what's good and, like, this type of thing, and it's just, like, it feels like it breaks my video, which maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but, like... is really frustrating. I feel like that happens a lot with EU5. It happened a little bit with Vicky, but not as frequently. And so, like, I don't want to put the effort in to do a bunch of stuff just to have it get changed immediately. Because then it kind of feels like I'm, like... if the video is, like, a lot worse and isn't useful because the thing immediately got nerfed, then it's kind of like I'm just doing QA research. Which... I think I could be down with doing QA, but, like... I'm not on the payroll, man. I'm too lost trying to play EU5? Yeah, there's a lot. Let's focus on land conquest, probably not enough on Navy. I think we're not. I saw on Reddit, a Paradox person says there will be changes next week already. Yeah, so... like, look, I'm gonna make a values... I have a values tier list that I recorded, yeah? I have a sneaking suspicion that the things that I put on S tier will be nerfed, like, within, like, 2 patch cycles or whatever. Or sub-patch cycles. Which, like... I mean, you could see with your eyes and be like, okay, that gives a different thing now. So, obviously... some stuff. Yeah, our trade... Look at our trade income was 0.06. Now... I mean, we had no trade income before, but just to be clear here... It's more than 4x'd. And Merchant Republic is not even fully in yet. Wave of Innovation is so nice. Your heir suddenly became valid? Game is weird. Yeah. I was trading over land this patch. Is Merchant Republic with land value bad? Land value... This is a really, really big kick in the nuts in terms of how the math works. If you don't have any other sources of tree C efficiency, what it is the cost is going to be 1 over 1 plus x, where x is the modifier. If this is the only modifier you have, no positive modifiers, you're going to be paying 3 times as much to move stuff over C. So if you're trying to do a lot of trade volume, land value really sucks, like, from that. And if you do decide to go land, you probably should actually only push it to 50. It lets you have a 2020X retrospective looking at what's changed from last video. Yeah, but if I make a bunch of tutorials and they like all get bricked, I don't know. I like to try and like, I don't want to try and release like a weekly tutorial or something like that. I want like tutorials that like are reasonably good and like stand up like over time. And like try and get you to understand the system rather than just like the latest balance or something like this. Which, to be fair, I could like focus on that, but the tutorials I've tried to release on that just like haven't done super well. I don't know. The frustration you're describing regarding devs changing the game is shared by us all, I think. Yeah. It's well, from the player perspective, a lot of you guys like who come back after a patch and you're like everything feels differently. I feel like I have no idea how to play this game. Like, there's like two types of fatigue. There's like the inter-run fatigue and the intra-run fatigue, where like the intra-run fatigue, like changes happening while you're doing a run, and that just completely changing the way you should be playing or the premise of your run. That feels bad. You could roll back to an older patch, but people just don't want to roll back to an older patch type of thing. And then it also feels bad when you like come back to the game and everything feels completely different and you feel like you have to relearn it. And a lot of it feels like it's not like they introduce like a new system, although this is like a new system for you to interact with, as much as they just like balance is just like completely upended. You know, food, not food storage mattering for pop growth will kill quantity being OP. Food not... it will kill the fact that this gives you a really good privilege. Planned storage system is really good. And quality got a lot better because initiative actually matters now. I still think quantity will be better than quality, though. The brothers siege leaders in this game are going to give me an aneurysm. Why is Venice's vassal able to take siege lead position when I was already there? I prefer things changing fast, actually. I mean, it's nice because I could kind of, like, make more videos, but, like, I don't know. Like, here's the weekly balance. Come back next week for the next weekly balance. I think it's just, like, I would rather, like, do deeper dives and, like, try and unpack systems, but then, like, they decide that the cogs of the thing are going to operate completely differently. Yeah, this is just like vestigial. Void, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Have you figured out a consistent way to get 50 quality in game? Nope. Other than like waiting for, there's law categories that allow you to push quality like later on in the game, but you basically have to wait till age 4. So multiplayer group is sticking to 1.2.5, partially because no one wants to relearn the game yet. Also, our current game is still in the 1400s. Yeah, like, I would prefer, like, bigger patches, like, less frequently, I think. Bang spawns right on the pip. I think that you still are into mercs, so it's hard to justify anything other than admin. I'm gonna test something out. Someone told me that you could swap text and maintain progress, and you used to not be able to do that, so I never do it ever. So if this is a punt, forgive me. Sorry, wait. Oh, now it just queues it up. Without you needing to click, like, shift or control? Okay, that's nice QOL. But what happens if we do this? Oh, it just transfers it over? Okay. Getting 50 quality before like age 5 is unlikely. There are some events. The unique building isn't that strong, only 100 storage compared to a granary for the cost of a granary. But the point is you build both. The point is that granaries are just turbo insane. And you just build both. Also, early on, the fact that the granary eats masonry is better, but later on, stimulating wood when you have like plus 100 or like 150% wood output probably is kind of okay. But that means that you will just get like generally you can't convert money into population. And population is really, really strong. And so what this allows you to do is kind of like whatever modifier you are getting from large food stores in province, you can increase this by 20%. Something like this. It feels like they have no clear direction of what they want it to look and are reacting to the current meta. Yeah, I think that some things tend to feel reactionary. But like, I don't know, this is like a have it cake, eat it too type of like situation in some ways too. Like, they're very responsive to the community, which has like advantages and disadvantages. Why is Pisa? Pisa's not in this? Because we rivaled Pisa. We have 5 years to declare this war. I mean, I think we can just clean everyone up pretty quick. You can also make like 1 unit. So let's do that. Let's just get that in as well. So bust the tutorial busters. I would like it if they did a good job of finding out balances, but it feels like every patch just creates new problems and is fixed balance-wise. Yeah, I think the way that I think they could balance military if they just actually did a spreadsheet and decided what they wanted the numbers to be, and like did calculations instead of. That's one thing that's a little bit frustrating is like military's been updated like every patch, although this patch is like close. Diplo is so much better for blobbing. You have to be more specific. Are you suggesting we request people to become subjects? The thing is, more subjects you have, like, it eventually gets kind of pseudo-bricked, but, like... like deving this. Control click makes it the priority? Gotcha. I swap text all the time, it works fine. It did not used to work fine. It used to just brick your progress, so I just like have never changed the way I've done it. We wanted to push plutocracy, but we kind of pushed it most of the way. We were going to slot in plutocratic ethos. Now maybe we don't. I don't know what we want, though. I mean, this is just better. We could go sortition and then plan on changing it. The thing is, we're only going to get, like, half of the press towards something. Like, our current push is, like, up to 55. This would allow us to get, like, 6 extra Pluto. We could save it for when we can push naval. We need like a dock. If you could swap text, then the age 1 meta should be research a bunch of text and then swap to 16. Well, some of the age 1 texts are actually really good. Like, getting a bunch of free promotions actually, like, not bad. It's probably okay-ish. Very suspicious. Very suspect. Set any qual in your biz game? I don't know where that came from. Maybe events. Also, if you do drilling, raises your quality. Which, like, there's no like analog to being able to drill for like quantity. Like, you actually can push quality, kind of, but you can't really push it. So Paradox Tinto is a buff nerf Infinity Spiral. For Army, it kind of feels like that a little bit. Don't know if ship patrolling is bugged. I just do it manually for like forever. Does anyone think that forced tributary and giving them land to another subject is just a crazy exploit? Yeah, this is the type of thing I don't like doing. I think that's just like a wild exploit, yeah. But yeah, force someone to be a tributary, it's like cheaper or easier acceptance diplo-wise. Hey, hey, hey. Nice. So I think we're supposed to wait. Diplo gives both improved relations and +2 Diplo rep, which translates into negative antag and less antag given. Oh, you mean the value? You mean conciliatory? Yeah, conciliatory is way better. Playmaker, I've been saying this for forever. I didn't know what you meant by Diplo. I think both of them are not extremely good. Like, they're not high priority. Oh, you meant Diplo focus instead of admin focused? Diplo rep gives both improved relations, 25 and 2 Diplo rep. So improved relations, I think, is more valuable, like, the more of it you have. Diplo focus. You also have the flat diplomats, and you have... You have the flat diplomats, and you also have the fact that you can make marches. I mean, the thing is, for a lot of runs, it can be overkill, and you can't actually improve that many relations. If you were specifically playing in the HRE and trying to expand to the HRE, I think Diplo Focus makes a ton of sense. I think the Mercs and the proc speed scale better overall. Especially because you kind of just get, like, you kind of just don't get to play this game anymore. So there's this, like, Teehee antagonism doesn't exist game that you play for the first 110 years of the game. And then you get hit in the nuts with hegemonies, and then it, like, really, really slows your ass down if you're trying to do low anti. You can still kind of do it, but if you have, like, several of them, you're just, like, you're dead. You garbage. If you figure out how much pop growth the planned granary storage buildings give, well, it's, however much you're getting from granaries, it's going to be roughly an additional 20%. Something like this. Is it okay to pay for legitimacy only if you're a republic? You can not pay for government power as all of them. Monarchy, Monarchy wants to pay for it the most. But as I understand it, you can still kind of go for monarchy. You have to specifically stay high stab, though, because one of their disasters is bad and one's not so bad, or something like this. I haven't been experimenting with it as much personally, but yeah, I hate that, like, the metagame as it relates to sliders is just pretend that they don't exist. I mean, maritime presence propagation naturally too, but automates it anyways. Doesn't care on what I click. Oh, does it care on what you click? I have no idea what's going on. You mean Diplo Focus H2? Yeah. I'm confused. Sorry. Apologies. Apologies. I thought you were trying to tell me that, like, conciliatory was good. And I'm like, brother. Brother. You look at belligerent and you go, oh, brother, what's that? To be fair, once you go high antag, belligerent's just, like, clearly better, but is 1.3 vanilla now? Yes. Oh my god, am I still on the... Oh god, I'm fucking stupid. I'm still on the open beta. I wish... We're gonna save and exit out, chat. I wish, like, the open beta or, like, the early access version, like, creators kit, when the patch gets dropped, like, just automatically goes over to the patch, but I'm still opted in on the open beta. Not like this. I've done that before, like, a couple times, like... If you have multiple hegemonies, you also don't have to care about antagonism because you're so much more powerful than they act. Yeah, I mean, like, kind of a little bit of this too, but... Like, it just, like... The year is 1436. Now the mechanics completely change in balance. You no longer care about this mechanic, like... Well, I mean... To some degree, ages do that a little bit too. And I like the in-age, like, uniqueness, but they're identical, though, don't worry. Oh, it has the same checksum? Sag? No. But it's like, yeah, I think, like, if you're playing Austria, I think that's the run you've been doing, Playmaker. I would go Diplo on Austria. The extra monthly diplomats is also so peak. I really like it a lot when you already have a Diplo bonus. I need to take this off. I was doing that for a video. And I, yeah, need to take it off of when it's on launch. But... Wait, when did they get their improve relations modifier? Where is that on? Is that on their culture? Am I high? Maybe I'm just going crazy, and I'm confusing it with the Diplo, hedge. It's somewhat easy to avoid most of the hegemons. The naval one's really annoying to avoid, though, sometimes. Like, usually I try and avoid the naval one, but, if someone is embargoing my ass on cooldown, yeah. Thanks for the tip. I already built granaries in my urban locations, but it's low density. Expelled pops and migrate just within certain market, though, right? They do, but something that's worth mentioning with the granary rights is this completely turns off migration. Migration doesn't exist. Third age, you hovered it? I don't have eyes. Notorious not eye haver. Yeah, yeah. So, like, it increases the value of every diplomat, right? So it makes diplomats better. It's like multiplicatively effective, and so you stack more of it, and then you make certain payouts better. Super annoying to incentivize, to be incentivized to avoid bonuses. No, I mean, it's just like, I don't know, the hegemony is like, there's a lot of things that seem like, just like carryovers from the way that EU4 works, kind of. Hegemonies just seem like a weird abstraction. They're like, I mean, like, there's a world where I think hegemonies can be fun and, like, a cool mechanic and, like, this type of thing, but, like, I don't feel that way about the world we're in. We should have access to our button as well here, yeah. We're doing it on cooldown. I guess maybe we should have paid for some of this. It's not too late. Can we get up to being able to put in something? Yeah, maybe we can. I think we needed to do it like a month earlier on the Parliament. Yeah. It's not gonna work. Alright, we'll still get one more, but okay, that's cute. That's real cute. Son of a bitch, we're stupid. Sorry, I'm stupid. I want to include you in all this. Because, I mean, we're gonna click this, but it's, like, no good. Meritocratic rule would be better. I don't know if that's what we want in the abstract. Virtues of this one's just good, but we haven't pushed some of our stuff yet. Didn't we? I feel like we wanted something for pushing individualism. We don't have that yet. No censorship. That's right. Could request taxes. I think that'd be kind of okay. Fabricate another CD. We haven't used the one we made though. Let's just actually make this war easier on ourselves. That's not a button we normally click on very often. I think we have to wait a month. So we went from like, no, we went from like 5k levies to 9k levies, man. Powerful diocese is just good. Yeah, all the stuff that gives levies is gonna be so much stronger now that levies are stronger. I think we don't have any manpower yet. Oh, it's gonna be forever till we can build anything. Yeah, maybe we just deck. We just deck. And we just want to avoid them linking up. Siena offers us alliance. Are they cultured? Is there a world where we could convince Siena to be our subject? I think I underlook at this as an option. I think that world doesn't exist. Remember the HRE? Actually, maybe this goes away. Maybe this is possible. Maybe this is possible. That's also going to make it so we don't generate antags, so... Bologna, Genoa. Could use some relations with. You take less antag if the antag is low. So by improving relations proactively, this will help out a bit. Fantastic. Wow, this is gonna be nice. Nice. Is the memory leak still there? I didn't play since 1.1. There's not a huge memory leak, but I imagine there's like kind of always some like memory leak thing going on. Like restarting the game every few hours is probably a good practice. Conquest is so strange because of dev. Conquering early game feels so much cheaper on Antag. Yeah, like so the scaling modifiers that scale based on tax base. It scales based on tax base and pop, right? Or is it just tax base? The thing is, tax base goes up with dev and population and this type of stuff. But the base price of all things just goes up as the game goes on, and it, like, shouldn't. The base price of Conquest... Someone told us we get Prado free from an event, so we won't be annexing them. And so, like, just to kind of take a look, though... Right. Okay, it's from development? Didn't it used to be from tax base? Anyway, this just goes up as the game goes on, so Conquest gets more and more expensive. What it should be is, like, relative to the world's average developments. So places that are more developed should be more expensive, but, like, they shouldn't go up over time. They should just be, it should be relative to the rest of the world. Hegemonies would make more sense and be less obnoxious stage 4 and on, maybe. Maybe. They really slow down the player. I mean, Antag, like, right now, it works as a discount modifier instead of an efficiency modifier, which is why you basically... Like, the mechanic you can completely ignore until you start getting a decent chunk of modifiers, and that just comes in with the hegemonies. But that, it feels so much like a light switch, just feels really bad. Am I misunderstanding how text switching works? No, apparently you can store progress. But it immediately moves on to the new thing that you went for, so... let's see. What a world. We're pushing communalism, or individualism. I can't even say it out loud. I think dip range and trade range are too, little for the time. The thing is like, trade should, like, daisy chain, and there's no mechanic that does that. Like, the Silk Road is a thing, but, like, you would trade, you wouldn't, like, Naples was getting silk, but they weren't, like, sailing around the Cape and, like, grabbing silk directly. It was just, like, trade, but there's no mechanic that does it. Is there a second event to make, take more of Verona? I don't know. This is more a question for chat. Yeah, support this. Excellent candidate in this chapper. This chap. Chapper sounds like it could be a slur of some kind. I probably shouldn't say that. This strapping lad / chap. Oh, what are we doing? It's really painful that Conquest is like this. You get worse at conquering as the game progresses. Yeah, and you should get better. And the design, like, seems obvious that it's supposed to get better, because you get stuff like the Imperialism CB or whatever, right? And you get control impact on war score gets higher and higher. So stuff that has low control gets cheaper and cheaper for you to take. But, like, it should scale based on, like, global average or something like this. Auto diplomats doesn't work. Can your ally Prado and feed them land? What you get when you want to make them a vassal? Can you ally Prado and feed them land when they become their vassal? Maybe. I don't even think about that. Oh, God. Can you believe we have to lose 10 Republican tradition? This is awful. Nobody here is very big. Alright, that's good, that's good. Como joins the Guelphs. Who's winning? Ugh. Venice and Milan. How are they winning? I think you were counting on Prato become yours by event is a bad idea. Oh, we should just annex it. I'm super down with the idea that we should get our province. Who's the war leader here? Considering we're using Death Province here. Maybe gotta improve relations though. It's not too expensive right now. Oh damn, hold on, I should find your Twitch for a Prime sub. Haven't used that in ages. The Prime subs are always appreciated. Maddox, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated. MadX, rather. Thank you, thank you. I especially love if it's just sitting there, though, that Bezos has to pay for it. Effectively. Right? Because if it's sitting there and you don't use it, then then you already paid Amazon and you're not utilizing the perk. But when you use it, Twitch is owned by Amazon though, and they pay out. Yeah. I don't know. It somehow feels like Bezos pays for it. It's probably oversimplification. We can call a parliament. We didn't do parliamentary taxes, so we don't have to necessarily try and wait. Oh! It's just raining Pluto pushes. Why can't this happen when we're trying to push plutocracy, like, really hard? So we have to pass it, or we would like to pass this. We could click some buttons as well here. Bologna offers that. Oh, is magic. So they're not going to take any Antag too. Hot diggity damn. Maybe we could go centralization. Just to actually not play into subjects this run. I haven't tried this in a while. It gives good bonuses. If we only have like 1 or 2 subjects, you can kind of do that. I overheard over another streamer I followed and thought it was yours. Was wondering how you would do a no-hit run at EU5. I promise no one will hit us. We won't hit ourselves. I don't think we need his help, though. What culture is he? A million. Okay. Okay. Would grabbing neighboring provinces of Pisa help with the sieges? No. Feels like that should maybe work that way, though. The powers that be. We can challenge their authority or lose some stuff. I think we're super into just pushing Pluto, and then with that... well, the nobles are super pissed anyways. They're big mad. Oh, we should have clicked some noble buttons first. We'll do that, and then we'll, levy extraordinary taxes on them. We'll request envoys. Because none of this matters anyways. We'll lose 5% support. Let's do that, maybe. Guy never forgets to like and subscribe. Based. It's just a bonus I have for years that I keep forgetting to use. It's something I pay for anyways, so really, yeah, any bonus I can get from it is nice. It's definitely appreciated. As well. Yikes. Oh, I think we're supposed to lynch this dude. But if we were deciding we wanted to push centralization, actually, we should have done it from the start. See, I think subject expansion is just too good. Maybe there's like some sort of weird delayed transition start, but the thing is like you spend like a decade or two pushing centralization, so pushing it just to get off of it later feels so bad. But maybe that's actually kind of okay. How good is this guy? Yeah, okay, we'll take this 12 stab. What? Oh, it's already present in Florence. Well, it's growing really fast in Lucca. Could have spawned the institution. So I think what we do is we peel a month. And then we do peace deals. Did I forget to click buttons? I think I fucking forgot to click buttons. I mean, we still passed this. I guess that's fine. I forgot to click buttons. That's on me. That's my bad. 85 plutocracy, though. So that's nice. Alright, so now... Lucca should have... Oh, we're gonna wait until Lucca has it. Right? And so now it should be a little bit cheaper. Yeah. And we're gonna make it more expensive when we annex stuff. Oh, we, like, don't even have the right guy. I haven't ever raised my levies. Is it true that if you don't use it, you lose it? Yeah, this is a fact. It's confirmed. Centralization feels really good, but you spend all your cabinet integrating. Yeah. And the reason why you aren't going cap economy right away, because it's really easy and free to get the benefits from trad economy, and trad economy is actually pretty strong in the early game. When a lot of what you do is RGOs, and it kind of takes a while to push cap economy. We could get a decent just passive push though. Usually you can't get one that this big. I mean, I definitely think it's better. Yeah, I'll bite. I don't think it's necessarily... Ooh, they introduced new icons. I don't think it's necessarily the case that you should always be doing it, just to be clear, but I think that for this type of start, it makes sense. We'll have to get a mod that unbricks that privilege, or hope that it gets patched. It's like you have no crown power problems, and it's really good for Republic because you get the trade buff thingy. So the trade buff thingy actually makes having low crown power like less relevant. Because this trade income doesn't get better if you have more crown power. There's 100% trade income pie, and we get 16% of this. This makes it so there's 125% pie. This doesn't make it so that our 16% goes up to 20% effective. This makes it so our 16% goes up to 130... No, sorry, it goes up to 31%. Sorry, 41%. Math is hard. Individualism? Yeah, and this guy's like, what is this guy smoking? I want to try it out. I want to see how fast the pops move on individualism. I think I don't want to do the thing where we just perma-rev these guys. We have 2 allies, though. It's actually kind of honestly cheap right now for us to do that. I think we're going to go for Pisa and stuff. How's subject expansion good? You get free cabinet actions. What do you mean? Listen, you are talking to Mr. Blob himself. Subjects aren't good for expansion. You get free cabinet actions. You get to integrate stuff. How do you view subjects as being bad? What? They're way worse. But they were just, like, clearly, like... Before, I mean, it went from you... If you integrated something yourself, you were trolling, and now, like, integrating something yourself makes sense, but you just, like, kind of do both. No, stop, it sucks. Tinto's listening? Yeah, something like that. No, I mean, Tinto knows how I feel about it. Because I disagree with someone in a way that they could see who said that it was just bad. That was not Playmaker. Diff Endeavors. Holy Antag, dude. Alright, so maybe we don't actually do this. And we just take the other 3. But we make this one into a subject. maybe. Kind of really inclined to things that are specifically our culture, actually just annex them outright, but maybe we release that guy. Or maybe we do this. Come back for the rest of Pisa later. Humiliate them, force a faction change. Take some antag. It's not too bad on some of these other guys. Subjects litigate so slow, it's not worth. I mean, subjects, it's effectively costing you diplomats to integrate them. Like, what else are you using all those diplomats on? I mean, I guess specifically HRE, you could improve relations with more people. I don't know, man. Like, I could load up a save and show you where I'm integrating with all my cabinet actions. I have additional provinces I'm not integrating because I have so many conquered provinces. And then I am also integrating subjects, or annexing subjects. And in that way, I'm getting more cores. Like, you just don't get fewer cores. Like, expanding... You just get more cores if you expand with subjects. What's the payoff? What do you get for not using subjects? You get to go centralization, is like the argument, right? I don't think centralization is that much better than decentralization. That it's like worth it. Let's grab this. And then... we had an idea that maybe we could request someone to become our subject. And for that, we have to not make subjects. So, I mean, like, but then there are subjects, so we can only do this a couple times. We're small enough that we just want to crush them. What? Naples preparing war against us. We don't like that. We don't like any of that. Can we get... I think we already got diplomats here. Yeah. I started getting back into Vic 3 after a year-long break, and I noticed you're not doing any recent videos besides GB series. Did you stop playing Vic 3? I don't play it anywhere near as much. Individualism sucks because pop migration speed is boosted insanely by cabinet action across your nation. Same getting bonus or better. Yeah, but you could maybe do things without using the cabinet action. I just want to see it, man. You know? Thank you for the videos teaching play EU5 better. You're welcome. It's great that there's a Portuguese translation. That's YouTube. More so than me that does like the auto-translate thing. Just vassalize them all, IMO? They're all your culture. It's the same cost. We could just release them as subjects. It's worth it to be integrating it like 2 at a time if you have enough diplomats, yeah? I mean, like, that's kind of how I look at it. I mean, it is expensive to, like, pay for the dip slider. I guess the argument maybe you just don't pay for the dip slider. Improve relations with more people allows more conquest. I don't know. You're just not gonna... So what, you just have land and you just don't have cores? I don't think it lets you have more cores. I think you can already do, like, a ton of more conquest than you can core. I guess we do this because we're kind of passively pushing cap economy now. We'd rather not be on Naples' shit list. Wish this game had automated diplomat like EU4 did? Yeah. What's the rush to get cores anyways? Because zero control land is actively bad. Generally. Like, when you're conquering all of Russia, having a couple subjects integrating for you is good. I think if you have, like, Siberia, you just, like, leave it at 0 control land, and, like, in 120 years it becomes integrated, but... Russia's kind of, like... Siberia/Russia's an exceptional case. Not, like, the norm. I think we prefer Siena to Bologna. Like, if I play Boho, I cancel my subjects to murder them. Well, integrating a bunch of OPMs is bad, I think, but you can also just feed them to each other. You can transfer them to each other and just integrate one big nut. But, like, if you're talking about something that's, like, right on top of your capital, often, yeah, just taking it is better. It used to be so good you could spam culture, so you can spam convert, culture convert and religion. Yeah, you can still do it to some extent. Centralization is way better in the early game when you don't have that much prod efficiency. Proc efficiency? Procs? Yeah. Because you haven't played Centralized in a while, you just don't know how it feels okay. It's better than it was before, yeah, in the early game. I mean, I've seen the math, I could do math. It doesn't scale anywhere near as well as it did before. Before it was like, okay, this like lets us get, like, instead of getting like an average 70% reduction, we get an average 80% reduction. That's an absolutely huge deal for procs. Like, and not only was it like good early, it just like scaled insanely. Having 6 cabinet actions integrating is not fast enough to keep with how much I can conquer it. That's what I'm saying, like... You already get it all. I forget how this works, if Florence is gonna flip or if the other ones are gonna flip. If Florence is flipping, we may have a problem. I think it's Florence is flipping. Just doing this because we're about to pop rebels, and it'll just get cancelled. Okay, that's super whatever. Is that reduction even worth it right now? Probably not. I think actually we'd just rather push cap economy if we're going to push actively right now. Remove government reform cost. Hello, nurse. We keep giving them the thing. I mean, having more stuff to integrate is good. Your future cabinet has job security. Yeah, but my point is you can keep them integrating 100% of the time and also assimilate subjects or integrate subjects. Seize their lands and make them a one-tile vassal, then turn them into dominion, then feed them their land back. Okay. Job security is the real reason. Why did you declare war on your neighbor? Job security. Like, also especially early on, like, I think you use your cabinet action. I think you use one cabinet action to change societal values. And if you're doing that, for most countries, you're going to have 2 cabinet members for integrate. Like, or sorry, 1 cabinet guy for integrate. We are, like, not going to idle this guy for a while. Doesn't vassalize generate less antagonism? No, you're thinking like a Vic 3, bro. I think it should, it doesn't. Didn't 1.3 have automated diplomats? They were supposed to. I haven't taken a look at it and tried it. What are you trying to do is Florence? Italy, yeah. Super tall and developed. I think we will use... So... Florence is one of the bigger provinces in this, like, area slash subcontinent. I think this is the biggest? No, this is 6 as well. This is 7 with Naples. So Naples is, like, the best thing to dev, but after that, like, Florence is pretty good. This also has 7. And it's, like, centrally located. And it has... Okay, you have the Florence bonus on it. You have silk and wool. Building tall here will feel reasonably good. Also, just having the capital in the middle of Italy, probably not optimal, but kind of maybe a little bit of a novelty. If you stack a lot of dev, though, eventually you get to the point where, like, it starts mattering that dev affects proximity a little bit. Maybe it doesn't really matter. If you have really high dev, like, you zoom really fast. I feel like you integrate so fast currently, you just don't need it to be faster. You just don't need it to be faster. What do you mean? Let's show a save real quick. I've been, like, mostly permanent integrating on this Morocco save. Why is the AI spam Fortress Town? I don't know, but it's annoying. Oh, this is what I did for a video. I forced it to be H6. Which is why I have the console thing on. No, I mean, conquering all those Sunni horde fragments in Russia area after Golden Horde fragments, it's annoying to convert it. It's all Sunni. What's with the zero Republican tradition strat? It costs money, and it's not worth the money. I think the only way you make government power be worth it is instead of throwing money in the fire, it should consume certain goods. Yeah, I mean, I've proposed like some things to like kind of fix it, but I think that's one of the things. It should like stimulate the economy. So here we have like we're perma integrating, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 provinces in the queue. And we have all of these subjects to still integrate. Like, and we're like, we're not declaring wars because the subject loyalty is an issue. So our expansion is stunted by the fact that we cannot turn things into cores fast enough. Right? So like, I don't think you can, in terms of getting stronger, like, I think you can't, like, cab action fast enough for, like, integration to be irrelevant until, like, maybe age 5, where you have integrate area. Do you have influence and by blood? I have cultural influence, and I think I have by blood at one. I'm not 100% sure. Your cab will integrate that in 15 years. I mean, by then I'll have more stuff, but let's take a look. I also have Merchant Republic in that run. By the way, Playmaker. Love your channel. 1.3 is enough of a change to get back in the game. Haven't played since 1.1. I love your opinion 100%. Thank you, thank you. Well, continue to conquer doesn't have much value so far away. You will integrate your subjects faster. It does have value though, because governors. I can still get more procs. I still get more governors. Ah. But let's take a look at. So this is 12 years. Oh, we don't have by blood. What's by blood? Under again. Oh, does by blood, is that monarchy? That needs to change. I think that's a monarchy thing, right? And I have 4 guys integrating. And what did I say? 12 provinces? To be fair, some of this is Castilian, which is primary culture, so, like, it's gonna be, like, 30 or 40 years until this is integrated. It's monarchy, yes. You're giga-nerving your integration speed, I guess. Yeah. But, like, or where? Like, the proximity isn't, like, completely dead. And also, like, we have, like, this is kind of a trash governor. I think we even have currently an additional one available. So this guy finishes annexing, we get a road over here, we build a governor here, then we get an additional naval governor, it comes up here. You know, and then, like, all this portion of France is, like, conquerable and you can have proximity to. We have proximity up here. So, like, we definitely could still conquer and, like, get proximity at this point. Central increases crown power, which gives cab efficiency, faster integration. True, but it's like not an enormous portion of it because you get so much just natively. Like this is 89%. We get 6% from crown power. Crown power is shit. If we doubled it, we would get like, you know, 12%. So like, instead of 189%, we'd have 195%. Like, it's just not efficiency. It's just not that much faster. Imagine conquering so slow you don't use both cabinet and vassal. I mean, like, that's like my point, is like, it's just more of the thing. Like, even if you're... You know? But yeah, I mean, I guess if you can't cover stuff with 7 governors after a certain point, right? If you can't, if your 7 governors have run out of proximity to push, I guess conquest is like not that useful anymore. If you've cored 7 governors worth of stuff. I get 25% from your crown power in the 1400s. Is it not linear? Still, I mean, I'm saying you're like, you're talking... By that time, what that would represent is just like 10% increased speed. I mean, it's multiplicatively effective with cabinet, with integration speed. You're assuming playing naval? Yes. But if you prefer 5 governors, 5 governors is still a lot to saturate completely. Wait, I mean, like, I don't know, if you want to play like landlocked Bohemia and you want to have like 4 governors in Boho or in Germany, then like you can do all the conquest fast enough, yeah. That you can integrate everything. Or something like this. Like, if you're playing tall, then yeah, subjects are ass. If you're like playing multiplayer, they're like a lot worse. Rubens, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Because you can like integrate everything manually and you like run out of expansion opportunities. How do we end this? Oh, we just need stab. Oh, diggity damn. Maybe we pay for stab a little bit. I kind of want to get out from under this. Oh, stab investment is super ass, though. Yeah, minus 200%. You get more proc speed and better roads and more flat control, and time will make those governors go further. Yes. I agree. I think that... Yeah, I mean, I suppose if you've already conquered all there is to conquer, then swapping centralization and stop having subjects is better. Maybe we're also just like thinking like a different phase of the game or something like this. To be fair, I play in the HRE most runs. I think in the HRE you absolutely have time to integrate everything. I think like if you're playing in Europe and you're just like conquering the Mediterranean every time, like you want to go naval, you want to use all the governors, and you like can project control to like all of this, and so like until you've conquered all of this, like it's useful to have more integration. But like if you're playing multiplayer and you're constrained by the fact that the people next to you have a pulse, and you can't just like expand infinitely, then like I think centralization is like a lot better and subjects are a lot worse. You have some top picks for multiplayer? Multiplayer is complicated because you don't want to be a boogeyman, but I think in a theoretical perspective, like the Mamluks, in a world where everyone wants to play in Europe and you're not allowed to play just like in Asia for whatever reason because Asia's just way stronger, like the Mamluks are probably the #1 pick, but I also think that spooks the shit out of people, so the Mamluks is maybe not the play. I think that you want to be like relatively isolated and have a bunch of soft expo into AI, and so like being on the edge like in Castile would maybe be something I'd be interested in, depending on how big the lobby is. If there's a Portugal player or Aragon player, I suddenly like it a lot less. I think you don't want to be like in the scrum with like these 4 guys are all scrunched together, so I kind of don't like these, like relative to how powerful they are in the abstract. Like in the abstract, Boho's pretty good, but like practically speaking, I don't want to be scrunched with Poland, Bohemia, Austria, and Hungary. If France and England, I think just like duke it out in most lobbies, but like in theory, I think them being buddy makes sense. But bro, who even plays naval? Who cares about trade? Who cares about governors? Yeah, including the extra governor from the Italian League win. I was not. I was including the extra free governor that you get in the H3 tree. Seen your new HRE strategy is so fire. You have a chance to actively push central, and pushing decentralization is easy since they originally balanced it, so centralization is better, like innovative. Yeah, I mean, I like the way it was balanced before. I should have actually read. What the fuck am I doing? I didn't even read that. I was just like, sure, we'll help you out. And I mean, we will, but like, I should have read what like the thing said. That's like really bad. I'm getting loose. Oh no, they insulted us. That's not good. This guy wants it. No! I'm not sure what the play is here in terms of, are we supposed to let him conquer stuff or not? Let's like make it awkward for him, I guess. Because if we control all this, he can't take it. Bro, what is this AI's peace deal, man? Oh wait, that wasn't the primary, just kidding. It's maybe okay. Hey, thank you for the $5. Can you please give me a high-level rundown on how to play Biz? I don't have much time. Try and keep really learning this game. Currently it's 60% inflation. Well, I think that from the outset, I kind of like the idea of killing the Ottomans in the cradle a little bit, or going after them as quickly as possible, and specifically getting war reps and gold from people in order to pay off your loans, because and start paying down the inflation, because Biz has a pretty strong military, like relative to its issues, and so shaking people down for money is kind of what you want to do. So I don't know if you want to no CB Ottomans. That's what I did in my video, but it's maybe something you could do. And also, while you're in a disaster, you can't pop another disaster, so 0 paying for legitimacy can make a lot of sense, but eventually you want to get it up to unslot the really bad privileges, and also prepping to unslot bad privileges I think is powerful. So just in general, like if you want to unslot patrician stuff or noble stuff, making sure you push against aristocracy, and get ready to yoink this stuff out. We're actually getting stronger and stronger burghers, which is awkward. Because we want to onslaught a burger thing, but yeah. Should I earn the same money as you as on Korea the same year? You should earn, as Korea you should earn way more than I'm earning right now. I think. I guess I mean definitely more than right now. To be fair, I play HRE most runs, so Intag slows down Conquest a lot. Yeah, if you're playing in the HRE, you can definitely integrate stuff yourself, but if you're playing in the HRE, you're like a cat feeder, your cat at an automatic feeder, just waiting to be able to declare another war, like staring at the antagonism screen. Like, with a lot of, like, if you're like in here, like, if you're like the Ottomans, you can just like, oh, I attack the Orthodox people, I attack the Muslims, nobody cares about anything, I annex everyone all at once, and like, Ottomans actually, they just have that Insano event, so that's actually a poor example, but like, if the Ottomans didn't have the event for integration, like, you would need to use subjects. You also have to actively push central, and pushing decentralization is free. Yeah, this is also... Well, practically speaking, which one's better to go is, like, a little bit of a different question than, like, is this better in the abstract? Because if centralization's better in the abstract, it's better than the abstract, right? But should I go it is a different thing. So this is, I think, kind of the argument for staying traditionalism in the early game, is that it's really easy to just max out traditionalism and then sit on it, and it's actually pretty solid in the early game, so, like, even though capital economy is better... and someone in the Discord was arguing, like, look, you can push to 100% traditionalism for free, but often you just get stuck at 50 cap economy, and 50 cap economy is not as good as 100 traditional economy, or, like, this was, like, the argument. Something like this. I think, to be honest, some of it is the tedium of subject gameplay doesn't appeal to me. I mean... I can get that. It's definitely really tedious. And you have to, like, check things a lot. But, like, whether or not something's good is, like, different than, like, you know... whether or not it's fun, or, like, the playstyle appeals. Like, right now, we're, like, punting. Does anyone know how we're punting? I know how we're punting. We should just be selling works of art. Because it's, like, free money. Oh, do we not have any art? How uncouth. But, it might even be worth, like, yeah, okay, sell work of art. Siena, we want you to be weaker. No, just kidding. Papal states, surely you have money. But, does no one have money? Is there no one else? Okay, no one can afford it right now, but I swear to God, this is just like the most OP thing on this patch, that you just get like tons of free money. Civil Wars and Hordes are bugged. My Theodoro game bricked by rival warlord winning new war and automatically white piecing me. Makes it really hard to pip Golden Horde. I had some issues with the subject. I thought it was caused by, like, there's like, when the Civil War is run by a phantom country that doesn't have a location, it's just like auto white pieces. If you max the Diplocider and the Diplocab action, you might be able to make Siena your vassal. Oh, good point. I think we have to be at peace for this request. What's our Black Death strategy here? I haven't read, like, all this stuff in a while. Segregate gets you communalism. This gets you the omega communalism. If you're pushing communalism, like expel can make sense. I think we're just gonna segregate, but we're gonna wait for it to spread to one more location so we don't get wrecked. Spiritualist. Is there no individualist button? Okay, it's in 2 places. We're gonna segregate. And we're gonna build hospital. Not in Lucca, though. We would de-urbanize that, probably. Oh, maybe it would have even been worth in Lucca. I think probably a little late now. Don't let your inflation go up, ever, and don't pay cost of court. Yeah, you don't want your inflation going up. No CB Ottomans as soon as you can, and return all cores, and money is my opener. That's what I did. I didn't return everything, though. I left them with 1 so that I could generate a CB on them later. Because they have to become a subject of one of the other ones via event. If you make them sufficiently small, and then you can get 25% discount, like CB on the arachnids or something like this. Communalism push is giga important for a biz. Yep. Because you want to revoke. It's less important now that you have the free stab from, like... I have to assume that this is getting nerfed, but... What did we want to do? I think we might have wanted to slot things in. Mandatory clerical donations. Could go for unity. Does any of this... I don't think any of this gives individualism. Or the other stuff we need. So there's 2 things we kind of want. And we could give out also granary town rights. Okay. I'll bite. We can go with upgrading those now at this point. And then let's click our buttons. Grab mandatory clerical donations. We want subjects we release to have this pretty bad, and since they release with your stuff. Florence to Lucca. That's a shitload. We'll compensate him. Did I flip us? No, that flipped Sienna. Alright, so Sienna's gonna figure out what they want to do here. Maybe if we already had, like, the commoners super high, we would go with that, but... This guy force feeds our ass a province. That's not exactly what we wanted, but we don't hate it. So this is something we wanted to create as a subject. So you think that if we... go Diplo Endeavors and max out the Diplo slider. How's the Diplo slider? positively affecting, whatever. Let's do this. See if this is cheap. 7, nope. Ain't a lot for just diplomats, though. Don't mind the peasant estate recovery. That's crazy we have so much innovative. Should I use biz is lame? Turkish Trebizond into biz into Rome's the way. It might be better. I don't know. I think it's like reverse lame to start as biz relative to do some form of form biz and avoid all this stuff. Fraser, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Like, the content's so strong. I don't think you need to get caked up in that way. Is Die Maker okay? Die Maker's kind of okay. It's kind of bad. Alright. We will continue to only expand in Florence. Considering how far this is from market capital, quite a lot of money. I don't use subjects as biz either. You should use subjects as biz. The Pronoia you integrate for free. I mean, I pay cost of court even though I shouldn't. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's like in terms of like I do this thing that I think is bad just because I think that it should not be bad, like type of thing. Like high on the list is paying for this. Like this should be good. Man, remember in EU4 when like stab was like a modifier you cared about? I remember. But the Pronoia subject is just hyper OP. You want to use those a lot. I hate this work of art meta. Yeah, it's awful. I don't do it. You've been selling it to banks now and then? Hear me out. Next meta, intentionally have no children so you can get proposed new ruler. That might be good. I haven't even thought about what that means. Intentionally scuff the children, just immediately join a military order and don't marry. A little spicy. In order to end this disaster, we do need things. Do we actually need to pass this? No, we don't. Okay. Guess we could peel another month. Oh, we're not speed 7. Nice. So now we can see what we can do. I mean, we could look at this as just 7 stab. We need to have 40 stab anyway. We thought about paying for stab, but it's real expensive right now. I should have just, like, did a levy or whatever. Oh, we could also get a CB. How's the end tag looking? We could just eat one of the people in the coalition. I was like, I don't have eyes. So we could release this guy and feed him stuff eventually. Oh, I'm not sure what we're supposed to do. You don't need to know CB, yeah. Pest houses are amazing, you should try those. They are really good. We might be a little bit too late for that, though. We're trying to push communalism. Pest houses are a lot better now than they were before, because now you can force trade to get the incense, even if you're not within range. So what do we think of the new trees? And since we reworked them, I keep forgetting to check because it doesn't update old saves. The free tree for age 3 is insane. I have to use the restroom, so we might get up and do the thing, but the free tree has the privileges. It has a cab seat. It has roads. Council halls is pretty solid. It has the local governor. It has the gov reform. So, yeah. Yeah, it does work, but stay above 10 stab. Yeah. I don't know if I could handle staying above 10 stab. I'd try and thread the needle and then get hit with a bad event and then be like, oh, I'm going to fade it, and then I would not fade it. Here, I'll be right back real quick. Maybe we want to expand outside of Italy. Also regarding RCB and this type of thing. I hope everyone behaved for the chair. You will never lose cultural hedge versus AI unless you play a one location nation. And even then. Actually, it's like, the fact that it's all just from university spam feels kind of bad. I never liked how the current system encourages either pure vassal spam or no vassals. I think it's not even no vassals if you go centralization. I think you just, like, you try and lock it up to, like, so every single one that you have, so right now we have one vassal subject, right? Pushes you 0.02, so you either want 2 or 4 or something like this. While maintaining your however much centralization you want, or 2 or 5 rather. Charlie, don't serve. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. You think a Morocco start inverted as Castile works, or is it tedious? I think it's better as Morocco, because you get slave rating. If you do Castile, you don't get slave rating. How's the update so far? Pretty good. This feels basically the same as like the latest patch we were on, but I think this is my favorite update so far of theirs. Like, just mostly agree with the changes, mostly think they're high quality. Biggest thing is they added auto expand for people who aren't using the mod. I think that's just tremendous. I'm using the new purpose ruler to get 100 Diplo skill leaders on purpose from the ruler. Nice. Have you played Novgorod, Playmaker? With their succession law? They have a succession law that lets you pick anyone, basically. You share a ruler with someone else. Looks like they've maybe swapped off of it. You share a ruler with someone else, and so you could just pick anyone's ruler to be your ruler. I think Stab's still a modifier you should care about for the pop promotions. Pop promotion speed is really good early on. This is fair. But also there's some events you can roll. But it's nothing like EU4. EU4 is just insane, right? I hope they reduce their requirements to dismantle the HRE to like 25%. Best House has also pushed cumulatism way more. Yeah, I mean, the... Oh, Playmaker, were you making a joke about someone... Oh, I can't get too specific. Were you making a joke about someone calling this completely useless earlier? I think I do expel the sick more often than I do segregate the infected. But segregate the infected is like... Oh, we maybe could have done isolate cities here, actually, even... Are we just getting infected, or are we, like, proper infected? Where's our other... There we go. We would have to somehow spike the burger satisfaction a whole ton. We could pay cost of court, and then grant them a privilege. I think we would need to grant them too. Is the Novi 40 Urban Right worth it at all right now? I don't think that's one of the ones I was, like, impressed with. I'm not sure. Actually, I don't know which one that is. Losing cultural is not hedge, just close the buildings. Yeah, Playmaker with the strats, the big brain. Pest houses only take 30 days to build, so you can plop them in your important locations. Yeah. It is a bunch of gold relative to the other option of segregate, but like segregate, being able to target important locations is really nice. No trades being automated, some pop up randomly. Depends how long have you been going in the game. It also might be none are profitable. Trades kind of suck ass until you get maritime presence. Unless they're overland trades, and Milan's gonna have really shit overland trades. You like have to get to the coast and get some maritime presence. Centralization, you either have to pay for Diplo most of the time or support loyalists on your 2 to 3 big vassals. Yeah, that's... I mean, you can afford to support loyalists, though. If you're interested. Oh, I should have thought through a little bit more. Well, whether or not we wanted to get a CB. I think maybe a CB was a little bit too cute. We're kind of okay. We're chilling. We can expand more, though. Can always expand more. I think we kind of have a little bit of antag. Want to run it down a little bit. Get some better relations with these guys. Castile can form Morocco to get slave rating. That's right, because Castile's tier 1. Okay, so the best is... That's right. That's right. The best is... I don't think Castilian's the best culture to have. Like, so if you want to theoretically min-max it, maybe that's what we should have done on our run. I really wanted to show off the tribesmen, though. But if you want to min-max it, I don't even think Castilian culture is, like, necessarily the best culture to have at the end. Like, Aragonese or Catalan might be better. Sorry, Catalan or Basque. Like, you form Spain either way. But definitely starting out as one of the tier 1s, and then forming Morocco, and then forming Spain is going to be better than what I did. I think it's kind of nice to be able to get stuff set up earlier as on Morocco, though. It's gonna be like slow and clunky. You haven't played Novgorod, you get to pick the leader. You gotta do it with the Teutons as well. Just invite Noble with Gigachan stats and designate a Bazaar. You have like unlimited options. The thing when you do it with Novgorod, you just always choose someone who has the plus 0.002 dev thing. So Novgorod's like succession gives you effectively 0.002 dev. You could also invite non-ruling courtiers of the dynasty, I think. Oh, interesting. 100% pop promotion speed is a huge modifier. It's big, but is it useful? It's like... We're almost entirely building here. To be fair, we don't have enough laborers. We're also throttled by... Well, we're throttled during the Black Plague. This doesn't count. The point I was going to make was that we're not actually going to be throttled in most cases. Like, it's when you're expanding RGOs in the early game that pop promotion speed is really good. I think it falls off on mega hard. You can flip any East Slavic culture, research one tech, and switch the Novgorod succession law even in this run. If you switch off the culture, do you keep the succession law? This is kind of one of the things where, like, everyone flipping Turkish is, like, meta, and, like, I don't do it because it's kind of lame type thing. But yeah, maybe you're supposed to do that every single run. That point plus 50 to communalism, though. Yeah, we're gonna go individualism this game, though. Which, low-key we might be trolling, but I want to try it. It has a... Well, I mean, if we're gonna have this little satisfaction, we might as well click the button. I mean, might as well. It's free. But, this is why I was thinking that individualism might be okay. So if you want to expand to 1.3, the subjects are no longer worth it. I think subjects are worth it. I think subjects are still really good. I think they're way worse than they were before, but before, if you use the integrate location cabinet action and you weren't playing, like, the Ottoman Empire, you were, like, trolling. Does maritime presence give trade range? It makes the trades way more effective. I don't know if it does it through range or decreased maintenance. But basically, if you're trading before you have maritime presence, it's, like, so much worse. Like, we are, like, in the doo-dooville right now, like, relative to what we're gonna be doing later. Because we have, like, the payout for stuff, but we don't have the thing. We're gonna put our council in here, though. So now, because he's in charge of a navy, we're going to start progressing towards naval. And, see, this is why I don't like pushing capital economy early. I think that naval's more important, so then we get off of this. Yeah, look at this. We have plenty of burgers. What do you mean we have no burgers? What's the damage looking like? Ah, that's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. So 800,000 minus... maybe it's not that bad. That's not that bad. Less than 20%? Or less than 25%? I feel like Black Plague used to hit different. We did build a hospital, but hospitals aren't too crazy. It's just 10% resistance. Gotta isolate those fat Italian cities. Yeah. I probably should have planned ahead for that. Damn, Queen of Navarre is fucked up. She's injured bad. Yeah, she's having a time. Red Wizard needs food badly. Red Wizard is about to die. There's a Gov3 reform that gives a lot of loyalty and annexation speed from communalism and centralization. But the speed is additive. It's not the multiplicative speed modifier, it's the additive one. Well, let's show the rest of what he's talking about. We currently have it slotted in our Morocco run, with where I'm at in the run. So many of you give you some quick advice. I'm new to the game when I feel like, when playing, I feel like I really can't advance, because as soon as I try and get to know the mechanic, for instance, Marketplace, I try to understand it without outside help, and I feel stuck. What would you recommend on how one learns all the features, but without outside help? Should I just try learning while playing without fully understanding each mechanic? Yeah, you should, like... I think videos are okay, but, like, you need a certain amount of, like, first-hand experience to, like, understand what the video is getting at. And so I think swapping back and forth between just playing, even if you don't understand the thing, and reading through tooltips if you have to, and just, like, going with whatever feels intuitive, oscillating between that and watching videos is probably the way to go. Like, just only playing or only, like, watching videos, I think both are elite. Or you could, like, try to get your knowledge elsewhere as well, other than videos. Like, there's other means. You could, like, talk on, like, Reddit or what have you. This type of thing. Is the real min-maxing where you make sure the percentage gap between you and the others is largest, or the absolute gap where you have the strongest nation possible regardless of how strong others are? I think it's how strong you are in the abstract. Not relative, but the relative power is highly relevant for achieving the first one. Like, the metric of success I kind of like for this game is how much ducats you have. Like, you look at this as a high score thing, which means you only really start ramping it up once money is, like, irrelevant. But you could also do, like, maximum pop or, like, total wealth or total tax base or something like this. But I think it's something like that. I did it like this, I did it like that, I did it with a wiffle ball bat. So, we currently have the highest wealth location in Italy. We might have the highest wealth location that we know of. Does look like it. Poggers. If only we had more market access. To be fair, we're getting 8% market access, so the market access map mode should look... Yeah, it looks a little funny, huh? Where you can kind of tell that this place has more than the surrounding area. And we'll get it up to like 90%. The marketplace is giving market access is just a huge boon to... what is it, Florence specifically, but also it's really nice that this owner modifier, this +6, this is from the changes to plutocracy. Where plutocracy now gives you trade building levels. How do you play Portugal? Do you hold for yourself provinces in Africa? Do your slaves automatically get traded to Brazil? Well, to answer the first question, I think eventually you look to hold everything. I think like eventually you look to conquer Castile as well. Probably not that hard to make some sort of alliance coalition even early on to start getting after them. Especially because they have a civil war early on, so you might just be able to really kind of gank them during the thing. Or they have like an event. If you keep an eye on their... manpower, sometimes they get really, really cucked on, like, peasant satisfaction, and it just, like, goes to 0. Is filling Morocco full of Christians through slave promotions to create alcohol demand for the good RGOs be an interesting meta? I don't think you can build an economy on the back of alcohol. If it's free, basically. I never managed to find the trade tooltip as maritime presence influence. All I can see is trade advantage. It helps more than just trade advantage now. It used to be only trade advantage. But whether or not that's reflected in the UI is a completely different question. What the hell? We're importing slaves? That's crazy work, bruh. Like, I think it might affect, like, the trade range used overseas efficiency modifier or whatever it's called. And I don't see it present. You, like, if you go, when you go from, like, having no maritime presence to having it, you, like, definitely can feel the difference with trade. I just don't know how to show it. Calling the Legends, what a blast. Yeah. If you notice that you're really getting bubonic plague, you pray for him to 100% save him. I did not realize this. Outward and communalism. Yep. Tilapia's rule supreme, indeed. Yeah, Hungary just decked into Bohemia / the Empire, expecting me to carry him to victory. He's outnumbered 2-1 without me. How dare the AI use the player strategies against me? Not like this. You'll have to be a feckless coward, or you'll have to help him out. Yeah, we'll choose this option. What we really want is the 20 stabs so we can end this disaster. Yeah, tall players shake my head. It's all about the size of the text of your nation. To be fair, this is often the very best way to... This is the thing that gets me is, like, blobbing, like, as much as possible is actually just really good for increasing how much money you make. Like, it's way better than it should be. Like, but also, like, so many people from, like, the EU4 community think that, like, Conquest is dumb and it's not worth it. Because it's, like, so bad or whatever. It's like, Conquest sucks, bro, don't do it. And it's like, wait, what? Just because it's, like, not as good as, like, the lands you, like, initially own or whatever. Do trades still make less profit than maintenance from the marketplaces, or do they fix that? So the maintenance on the marketplaces is going to eat into trade profits. However, the building maintenance is not really giga enormous, and this is something I didn't notice before, but the amount of goods demanded doesn't, like, scale up linearly. So the goods demanded, like, in marketplaces go down over time. I don't know if this is... Red Valkyrie needs food badly. I don't know if this is because they changed it specifically for this, or that this was part of the beta. I don't know, because this is not something I paid attention to before, but almost everything else, like, the maintenance cost goes up, quite quickly, and this one it doesn't. Right, so per trade capacity, you are paying way less in maintenance than you are with the OG building, so... I ended up moving market to Milan, taking Naples market, deleting Venice. Gave surprisingly good market access across Italy, except for the islands. Yeah, I think that we might be looking for something like moving the Venice market to somewhere in here on this river, and moving the Genova market out a little bit to the left. Because closer to the river brings it closer to our stuff. Or where we're planning on building up. And, Venice is not actually a very good location for a market at all anyways. Like, to the extent that it pushes north, it pushes into a brick wall. But here along the river, at least to be able to get decent access to, like, kind of all of this. And by doing this shift... There's, like, normally a dead zone over here. Genova would kind of pick up that dead zone, and then there would be kind of a mostly North Italian market. Maybe. I need to take a closer look at this. I think I need to take Tunis and pull them into that market. Yeah, just start shipping the tribesmen over to Italy. You hold everything? Probably not in, like, a theoretical, like, max income run. Do love the procs efficiency. Can we embrace one of these? Just kidding. Alright, we embraced one of these. The gov reform's not useful yet, but... Was this not an efficiency modifier? The great condottieri. Capitans. Work of art sale value. No! Why do we have to have a modifier for an OPS mechanic? Maybe we join the dark side and start selling our art. We could do that just to show how silly and OP it is, maybe. We only have one piece of art right now. Yeah, we kind of don't need this stuff that bad. We're currently sitting on a gov reform slot. We could go invest into arts first. To be fair, prestige, like, actually does have the value of decreasing antagonism. Just has to be too cute, though. We really want Barks and that type of thing. I think we're gonna just start heading on over. Grab the cap slot. Do you know how to force into our faction? But you know you have access to the CB? Yeah, I do. We also, like, don't have a lot of diplomats. In theory, we should, like, lower our dip spending to nothing, rather than trying to pay for stuff. Because it's not going to brick a bunch of our actions, and we'll get, like, 0.3 free. But I kind of don't like this as an exploit. Yeah, I know we can. We're just, like, kind of sitting on some and tag right now we're trying to get rid of. Also, if I recall correctly, the CB doesn't let you conquer as effectively. Trade is okay. The most important is that the market makes a lot of demand. Hitting 92 groups of mercs in a big war is pretty tedious. Why did they make this change? That's exactly what I'm saying. Did you see my... I left feedback about this. But we... yeah, never mind. Yes, this has been 100% my objection, and it, like, if there's something I dislike in this patch the most, or just think that, like, okay, this is just a bad change, it's that. For those of you who don't know, the mercs now have minus 92% merc per unit. And what this means is, instead of being able to hire, like, 10 guys, like 10 footmen and, like, 5 archers, or what, it's just one of every single one. And so now, if you want to hire... The issue is, if you want to spend 10,000 gold on mercs, now you need to manually go and hire a whole bunch of these all in a row. And it is so much clicking, and after a certain point you don't want any more of this, and you don't want any more cannons, so you have to come in and manually do this. You want to check and make sure that they have the latest tech, and instead of hiring 2 or 3 units... and all the clicks that requires, you now have to hire, if we want to spend, like, I forget what I said, 3,000 on mercs, instead of it being, like, actually, you could easily spend 3,000 mercs in 1 unit. Now you have to spend, like, you have to do, like, 6 units or something instead. I was told there will be Italy. Where Italy is shiny? We have Italy at home. And, like, mercs aren't bad, so it's not like it's not worth doing from a theoretical perspective. It's just an ungodly amount of clicks. And then on top of this, they made it so the AI doesn't actually merc spam, or doesn't hire anywhere near as many mercs. And it's like, they could have just changed the AI if they just wanted the AI behavior changed. But, like, the player side, this is so uncomfortable. And this is why I proposed, like, that they just change the range. Because the range would make it so that we just can't hire as many companies, but within each company we can hire a ton of units. But yeah, just like manually, like every single time having to come in, be like, okay, we don't want the camp followers with the cannons. And then like, okay, we don't want the camp followers with the cannons. Tried the bog iron smelter lumber tool spiral as England. A bit underwhelming, though maybe I did it wrong. You're not supposed to do it until like H3. It's like completely trash until you have a couple of these techs. So the bog iron smelter is one of the very few PMs that's like actually negative. Like it's negatively efficient, if I recall correctly. I guess I'm not 100% sure, don't quote me on it. But I do think it is negative, excuse me. But when you get this, suddenly it's now plus 75% efficiency, right? And when you get this plus 50% efficiency. And so getting these two techs turns it into like a trash loop that you should avoid into a good loop. That's like super plus EV. Before this, you want to avoid demand for iron and tools and lumber to some extent, all other things equal, which they're often not, because forcing you into this loop is just bad, because you're spending a ton on buildings and barely spinning up any profit, right? You have to get like the rate at which your buildings replace themselves in terms of cost is so ungodly slow before you have this. But once you have it, it's good. But your problem is you're not in H3 yet. Or if you're in H3 yet, I don't know what your problem is. Maybe you have no control or something like this. People in the EU4 economy think that coring is terrible. I don't get it. I mean, they just want to have cores on everything super easy, is my perception. But also, like, it's very binary. You either have the core or you don't, and it feels kind of bad. I did a video on coring where my perception is that various factors should cause you to gain the core faster, but things should just passively become cores. It should just take like 150 years, like base rate, and then you make it, or it should take like maybe 10 or 20 years base rate, but then everything slows it down by like a percentage multiplier or something. So you lack control. Slows it down by that percentage, and maybe there's a floor of like 5% or something. So if you have 0 control, it's treated as if you have 5 control. But like this, multiply the number by 0.63, right? In terms of how quickly we gain the juice, and then you do the same for religious unity, and then you do the same for like satisfaction or like this type of stuff, and you do a bunch of like layered things. Although satisfaction's built into, like, the religion, so maybe not, I don't know. But, and then you let it gain passively over time, and then it doesn't, like, light switch on from conquered to integrated to core. You just get, as you go from 0 to 50 core progress, the bonuses go from conquered to integrated, and as you move from 50 to 100, they go from integrated to core in a linear way. That way it doesn't feel like, oh, I don't have cores. It's like, oh, I have this amount of progress. It's like kind of getting there. It being just like a light switch doesn't make that much sense anyways. But the fact that you have to like culture convert everything is like kind of weird. But stuff of your culture should absolutely be good faster. As strong as expansion is, there's a real cost to trying to fix the economy in a conquered market, yeah. Revoking urban rights, changing building distribution, etc. A lot of time and effort. Well, I think often you just downgrade. Like, we haven't built anything in Lucca, which we otherwise would, because it has 2 of these trash things. I think we're just gonna downgrade Lucca and then rebuild it. Which, like, I don't know, feels bad, man, but... For Milano, I was getting about 70% market access on the eastern sides of Venice. Yeah, I think that specifically... plutocracy, from the perspective of we get way more trade building levels and we can get more market access, is just very intriguing. How are you planning on getting the Medici in power? I wasn't necessarily, but maybe we should. I think we had a cabinet member that was Medici. No, this guy's Bardi. This guy's De Luca. We could swap the election law. I was kind of just hoping the content would happen to me, but maybe we could go out and get it. How do you deal with the banks robbing all the pops from Florence? Wait, what? What do you mean? What does owning art again do? Not really a whole lot, but you could sell it for a ton. It gives you, like, very small bonuses. Let's go find the art map mode. It gives you, like, these small bonuses. Have you seen Selling Provinces is also busted? I have seen this. It's been busted since release. I just, like, never do it in my runs because I think it's stupid. The tedium is why they get me to build a professional army. Smart, Tinto. Yeah. The next level... The real professionals buff was the fact that they made mercs, like, super annoying to play with. But, like, building maintenance is gonna be freaking... I don't know if you've hit age 3 or 4, Playmaker, but armories are gonna get expensive. Make it so you can't recruit more mercenaries than you have levies and professionals. I mean, like, but some... I think that it should be viable to just go mono merc. Or merc levy. Makes sense, I guess. The iron production boost is key, yeah. Without it, like, this loop, like, you do the entire loop and you gain, like, the efficiency of the just indiscriminately, like, entering the game from game start and just spamming bog iron smelters is just really bad. It's just not good early. Because, like, I mean, let's take a look at the PM, okay? Iron's worth 3. This is worth 2. So this is 0.67. Oh, they buffed this? 0.67 of inputs. 0.9 of outputs. They buffed this. This used to be, like, underwater. No, wait, I can't do math. I can't do math. This is not 0.67. This is 0.74, right? And this is 0.9. And so you get 0.16 margin. And this has, with, by the way, or let's look at it at, like, base values. Because we just looked at base values, so let's look at base values. Okay. Same price building, so we're comparing 0.16. But this is 6, this is 4. So this is 0.48 into 0.6. So it's 0.12. And what would we say the other one was 0.16? So 0.12, so there's that, and then the math on this will be easier. This is 3 ducats of value, and the input cost is 2.5, so that's 0.5. So 0.5 plus what did we say, 0.12, so that's 0.62 of value, and we're comparing that, sorry, 0.62. We're comparing that to just the bog iron smelter, and at base values, this Tailor's Guild is 4 times as efficient in terms of the marginal net. Although the bog iron smelter got buffed. Before it was actually worse. Yeah. And then I think the tools is not as good, or tools is kind of okay, if I recall correctly. The lumber mill also, or an issue with the bog iron smelter as well, is you're going to push up the price of lumber, so you're going to have to... You're often, like, break even on your lumber mills because you overbuild them, so you get price collapse. And if that's the case, like, you're also just pushing up the price of lumber, and it's awkward. So, like, there's other things that take, like, lumber that you would rather build, like a carpenter's thing, that would make you more money. You just do it because if you spin everything through the revolution of bog iron smelter, tools, lumber, you get a net positive amount of good. And a bunch of things point back at lumber and tools. So if your lumber and tools are apocalyptically expensive, this is also when the loop becomes worth it. But if these things aren't expensive, you don't want to just build the loop just because they loop them together. Would you agree that there's a good long-term diplomatic avenue to merge with other allies you've already had multi-century ties with and large shared borders values? Maybe, but I think that's kind of like low priority. Maybe we're just never getting a subject like that. Hey Hamkits, how's it going? It's me, I'm the person who I want to expand. I want it to feel good to expand. I think the majority of the community, I think that I'm in the, like, minority camp where I'm team expansion should feel bad, like, past a certain point because, like, historically, like, empires tended to collapse under their own weight and decadence, and the fact that you could just expand infinitely, like, with no recourse and have it be positive EV is, like, just, like, poor simulation. Seems annoying you can only expand by the sword. Yeah, but I don't know, like, I feel like that's the game, you know? Like, that's like the EU4, like, EU3, EU2 type, like, legacy. Where, like, that's how you did it, and so, like, there's not, like, a fundamental reimagining or something that's going on. It sucks that we don't have... It's really hard to push naval as plutocratic because you don't get access to subject, or you don't get access to having your air and being able to put them in. So we really can't slot anything that gives land. I just play with a mod that makes mercenaries so insanely expensive that they can afford them and then pretend that they don't exist. It's too tedious and annoying at the moment. Yeah, I had a game where I hired, like, I think 150,000 mercs. Or I had a war with Morocco, and it was honestly the most exhausting experience I've had playing this game. Doesn't affect it for the player? Womp womp. I think it's funny how you have succession war disaster, you could just have a catastrophe of the pretender and the disaster goes away. Or just castrate the pretender. I mean, sometimes it'd be like that. You know, I don't know if you've ever had someone coming for your place in life, but generally if you castrate them, it solves all your problems. Naples is insulting us, not like this. Kinda don't want to go toe-to-toe with them. What? Is this modifier being insane new? Does it go away? When did they do this? Is Playmaker still here? He would know. How's the game going? Going pretty well. Playmaker's probably not still here. Every time a bank builds a building, you'll lose 100 pops in Florence. That's kind of obnoxious. And you can't get rid of the banks? I think Paradox should do something about cost court. Golden Horde is unplayable because of that. Why is it unplayable? Because you have to pay for it? I think we're going to try and resolve this disaster first, so we need 40 stab. Thank you, that's good. I hated the merc system since I got rolled by 200,000 mercs by the Mamluks. I mean, the Mamluks should generally be able to do quite well, I think. I don't know. I feel like, to some extent, like, the AI now just asymmetrically not hiring mercs because it's annoying to the player when it's, like, objectively strong, like, is not the type of game adjustment I would have liked to have seen. Looting system needs a rework. Countries would go to war for more than just conquest. Oh, absolutely. Expansions should be more extractive. Yeah, so what I think is that, like, wealth should get stored in locations, and then you should, like, seize it. And, like, really high dev locations, maybe you should just have uber high amounts of wealth, and then, like, the dev, like, goes down if you just seize all the wealth. This type of thing. Coring in EU2 and 3 was passive. Yes, but the conquest was more about just expanding, like, with your stacks and stuff. That's what I meant. In real life, leaders didn't have complete power over the nation and didn't play optimally. Boy, did they try to, though. I'm not sure we have so much money, I'm not sure what we're supposed to spend it on. Yeah, that's nice modifiers. They should make a corruption national value that increases with less control and a national counterweight to expansion. To some degree, I think complacency is supposed to be something like this. They could do that. I think that if they did that, a bunch of people would complain because people don't want that. So I don't think they're going to. Bureaucracies for European nations is pretty strong. It's not until the late game, though. The whole idea was core that they were really your core lands and developed, and the rest were still in the process of integration. Yeah. Why do you have one gov reform? We're saving it for the naval one. Harbor admin. But to be fair, don't have options that we really like. One of them's going for a harbor admin. I think that the other one might be going for bank ledger system, so we don't want to have to slot them out later. Well, eventually we would replace bank ledger system, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. Plus one cap seat and 10% tax efficiency before entrenchment seems busted. Why do countries can't invest in banks? That would give purpose for banks instead of useless pop consumers. What I really hate is you can't do anything about them. They're just there forever. You, like, can't interact with them. I hate the fact that you can't destroy foreign buildings. Yeah. It's just like, I honestly... Maybe we'll install a mod that just removes them from the game, because they're literally... the experience of banks in game, like... So taking loans is bad. So it's not like you're borrowing money and then you're doing the loan thing and then you're interacting with them because they're financing you or this type of thing. Taking loans is just bad. And, like, they don't have land, so you can't enforce war goals on them very easily. Like, you can subjugate them if they're, like, co-belligerents in a war or something like this. But it just, like, feels awkward. They're not annexable. You can't destroy their buildings. You, like, there's so many axes upon which you can't interact with banks, and they're just, like, frustrating. Like, I'm never like, wow, this, like, play experience was really elevated by the presence of banks here. This is great. Like, it just, like, doesn't happen. And so, yeah, maybe I'll install a mod that just gets rid of banks. Because, like, it comes up so infrequently that, like, they're frustrating. But the only time that, when they come up, they're only ever frustrating, and it's never like, wow, this is engaging in a way that's interesting or challenging. It's just like, wow, this is annoying, and, like, I don't think this should be a thing. Wealth looting, reducing development comment is really funny, because that's exactly how it works in Mayu and taxes. That's crazy because the part of the team, like a big chunk of the team, if I recall correctly, is like from Mayu and taxes. So that they wouldn't have it work like that is... You can gift 5 times the culture opinion for later expansion if you have lots of money. Yeah, this is probably what we're planning on doing. I don't think we're there just yet. I don't think we have so much money that this is where we're in. We were really hoping to get these guys for free. Oh, these guys break... No, this is Ferrara. Like, do these guys break alliance with us? We are generating a ton of favors on them. Positive opinion, current strength. Diplo rep. Diplo rep we can manipulate. You know, maybe we should have just, from the start, tried to get these people rather than, like, rivaling up Pisa or whatever. We could unrival them. Just like, the paradigm is within your own culture before you have subjects. You can actually get the free subjects by expanding in this way. How do I change laws on the Patriarchate? I forget exactly what the UI looks like. Is the Florence Italian flag you find the most interesting? I actually don't think I've seen it. We're mainly playing Florence because I haven't played as Florence before. It's from the Emperor and it's always been insane. 10 years, minus 1% control. That's not too bad. 10 years of this is kind of okay. I just don't remember seeing it. Feel the same way about Banks IRL. I kind of think that banks, like, don't do their fucking job, and then we bail them out. Banks should be, or like, I don't know, if something's too big to fail... The US used to have, like, state-run banks, and those banks also used to operate as, like, a postal service, and it actually made it cheaper and more efficient to deliver the mail. And, like, also, you would offer financial services in a way that was, like, service-oriented rather than speculative. The fact that is that, like, the profits from the bank are privatized, but their losses, or when they collapse and all this type of stuff, is borne by the public, because they're, like, too big to fail. Or an essential institution, and like failing is exactly how you get the benefits of like capitalism and competition and this type of thing, is that the weak things die, right? The things that take too high risks and then they lose all the money, those things just die. And so the banks that do that like should have gotten punished in 2008 and then they didn't. And, yeah, I think there's a good chance that it would just be better if they were state-run. Also, like, like, any industry where the central government feels compelled to, like, step in if that industry, like, goes on strike should also maybe be national. So, like, the railroads. That's a hot look, maybe, though. I can think of at least one other government that nationalized the railroads. Regali's worth it. Heavy ships took a nerf. I don't have a big enough sample size on this, but I've been trying to test. The limited amount I do makes it feel like you still just want heavy ships always. But it's pretty limited, so... I need to get a bit more looks on this. The issue, or one of the, like, a substantive issue has been that, Like, usually it's just decided by who has an overall advantage in numbers, and usually you shouldn't, like, as a player, you shouldn't take really close naval engagements, I feel like, and so I haven't had an opportunity of having, like, a close naval engagement. Banks not doing their job, and then we bail them out seems like an accurate simulation, yeah. Well, I was talking about real life up there. Like, in game, they're useless. I mean, they, like, give you loans, but, like, you can... There are a ton of banks in the United States that are run by, like, the state. And I don't mean, like, the state, the nation. I mean, like, state, like, the state jurisdiction. So, like, Nevada-owned banks, Arizona-owned banks, so this type of stuff. And they actually have generally pretty good outcomes relative to, like, the private banks. And so, like, I'm a big fan of, like, whatever's working empirically, like, do that. This whole, like, being married to something for ideological reasons is stupid. Like, there's a lot of things where if the government provides it, it's going to provide it in a really stupid way. Like, if the government were to say, okay, no more pizza chains, okay? The government is going to do pizza. Papa John's, fuck you. We're doing the pizza. And then there was only one type of pizza. The government made it, and the government, it didn't matter how much money they lost. They were just going to do their thing. And this type of thing, we'd probably get really shit pizza. Because it'd just be what one person thinks is good pizza. So we'd get like a bunch of, oh, who should I throw under the bus? Who would get the most upset? We would get a bunch of like New York style pizza that would just be like ass instead of getting deep dish. There we go. We offended a ton of people. And when in reality, like, there should be more deep dish places, or Detroit style or whatever, but New York style pizza, nah, forget about it. And, just the government being like, we're only going to provide one thing. So, like, for consumer goods, boy, oh boy, does, like, the government, like, running it, like, really suck balls. And when they provide a really bad product, they can just go under, right? Well, the government keeping it afloat, it's inefficient, the taxpayers paying it for it. So when you want to buy the pizza from the government, you pay for it. And when you don't want to buy it and they lose money because their pizza tastes like butt, then you still pay for it because it's paid for, like, by the U.S., like, taxpayer in order to stay open. The U.S. has railroads? Yeah, there's the real joke. Yep. Credit unions superior to banks? Yep. You know a ton of banks in the U.S. that don't commit massive bond fraud and giving bad loans. Yeah, like, the thing is, I mean, I'm like a single issue voter. I only care about one thing, and that's, like, Citizens United. Getting the money out of politics. Because literally everything bad flows from that, and we just, like, basically have an oligarchic, like... Actually, at this point, it's not even oligarchic, it's kleptocratic. And so, like... government, and the only thing that should matter to, like, anyone who cares about anything is, like, making it so that, like, every single policy that gets passed isn't just, like, blatantly in favor of, like, the ownership class, like, in an unambiguous way. I agree with some things the government does better, like railroads, schools, hospitals, while private market is better at producing clothes, pizza. Yeah. Like, a good example is, like, the U.S. Postal Service. It's so asinine when people bring up the U.S. Postal Service and they're like, the U.S. Postal Service, like, loses money. It's supposed to lose money. It's a service, dog. Like, the point is that they deliver the fucking mail everywhere. And the fact that they're break even or whatever at all is, like, a blessing or what have you. But it means that people can communicate, like, with each other. And that's a good thing. Like, the U.S. Postal Service, there are people who have addresses that are in the Grand Canyon. Like, I don't mean, like, on the side of the Grand Canyon, like, overseeing the Grand Canyon. I mean, like, down the canyon. And the U.S. Postal Service will deliver mail and parcels to them. And they do it with a freaking donkey. Okay, the person who's getting mail delivered to their house by a donkey, there is no way that is plus EV. There's no way that the person who sent him a letter with, like, a 39-cent stamp so that the donkey has to walk his ass for, like, 2 hours down a hill and then back up or whatever for this one dude's house or what have you. Maybe there's a ton of houses down there. I really don't know that much about it. But the point is they're delivering mail on donkeys. There's no way that that's, like, positive. But the entire point is that you provide it at a loss because you've decided that you want to provide this type of thing because you think that the overall welfare of the nation is improved by having a mail service that delivers to everyone. So you do the thing. Alright, we're done improving relations. And there's a ton of things like that. They're like, it's not necessarily provided by the central government, but like police, fire, us having a military, like the Coast Guard, a bunch of these like the FDA type thing. The FDA doesn't make money. Like every regulatory industry is not a for-profit thing. I saw a pic of someone who had a bank as a vassal who's siphoning income from it and gaining insane amounts. Yeah, I think that's like an exploit. But yeah, you can vassalize them if they're like... I don't think you can like declare a war to vassalize them, but like if they're in the same war as you, you can have part of your like thing be vassalizing them, so... Oh. How are we supposed to play this? We could integrate it all ourselves. We could create subjects. We could create subjects so the subjects can integrate stuff. If we think about that, maybe Romangan is too small for us to do ourselves, and so we would want to release this OPM, so this makes it so that we'd want to integrate this province. And then we'll integrate Siena ourselves eventually or whatever. We're still trying to get Siena on board here. Maybe this will help? Forgot if that helps or not. We could still increase trust by quite a bit. I think we have a parliament soon? Yeah. Oh yeah, 5 months. Everyone get pineapple pizza, not like this. In terms of upsetting everyone. Wow, I'm triggered. That's a terrible argument because Papa John's already sucks balls. Papa John's was good before they got rid of the guy who looks like a fucking cherry tomato. Not that I'm a fan of that guy, like, personally or whatever. But that guy made way better pizza. The downside of government services is that there are significant bad actors who seek to undermine its effectiveness. Well, I think they will tend to be less efficient. But in instances where there's, like, perverse incentives, like the bank, by virtue of being such that you feel that you cannot allow that bank to die, gets a perverse incentive where their approach to risk from, like, a game theory perspective is just wildly inappropriate. Canada makes a serious bang from their government alcohol stores and cannabis recreational dispensaries. So I guess if you wanted to syntax something, it might make more sense to have that as a government, but like a government thing, and to regulate it better. If it's otherwise too expensive to institute government oversight over the thing, I think I'm not a fan of that, but that is a way to regulate the industry really tightly. Is just say we're the captain now. But you're talking about making serious bang from their government alcohol stores. But you could, just to be clear, you could have alcohol stores, regular alcohol stores, and charge tax. But maybe enforcing that is difficult or something like this. Citizens United is old news, my dude. Supreme Court ruled that political parties can spend directly and unlimited on campaigns. We're the next level. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. The issue is that the corporation's spending money in politics. Maybe the dumbass shouldn't live in the fucking canyon, though? Yeah, that's true. That's fair. Exclam mods. We are playing with the... We could maybe show it. And then I could kind of catch up during the load screens and show everyone what mods we're playing with. Oh, can we open the mod menu here? No, this is like, okay. That's part of the construction manager. Or it's part of the community mod framework. Sounds like they should pay a disproportionate cost of mail delivery to their poorly located home. So you could have the same type of argument with roads, right? Which is that if people put roads in bad locations, this is what we're playing with. Community mod framework, construction manager, no road requirements, better maritime presence map mode, smart taxes. The fact that we have roads improves our infrastructure and allows all businesses to run better. Businesses solicit people, businesses will mail people, businesses benefit from having access to people through the mail. Businesses benefit from having road access to various locations. The government pays for roads. If we didn't have roads, we would all just be like... I feel like I don't need... It's almost patronizing to, like, try and explain, like, why roads are, like, important, right? And you have a similar type of thing as it relates to mailing, where at a certain point, everyone having access to the thing, rather than nitpicking and trying to charge people individual things for this and letting people opt out if they have a charge that's different, like, leads to issues. Because if you're a mailman and you're delivering a street for the U.S. Post, so first of all, it allows you to regulate postal service stuff better as well. But if a mailman is delivering on a street and 10 people pay for the service and then 10 people don't, he has to go down that street anyways. Right? So when you have someplace that's maybe a little bit out in the boonies, and then one person pays, do they now pay the cost of what it would be if the other 10 people there had bought in? So the first person to buying in now has to pay for the entire trip because the other ones don't buy in? Right? Or you could just force all 11 to accept the service or provide service to all 11 instead. So you would never have, like, initial adopters, and then you would have basically these rural areas that are completely disconnected from the rest of the nation without, like, a postal service. Much in the same way you would have, like, these, like, areas with no roads that are just, like, it's almost like they're not a part of the country. Like, it connects things in a way that is valuable. Healthcare loses money. Healthcare is complicated because, like, there are weird and perverse incentives. Like, insurance. The entire insurance industry, all insurance, has perverse incentives from the perspective of they benefit from just not paying you out. And they're incentivized to avoid paying you out as much as possible. To take your money for years and then just not pay you when you want to use their service, right? Military can be wildly profitable. They just need to relax the morals a little. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, well, the state, I don't think, is seeing the benefit of this, but we've been seizing stuff. A little piracy against Venezuela. So you propose filling up the Grand Canyon with concrete? Absolutely. It irks me when the government inefficiency is pointed out not for rationalizing critical industries like healthcare. It's a hell of a lot better than not doing it at all. I'm not even convinced, like, healthcare would be... healthcare is, like... The fact that insurance, like, has perverse incentives, and hospitals have perverse incentives, and pharmaceutical companies have perverse incentives, makes it such that it's not even clear to me that, like, if you look at how much people who have medicine paid for, like, single payer, like, medicine by the government type of thing If you look at the amount that they pay per person and their life expectancy, they do way better than the United States. The United States pays like a shitload and has poor life expectancy and has poor medical outcomes. And there's a bunch of like perverse incentives where like the pharmaceutical companies, the companies that design drugs are disincentivized from curing you of things. What they're incentivized to do is basically just get you on a permanent like subscription to a drug. Right? It's like not getting physical discs for video games anymore, and instead signing up for like live service type thing, where it's designed to extract as much as from you as possible to stay alive. So like curing a disease is not as lucrative as just treating it for the rest of your life, and so they are incentivized to invent drugs that do not cure things, but instead just like are subscription drugs, and this type of thing. We're gonna have this rev pop soon. It pops in the... Where is it even gonna pop? We're gonna get plus 50 satisfaction when this pops. So we want to pay satisfaction here. Our emergency grant gives us like nothing. So I think we do a reduction here. Oh, I'm fucking stupid. We have our parliament. I should not have just done a reduction right there. Whatever. Let's let this pop and then do our rev. Because we'll get plus 50 satisfaction. Yeah. Oh, I hate that this unslots our shit, man. We lost both the coastal things, so we're gonna need, in order to be able to push naval, we're gonna actually need some of this. I think we're actually... We could put this down, or we could call our thing. Oh, we could pay with the clerical one. Let's pay that way. Let's pay that way. Stockpile them. Unfortunately, losing pops in this exchange. We want to do this so we can actually roll some potential parliaments. Looks like it's all over. Let's do this, and now we can roll naval infrastructure. And then... don't want to lose the research progress. It's not the end of the world, but it's actually the only way we get to click the button, huh? What's this policy changing us to? Instead of... We could just do this and then pass it. Feels bad. What an awful parliament. Oh, this didn't go away. They changed that. They fixed that. That's so nice. That's so refreshing. My hotkey is broken. Do we just not have good stuff to spend this on? I think we want the merc contracts eventually, and I think we want inherited offices eventually. I wish we could use this more productively right now. I feel like it's super dead. Because we're trying to go individualism. Like, everything just gives us a push in the wrong direction, basically. No labor on Sunday is kind of an intriguing one. I just think it's bad, though. We probably have something useful in here. Yeah, the progress towards conciliatory is alright. And then... Heritage offices is a better rate. Nice. 5% income from minting, and then this guy's actually good too. Almost all the people allowed to live down there are Native American tribes. I don't think we should penalize them further by charging them more to live on their own ancestral land. That's like more complicated. I didn't realize that that was the case. Healthcare in general does not lose money for you, but keeps pops as functional workforce you tax. Yeah, I mean, like, I think education, like, technically loses money, but what you get from, like, having everyone be educated is incredibly valuable. That's gonna be nice, rolling that for us. What we really need is to get this guy into a battle and have him get a naval trait, and then we could get up to 50 and slot in our thing. If we want to pay for reparations, it's more efficient than subsidizing the mail service. But mail service is like, the point is that it connects everything. The point is the positive externalities you have by connecting the country is like really valuable. And if you have like, if a town crops out up in the middle of nowhere, you would never get any sort of like, they would just stay isolated forever if you did not go out of your way to provide the mail. But providing the mail allows you to, like, we would have literally just stayed on the East Coast and never done any occupying of the middle, like, if it were possible to, like, get mail service, you know what I mean? Like, going, or it'd just be like, it'd be slow as molasses. Just like roads don't, like, you could have a road system where the people who travel on the roads most are the ones who pay for the roads. You could have every road be a toll road. This would slow down commerce. I was watching a video about how high-speed Chinese rail are losing billions every year because 80% of the routes aren't profitable, but the government eats the debt because they want to see it as a public good. Yeah, this is exactly what I mean, and by doing that, they help to connect the rest of the country. Like, China is incredibly rural, in terms of its overall land. The coast is incredibly urbanized, and they have a bunch of, like, infrastructure projects going, like, inland, and they're trying to effectively connect, like, the inland portion of China to the rest of the country. And they're gonna eat a big fat loss for a while. And whether or not it's not worth it is gonna be, like, kind of a little bit of a thing, but it allows, like, their country to be, like, way more unified and extend over, like, its entire mass in the way the US kind of is. To be fair, like, you still have things where, like, it's a flyover state or whatever, but, like, they're still all connected. Tax is just a percentage of spending. Healthcare is the most first world countries is the highest expenditure. People decide the government should work for them, and it is basic right. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's not as much about it being a basic right. It's that it's more efficient when it's provided by the government, like, per the data. Like, people pay more for... like, if you look at the health care costs in the United States, they're absolutely enormous. Right? and people pay more for worse service, and it seems to me that this is caused by perverse incentives that are structural to the industry. If that makes sense. Like, the fact that insurance is incentivized to never pay you out when you have an issue because they just make more money if they keep it, or that pharmaceuticals want to have you on subscription drugs rather than actually curing you. Whereas if the government's paying for it, the government, like, is incentivized to actually proactively keep you healthy. Instead of, like, the healthcare industry in the United States is incentivized to make you sick so that it can make money treating you and keep you sick at the same time. That is what they are incentivized to do. Now, I'm not saying that this is like a conspiracy or that this is actively their intent or this type of thing, but they just make more money when that is the case, right? Whereas if it was done by the government, even if the government sucks balls at it, the government doesn't have that incentive. It's kind of like saying roads are not profitable if you don't pay to use them. I mean, they're not directly profitable, but yeah, that's exactly my point. It's just shoulder the cost could allow a cheap movement of people. That's why America will never build something similar. Well, I mean, America... I don't think that's the case. America has, like, is not necessarily going to get a high-speed rail. One of the problems is when you already have rail, like, the benefit you get from making that rail high-speed rail, like, is much more marginal. There's already railroads in the United States, but generally speaking, late adopters when there's better technology around just tend to have better things. But the construction of the Erie Canal was done by the New York State government, for example. That was a huge undertaking. I think it's the Erie Canal, the one that connects New York to the Great Lakes system, and like made New York like the trade capital of like North America, rather than like without Lake Erie connecting all the Great Lakes, or sorry, without the Erie Canal connecting all the Great Lakes to trade that is in Europe or anywhere else, you would go either through, I forget what city it is in Canada that's like that way, but like you just go overland through there rather than going New York, or you'd have to go the entire length of like the Mississippi or whatever. I think the Mississippi connects. But like the US has absolutely had massive government projects, just not like recently. Florence is great, but I don't like unique advances. I prefer Ferrara or Pisa. Improve relations early is kind of nice, as is the diplomats. That's nice. It was okay. It's starting to get a little bit late. The Silk is kind of late to the party, but Ferrara's decent. Alright, Pisa. We do like export efficiency. I don't know. I think I like Florence's content better. I think this is one of the best advances in the entire game. You start out with it. But if your argument, and also this is really strong, but this is super late, but you get this, so you get more minting and pretty good rate on satisfaction. And then you get access to this. So governments shouldn't be for-profit organizations. Yeah, but nobody like wants government sponsored, or like no one wants government-run pizza joints. Like even if unless for taxpayers to be okay with government-run pizza joints, the government-run pizza joints would have to be in the black, making money, and effectively decreasing taxes. Like, no one wants to pay extra taxes so that there's government-run pizza places. Governments have to live in a real fiscal universe. I mean, governments provide a ton of, like, services that they like, lose money on. Like, firemen. Like, which incidentally, one of the reasons why that's a shit service to provide privately is because there's perverse incentives, first of all, because if someone gets money for every fire they put out, what are they incentivized to do? And there's also a free rider problem in that in order to keep your neighbor's house safe, like I have a next door neighbor over there. If the firemen are paid by him but not by me, and my house lights on fire, guess what the firemen have to do in order to keep his property safe? They got to put out the fire on my house because otherwise it's just going to spread. So, you know. We are taxing as much as we can. Getting way more from the burgers. Everyone knows that roads should be private, thus increasing the value of the stock market by efficiently extracting wealth from the economy. Yeah, I think that infrastructure tends to create positive externalities, so the government should tend to provide infrastructure. I don't think I wouldn't be a fan of banning toll roads, though. I think toll roads should be allowed. When private companies do it, they do not provide such an excellent service, in my opinion, that people prefer toll roads to, like, there just being a government-owned road. But if there's choices between toll roads or no road, they will like the toll roads. They're like, hey, this is nice. This is nice. I think we're going to go for this just to get rid of some of the Paris stuff, but also to take a little bit of a peek. Yeah, that's not worth clicking for us, I don't think. We should have our cooldown on this guy, actually, though. Yeah. So that should also end the disaster for us. Which has been, dare I say, disastrous, except not really. It's actually given us some good events. Maybe we should just keep it around, but we kind of don't like all this negative output efficiency. Like, we kind of think our economy would maybe look better if the number kind of one thing we're producing worked better. 20 stab and Republican tradition. We don't care about Republican tradition. The Medici becomes our new consul. We care about fucking content. So we're gonna click the content button, even though this is ass relative to this. We click the content button. Let's go! De Medici. De Medici. Does he have a bad trait? Oh wait, we gotta put... I was like, why are we gaining less? There we go, gotta keep that up. I don't think we want to deck on Naples. So at this point, I think we're going to start making a spy network on someone who is in the other faction and try and do something about this. Roads could be made privately, but more people having roads is profitable for all of us. Similarly, living in a place with literature, educated people has positive externalities. Crazy you don't have to remove the flashbang smoke effect at game start when you reference the flashbang so much. I can't reference it if I remove it, don't I? I actually think that that's hilarious to call it the flashbang. I hope they don't, like, fix it. I love the flashbang. Also, you build social cohesion. That's also how you build a country. Yeah, like, otherwise, like, if the East and West Coast were, like, completely, like, separate from each other, then they would just, like, actually want to be separate countries. There's, like, intangibles here, too. I don't think the U.S. government will take on debts on that scale for public service. They're incentivized to have a reputation for paying out when necessary. There are moderating effects. Yeah. In my opinion, health insurance has a reputation for not really paying out, and underpaying out stuff and dragging its feet on stuff. So I actually don't think that that incentive is strong enough for... I know of no healthcare company who has a reputation for being, like, paying out a lot, and I know, like, several which have, like, a reputation for being fucking annoying about it. Not that I think you would ever really develop a reputation for paying out a lot, because when people are vocal, it's when something, like, doesn't work as intended, but, like, I have heard, like, horror stories of, like, absolute insano dragging of feet, because, like, even if you're planning on paying out slower effectively allows you to, like, accrue interest on money. It's so asinine. It's like people who complain about having to pay for a school for other people's kids. An educated populace is better for everyone, yeah. Reliable mail is better for everyone. We should find a way to get everyone to pay a little bit of everything. Then if there was a system where we could take inspiration from or have a precedent that works, if only. If only. Yeah, but I mean, like, the idea is, like, taxes are an aggregated thing. But the issue is, like, I'm a big fan of freedom, and people being able to pay for what services they get is important to me. So the government has to be better at supplying the thing, whether it's incentives or whether it's externalities, than private industry for it to, like, make sense to me. But, like, there is instances where that's the case, like lighthouses. We do the lighthouse example all the time, though. The definitive book that anyone with an opinion on this should read is Governing the Commons, The Evolution of Institutions of the Collective Action by Eleanor Ostrom. Yeah, so the lighthouse is what's referred to as a non-excludable good. When you plop down a lighthouse, you can't prevent people from benefiting from the lighthouse, because the lighthouse prevents you from shipwrecking on the rocks. You don't have a way to extract money from the people, so that means that lighthouses will always be underfunded relative to the service they provide. So, they are efficient, though, so the government should provide lighthouses, right? Because you make commerce safer. When you make commerce safer, you make insurance on shipping vessels cheaper. When you make insurance on shipping vessels cheaper, you make all goods and services that require shipping cheaper for the common people. So the common people pay for that lighthouse, but it, like, on the net, the amount by which it makes their goods cheaper is sufficiently large to offset that fact. And so, like, that's an example of something that, like, only the government can provide that, because if you wanted private industry to provide that, the shipping, the firms that are doing the shipping just wouldn't pay for the lighthouse, so you wouldn't get as many lighthouses as you should get, because why would they pay for the lighthouse when they could just see the light anyways? So this is an example. Anything that is a non-excludable good, for example, defense spending, you could have the idea that people pay into private militaries to defend the nation. The problem is when there is an army that defends the nation, that's going to provide that service regardless of if I chose to pay into it or not. So if you made the army opt-in only, no one would pay for it, and then there would be, like, it would be underfunded. You have a free rider problem. It's not an excludable good, because you're either defending the country or you're not. You don't say, hey, you know what? Like, you can invade the country, but only these people's houses. Any funky plans for this one? No, nothing funky yet. I get that people complain about paying for other people's kids to go to schools if they don't get subsidies when they teach their own children. The public system is terrible. The public system... evidence seems to suggest that when you allow private schools, this actually makes the public system worse. And the public systems tend to be better when you don't allow private schooling. Because then that means that people who actually have money start to give a shit about public schools. The way public schools is funded is also just very... I think everyone should just get the same quality education. The way the public schools are funded are based on property tax, so funding is just absolutely ass for, like, low-income areas. And I think that people should, like, there should be, like, equality of opportunities and then pure meritocracy, basically. But the kids don't have an opportunity... Kids need an opportunity, like, for that, like, meritocracy, right? So, like, yeah. You get better outcomes. In terms of public education, if you ban private schools. Okay. If we make this vassal, the problem is we will not have a chance of doing this. This may be just the uberest of pipe dreams, though. We are getting more favors with them, though. Is there an ally? I mean, we're just gonna annex this guy because we have, like, the diplomats. Kind of feels weird, man. Wait, we're gonna grab the institution spread. And then let's do Dev Province. We don't care about conversion speed. Or artist salary. Oh, baby. Every time I see one of these guys, I just immediately want to... I just go feral. I know it doesn't even do anything for us. I guess to some extent we're just, like, going suboptimal. I think deving Florence is probably suboptimal, but I kind of want to do it. They'd rather you die than be cured at their expense and then market to new customers, restart the cycle. Absolutely. They're legally obligated to make companies' choices to the benefit of shareholders. Yeah, fiduciary responsibility is kind of a weird vibe. And so when you have a fiduciary responsibility that makes you do, like, weird things that are, like... when people's health, ignoring that is, like, your fiduciary responsibility, that's kind of a fucking... Maybe that system's not so good, you know? Like, maybe we could go back to the drawing board a little bit on this one. I don't think we're supposed to... The market is sufficiently not us that I don't think we're supposed to collapse prices here. We're just supposed to take it on the chin and upgrade our things to urban and cry a little. So, Journalist, is victory on hold for you because you're waiting for a patch or because of YouTube numbers? It's a big part of it's like YouTube numbers. I just get like twice as many views on EU5 stuff. Also, like, I feel like at this point I almost have to like relearn Vic 3. I think I relearn Vic 3 really quick if I play it, but like the numbers weren't anywhere near as good. I was so happy when I saw Parliament buttons to pay for reforms the first time. EU4 having bribe one per location was so bad. Bribe per location, that sounds tedious. I don't have much EU4 experience though. I'm gonna rival these guys out, I think. Spy strength is 10. That's kind of nice. Will that put us over the breakpoint to 40? Looks like maybe not. Despite some minor hangups, this is my favorite version of the game so far. I agree. I think this is my favorite patch so far as well. I do have like some things I disagree with, but like... still favorite. I guess we go Rise to the Nobility to get a little bit more tax. And then university. And then we go banking, probably. Problem with healthcare is that the majority of the money goes to the elders. I mean, I think that there's, like, an asymmetry of, like, healthcare needs. Like, older people tend to need more healthcare. But, like, there is a certain point where, like, people don't like this conversation when it's, like, well, people don't like this conversation whether or not it's insurance or what, but, like, at a certain point, like, you could keep someone alive, but it becomes increasingly expensive, and, like, you should not keep people alive at all costs always. Like, at a certain point, like, there's triage, but people get really uncomfortable with the entire discussion around, like, what's the value of a human life? Like, it just makes people they do not want to have that conversation. They don't want to have it if they want to have it, and if they don't want to have it, boy, do they really not want to have it. So, that is tough. There are for-profit companies that provide the mail, not to the middle of fucking nowhere. And, like, usually they provide the mail service in a particular way, and it's generally parcels, rather than, like, actual mail. Like, letters mail. Public mail is essential. Private companies can go out of business, deny service to remote areas. U.S. mail cannot. Yes. Being able to design, like, the thing is like, you connecting the country is the thing that you value to the extent that you're willing to eat the loss of providing to isolated areas, and then the U.S. Postal Service has been in black, I think, or I don't know if it's in the black, but they make money. They definitely make money on areas that are not as rural or whatever. Every road being a toll road was one of the main reasons for the economy not growing in medieval Europe. Yep, there we go. Your description of how you want coring to work, sounds virtually the same as how control works. Yeah, I do think that there should be kind of a little bit of an overlap in terms of how those things work. You could go down the river to New Orleans. Yeah, not sure how usable it would be, but you could train levies if you merge them with regulars and get reduced damage. I don't think you want to have a bunch of raised levies at peace. That's interesting, though. The real fun of U.S. healthcare is that we have to pay a boatload in taxes and subsidies and have to pay private insurance. Yeah, there's, like, another thing that's, like, maybe controversial that I think is that patents on drugs should maybe just not be a thing. So, just to be clear, a patent on a drug is an enforced monopoly. You are diverging from the philosophy of capitalism of competition by creating an enforced monopoly for the reason, and there's a good reason for doing it, right? Which is that you think that it encourages innovation, right? By incentivizing companies. However, a lot of these drug companies have the incentives to create drugs that just treat symptoms and don't actually cure disease or whatever. So I think there's some perverse incentives. But okay, they are probably going to do the thing. They are probably going to be better at treating symptoms than the U.S. government. The U.S. government provide the service. However, it's unclear to me that, like, the deadweight loss that's caused to society by virtue of doing something that's anti-competitive, because whenever you have monopolistic power, this creates deadweight loss to society, okay? It's unclear to me that this is less than the inefficiency that would be created if the government instead funded its own research for drugs and just didn't have monopolies on drugs. Like, the US government decides, hey, maybe we should invent insulin, because that's how you do that. You know what thing's going to happen already. This isn't how it works. Research is incredibly, like, inconsistent, but, like, you say ahead of time because you have a crystal ball, we're going to invent insulin, and they invent insulin, and then there's no patent on it ever. Fundamentally, like, it's always a little bit interesting that, like, the people who like the capitalism, they like it when the companies are making gobs of cash, but they don't like it when it when it prevents the companies from making gobs of cash. Which, like, patent is patents in general also, but I think patents are a little bit, yeah. The patents on drugs specifically is what I'm talking about, but patents in general are also anti-competitive. But it's like, it's an enforced monopoly. And the thing is in some instances, I think this encourages a lot of creativity, but when the instance for innovation, or when the incentives for innovation are perverse in some way, then it's not clear to me that you shouldn't just fund innovation, like, from the government. I'm not sure whether the government would do it better just by funding studies in this type of thing. That's like an empirical question. The canal, oh, I'm so far behind. Canal's what made the Midwest what it is. It allows goods to ship to the east via Chicago, Detroit, instead of having to go all the way down the Mississippi. Far too much regulation and consumption. A lot of the Midwest would not have been able to become the industrial powerhouse without canal and railroads. I live on the East Coast and we have okay rail. I'd love expansion down the East Coast. Going up and down the coast is probably, like, one of the better places to start. We can grab our CB now. Just kidding. Vassalizing Siena possible? I think theoretically, but not right now. But maybe once we get a little bit of Dipper rep, and maybe even once we annex this, we can, yeah, for these good dealsies. There used to be for-profit firemen. I'm familiar with Crassus. They're absolutely awful. Yep. They're in the United States. There used to be them, but the original fire brigade was for-profit. It was from Crassus. What they would do is they would come to your house as it was burning down, and they would not put out the fire unless you agreed to sell them the house for pennies on the dollar. And then they'd put it down. They would put it out, and then they had the asset, and they'd rent it back to you. And this is how this is one of the ways where Crassus made a bunch of money. But there's a very clear perverse incentive there, because you're incentivized to start fires so that you can put them out. I love America, but I wish we got things done like China did. Yeah, an important thing to keep in mind that, like, is that also China does have, like, a propaganda arm. So, like, if you're looking at what you see about China on Reddit, they, like, actively have bots and funding to create a narrative that, like, everything's great there. But they also do put a lot of money into infrastructure. They really care about infrastructure. Boy, do they fund that shit. They operate at a big fat loss in a lot of ways on infrastructure. Not just running the infrastructure, but also constructing the infrastructure. They have state-owned enterprises. They have firms that are like private firms in the sense that they compete on the market, but they're owned by the government. And very often these firms just operate at a loss, but they have them in select industries they find important. Construction is one of those industries, which is why they have a massive housing bubble. Yep. Crassus would like a word exactly. Roman dude would buy. Yep. I know of a story in the fire department that contained the fire on an uninsured guy's house. Contained it on the uninsured guy's house. That seems like pseudo-arson, almost, if they, like, intentionally directed it to the uninsured guy's house. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Public roads or private roads are better than no roads. Toll roads are often government-run. I see New York's congestion pricing. Didn't they roll that back? Also, I don't know if toll roads are often government-run, but most roads that are run by the government are not toll roads, at least in the United States. Which I understand that those are two distinctions, but I also just, like, want to emphasize that the government is not doing, like, mostly toll roads. The reason things in the U.S. government versus voluntary in the U.S. historically obscure. Plenty of rural places still have volunteer fire departments and customer-owned electricity companies. That is interesting. There's also private companies that are more profitable. Because they only have the license to do the thing. Yeah, like liquor licenses. Oh boy. Wait. Because they have the only license. Yeah, so like liquor licenses. There would be more bars if they did not finitely restrict the liquor license. I remember when I was younger, because I was an idiot, I wanted to own my own nightclub. And so I actually like investigated this, and this is one of the reasons why I was a bouncer. I was also like a promoter, because I just wanted to do like every aspect of the industry. And one of the aspects of that industry is like liquor licenses are like 7 digits in terms of how much they cost. Like where I live, it's just like obscene. Getting a liquor license is really fucking expensive. And so running a bar running a nightclub, rather, that was unprofitable was almost a little bit hard to do because there was less competition than there ought to have been because of licensing. But bars and restaurants are also shit industries to get into because people, like, a lot of people just want to retire and open up a bar or a restaurant. So effectively, a lot of people just operate at losses, and like there's just tons of competition. So maybe that's even kind of okay. They just added them to the HRE. No. They also have intermediate configurations other than public and private. Makes it harder for experts to have serious conversation trade-offs with the general public. Well, to be fair, I think the general public is like not serious about having a serious conversation either. People like have the perspective, and like if you cite them evidence, they generally don't change their perspective anyways. Like, so it's like kind of a little bit of a wash. One of my favorite things to do is if someone asserts something really strongly is to ask what literature they've read on the topic. Because generally speaking, people have not like read a book about what they're talking about, and it's like kind of a funny setup type thing. I think we actually just want the research speed here for like both of these. So let's just do this and then get bonking, because we were holding back on embracing because we wanted to get outside of the disaster. But I think we want to be able to push naval. I'm trying to think here if like counting house would be better right now. Just because we're so stacked on the one province. Panama canals is also something we're into. We're just gonna go for docks into Bark. I don't know if that's correct, though. It's not like we have land to protect to, but we do want to develop maritime for the purposes of encouraging naval and long-term, and then also for the purposes of trade. I think we're not getting a lot through trade right now. And we're making the most here, or we have the most trade capacity. We are making like 0.1 per trade capacity. It's really just ass until you have maritime presence, and we just don't have very much. I just learned prisoners count for military hedge. Did you know you used to be able to like, scorched earth and like siege stuff, like before release, you used to be able to scorch earth and like siege stuff with the prisoners. It was really funny. On paper, the USA one-time 1% wealth tax on the top 5% would generate massive $820 billion in a single year. That is a lot of money. Did you take the market capital or keep it inside Genoa? I am not going to make a new market for... I don't want to deal with the food apocalypse that happens here, especially because wool doesn't count for food anymore. This is like, there's like 0 food RGOs here. This market will run out of food so fast it'll give you whiplash. The thing I think to do is to move Venice closer and then move Genova further and have like this big like North Italian market type thing that has a little bit better access to Florence. But like also our access is pretty good because we can build more marketplaces because of the plutocracy. Holy buildings costs. I'm a save game when I'm playing, like, every place is no longer profitable. Every place is no longer profitable. Womp womp. Can we get a womp womp for him in chat? Terrible. You hate to see it. Are we not auto-expanding this? Okay, so why is it not building? Oh, it's building other stuff instead. How much pop growth are we getting here? 0.19 from large food stores. That's nice. Nice on 100,000 pops, huh? Do we have... I don't think we have the... Yeah, no, we don't. We just burn these cooldowns. We know insurance doesn't have enough incentive to pay out because ACA had to include an enforcement to make them pay a certain percentage of their income on payouts. Yeah. Like, I think the incentives are an issue. God, why would you ever click the inflation? Actually, to be fair, you maybe want to float inflation to be able to... Maybe we should click the inflation, because if you float enough, you can get the parliament, but... All the companies have incentives to make it more expensive for every other company to operate, that too. Wealth taxes are very detrimental to growth. Inflation does the same, but better. I think that, like, it's a bit bad faith to include wealth. I know you said wealth taxes, but like wealth taxes on people who have $1 billion plus is like a little bit different than just like a wealth tax in general. And the reason for this is the people with that amount of wealth don't actually really pay income taxes ever, because they just they don't actually pay themselves a salary or sell their stock. Instead, they just take out loans against their stock. And also, like at the end of year, if they want to like recomp their portfolio, like where they want to sell some stuff to make a profit, they sell something else at a loss, like, right, so that they never ever make money, and instead they just borrowed against their assets and they get to effectively have income and like basically just get to not pay taxes, right? On the people who have that much wealth, and if there was a system, like if we had VAT tax, like a national VAT tax where at every chain in the production chain, the marginal value that gets added, the thing that buys from them has to pay that marginal value added, and as the consumer, you had to pay the marginal value added, and you passed along every branch of the way. So it just makes everything more expensive. But at the same time, you pay like 10% more on all goods you buy, but there's no taxes anymore. Like this type of thing. That would be like unavoidable. Or if you like tax the corporate profits instead more, have the higher corporate tax rate, that would also be like unavoidable in the same way that, or that would make it so that you can generate revenue in a way that is not avoidable by the way that billionaires avoid taxes in the US. But functionally, they are not paying income tax in the US unless they just feel like doing that, which is not against the rules, but like they don't have much incentive to do that. Right, they're incentivized to just be like, taxes, what are those? I'd really like to be able to get this off, but maybe we just won't be able to. We'll see. Private republic ain't the problem here. State-sanctioned monopolies are. Student loans in Canada are interest-free. Not, yeah, student loans are, like, a vibe, too. Student loans, like, are another instance of, like, a financial instrument that is warped in a not free market way, to the benefit of companies. In that you can't bankrupt on the student loans, so this effectively creates more financial incentives to be like predatory to offering student loans, and I think it really bloats the shit out of like university costs in the US by artificially increasing like demand, and then the people who are on the hook are like the consumer, and like I don't know, 18. If you want to give a loan to an 18-year-old. That for really, really big sums of money, like, Like, it's not necessarily, like, the most responsible group to be giving it to. I don't know. That's complicated because you want education to be accessible. But the thing is like, almost every other developed country actually provides some means of having affordable secondary education. But the US is, like, an exception because, I don't know. I think it's stupid. I think education creates massive positive externalities, so that should be something you're more okay paying for. And I think the fact that we, like, pay for it to 18 and we haven't, like, evolved in, like, decades when, like, it was 18 before, when, like, the needs for more education and more specialized education are so much higher, it's just, like, silly. You can profit from lighthouses, though. You can turn off a lighthouse to provoke a shipwreck and then loot the shipwreck. Big true. Big true. But then you have to know who's coming and if they paid or not. Lighthouses are a bad example because they were historically quite efficient. That's why the book is worth reading. It tells you what is and isn't a good argument for a position you want to take. I mean, I remember economics textbooks using lighthouses as an example. So, I don't... and multiple economics textbooks use the lighthouse as an example. So, I mean, I imagine you could... come up with examples, but I feel like in the typical case that it was not effective based on the fact that they're used as example, like they're used as like the example of the thing in my like experience. They're subject to Bologna. Oh, holy shit, these guys are caked up as hell. That's actually probably why we can't vassalize Siena, just because they got bigger. Maybe we'll try this guy. Merc solved the pirate issue around Somalia. In terms of military, an overseas thing is probably actually a better context for military being useful from private industry, but I don't know why this guy costs half as much as the university. We could build a university or we could hire this man. This man. Since right houses were run by local officials. Whoa, 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 whoa. Were you the one saying the book? No, you were someone else. Public schools in the US are bad because of racism. Yeah, that's like a separate complexity of whether or not public education should be a state-run good. But yeah. Oh, maybe you're responding to me saying that when you don't allow private education, you tend to have better outcomes. You're saying that it's not the presence of private education that's creating that issue. I mean, there's not a lot of countries that disallow private education, so like that's more, the data points have more to do with them than the US, I feel like, but okay. 100% school funding should be equal per child for the whole nation. This is kind of what I think. I think that Joe Schmo and Billy Bank, that Joe Schmo, his kids are not deserving of an inferior education just because the Joe Schmo doesn't make as much money as Billy Banks. Like, the kid has nothing to do with that. The kid was just thrown into that context. And the kid becomes, like, responsible or more responsible for his own actions as he approaches adulthood and his own consequences. But I think kind of fundamentally, in order to have, like, equal opportunities and an equal shake at life, kids need to have equivalent education. And I don't mean equitable education. I mean, like, they need to be provided with the same opportunity. You don't need to necessarily give them the same outcome, but they should have the same access to tools. Stats are pretty clear that systems collapse as soon as minority enrollment crosses 60%. Wait, are you saying minorities just make systems bad? Are you talking about public education in the US? I think that there's like a serious confound there. If you're talking about public education in the U.S. and minorities, are you saying that minorities are the issue? I mean, one of the things is like you tend to places that are like overwhelmingly like white probably tend to also be more affluent on average. There's a lot of poor white areas, but like just on average, based on like racial wealth inequality in the U.S. President Storm, hello. How are we today? Pretty good. If you make a market, you have to develop your wood industry like crazy. If we make a market, we're going to starve to death because there's no food RGOs in central Italy right here. CEOs aren't required to maximize shareholder value. That's the excuse, not the reason. I mean, there's a fiduciary responsibility case between Ford and another shareholder from like I think like the early 20s that set the precedent of fiduciary responsibility. You are like required to make money like legally. 91% market access, big nice. I understand the ideas why banning private school is better for the public, but those private school kids get better outcomes than the public schools. I do not think so. I would have to look into that. I would imagine no. I think that who your parent is like. I would prefer a system where your shaken life is the result of your efforts and your merit, rather than, who your parents are. Right, I'm a fan of like freedom and meritocracy. Idea Factory, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. And one of the issues for me is I would simultaneously like kids to get an equivalent education and parents also to have the freedom to give the kids any education that they want. But I think practically speaking, you get unequal opportunities, not just in terms of the education you receive, but also a lot of jobs are not a consequence of the most qualified person being hired, but instead knowing someone. And when you have wealthy parents, you get a leg up in that regard. You also get a leg up in the sense that your parents tend to be better educated, and what your home life is, and like the vocabulary of your parents and the people who they can introduce you to and this type of thing. All of this is going to inform these various things. I think we go rural noble authority until we push serfdom. It's going to make the nobles happier as well. Yeah, I feel like I wish we did our normal strategy of letting ourselves be at high traditionalism early on. I feel like this isn't quite working. We have to revoke some of these things. I think we revoke partial yield, at least temporarily. Maybe not yet, though. We have a ton of satisfaction on the clergy. We could perform a reduction. Slow down our research speed a little bit. Is that worth destroying 3 of these estate buildings? I don't even know. I'm French, and it's funny to see all you discuss what we call socialism, dirty word in the USA. Yeah, I mean, socialism is like... the people who use socialism as, like, a pejorative, I'd say probably at least, like, 60% of them don't really understand that socialism is just wildly different than communism. Socialism is, like, we like having social programs, and, like, everyone in the US likes having some social programs. Very few people, well, not everybody, but very few people want to get rid of, like, all cops, all police officers. Technically speaking, the military is a social program, right? It's a service provided by the US government. Parents would revolt at the idea of their kids getting a worse education. Okay. I mean, like... you could make a lot of things unequal. You could say that if your last name is Smith, you get cheaper loans from the government, and like your kids do too. And then you could say you've taken that away from the kids, and like that would make people upset who otherwise would have had cheaper loans. That might be true, that like anyone who's currently paying for private education is probably going to be upset if you banned it, because they want to be doing it. Who's the Vic 3 right now? Guy right now? Connor? I hear Connor be brought up a decent amount. Also, for tutorials for beginners, I think I see Hamkits be brought up. I assume it's Connor. I don't really know the streets that well. My understanding is not a lot of content's getting made. Targus still makes Vic 3 content here and there. It's not the problem with healthcare. If you look at the cost of healthcare with a map of doctor wages comparative to administrative costs and corporate medical profits, the answer is quite clear. Your money's disproportionately going in a very specific direction. Are you suggesting that doctors are making all the money? I don't think that that's the case. Doctors do make a shitload of money. There's some issues there where they have like quotas and like there's like gatekeeping where there's financial incentives to make more doctors, but they actually limit the amount of doctors that can be made in particular fields and this type of thing. That's kind of like a separate discussion. I know quite a bit about that because my brother's a doctor. My grandfather was a doctor. Actually, both my grandfathers were doctors. Are you saying we shouldn't keep Mitch McConnell alive at all costs? It's treason then? Yeah. Basically. I had a conversation, or I talked to him this morning. Your money is disproportionately going in a very specific... Gov does a massive amount of drug research via universities that then license the drug to companies. The universities keep the fees, not the public. So the companies are double dipping, not paying for the research, plus making a profit out of it. Yeah, this... I think is a bad outcome. Monopolies on drugs last 7 years. It costs $1 billion to get the drug from inception to FDA approved. If we can bail out the banks, we can buy out the pharmaceutical companies. Research costs. Costs preventing the economic viability with no cost of innovation. California lost $160 billion a year alone in healthcare fraud. Drug development is realistically pennies compared to actual cost. Yeah, I think that government-funded research is kind of underrated. Like, one of the reasons why the U.S. government subsidized all the hybrid vehicles or whatever was to increase research in the private sector and this type of thing. But the private sector just spends less money, less and less money on R&D than before. And, like, if you had instead taken that subsidy and put it directly into developing, like, battery technology, you, like... I'm not saying you would have, because, that's a crystal ball type of question, but you very much could have developed better outcomes, right? Regarding human life, there's an official legal number. In the US, it's a bit over 10 million right now. But even, are you going to price that over the course of the lifetime, or just at all times, like, preventing loss of life is worth $10 million? But yeah, if people are willing to have the conversation, I think that's important for actually, like, making decisions, and people don't like it. Do you think I should go for forming biz in Norway, in the Norway, Denmark, Indonesia run? Probably, theoretically. Biz has got really strong content. I'm so far behind on chat, I apologize. I gotta find a way to catch up. Womp womp, yeah. How did Florence's pop get so few deaths from Black Death? I'm not sure exactly how so few people died there. I think in general the Black Death has seemed less painful. best food apocalypses in colonies, not like this, when they just urbanize everything. I think they've really cut down on the AI's desire to urbanize, which to me is a little insipid because urbanization is strong, so they're just making the AI play worse because it's an annoying outcome to people, but like, that's not a very good reason, is it? Probably already on auto-expand. Let's see how we're doing on food storage now. 0.28. It's coming up at this world. Do we have settlement potentials? We do. Shout out to the Black Plague. Generalists, are you a neo-phalangist or tongue-tongue accelerationist? I don't know, tongue-tongue accelerationist sounds more exciting. You can have small wealth taxes or you can have exit taxes, but not both. The US has exit taxes, so you'd have to repeal them to create a wealth tax that worked. Look, you can do whatever you want. The point is like, people who are hyper-rich in the US don't pay taxes, functionally speaking. Maybe they ought to. Basically, everyone agrees that some variation of VAT is the least bad method. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my opinion tax-wise. I'm a fan of VAT, because you can't dodge it. But the US is determined to have the tax system that just most effectively allows for people to dodge taxes, basically. And then you get, like, And then you get, like, Jeff Bezos complaining that increasing his taxes wouldn't actually generate revenue. And it's like, no shit, if you increase $0 by 100%, it's still fucking zero. Monthly prosperity for 10 years of 0.3 just seems so bananas. We're gonna pass this-ish. We hope, I guess. I had people starving the Caribbean, so I decided we're going to flip one of these provinces to rice. We're going to build 24 levels of rice RGO for you guys. Bastards urbanize it as soon as they are allowed. You hate to see it. If we want to actually pass this doesn't matter, because we're going to need that much anyways. But if we wanted to just do a little bit of a bink... Actually... Do we believe? He's beginning to believe. Pisa and Siena. Yuck. And we'll lose the 10 support. And then we'll try and make this go the rest of the way. We won't click a button now, because if we get another negative event, we could just obviously dodge it. Yeah, regarding lighthouses, perfect example of freshman textbook written by a non-expert, pulling a bad example out of their ass with enough data and context. That's fair, that might be true. I'm just saying, like, me talking to someone from chat and referencing what the chat person's saying versus what I've read in an economics textbook, I'm just going to assume that the economics textbook is a more reliable source, even though it very well might not be. Right, just from, like, my perspective. Which, like, because I also haven't read the book that you're referencing. So, like, I did... Right? Wow, we just, like, have a mono economy of just one province, basically. How profitable would it be for us to add spinners guilds? It's not the worst. It's not very good. What are you spinning with, anyway? Well, yeah. What's the highest dev province? It's this one. This location is ass. With this one, we maybe can make books and paper. I'm not entirely sure that urbanizing stone is even good anymore. Like, stone's like kind of a good one. Actually, let's not do this. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. I'm just thinking, like, in terms of books. It's not really the province we want for books. Because we have access to silk and wool, we kind of want to mix textile places. Second Monitor King. What's an excuse from the government on an issue that billionaires don't pay taxes due to shares/loan trick? Why not do classification of tests for such tax evasions? Well, because the people who contribute most to campaigns are the people who are avoiding these taxes. If you're asking me why, like, the issue doesn't get resolved because that's by design. Same as you cannot make every employee a self-employed businessman and have everyone pay less taxes. So is the version stable? Yes, I haven't crashed in like forever, and I'm using mods, and so, yeah. Maybe they mean the system collapses because the majority pulls out of the system if they perceive too many minorities in it. I mean, I think that sounds like something that's like correlative, and I'd be like curious about like if you control for other variables what like the data set looks like, maybe. Type of thing. Yeah, I think we're into that. The kind of Joe didn't have a poise, but Joe did. Joe should have counted that because his low income, he wouldn't be able to afford an education, so it's immoral for him to have sons. I mean, I think that's like... I don't think the government has a place, like, to tell people whether they should or shouldn't have kids. Like, it's not the kid's fault that Joe decides to have them. Like, the thing where too many women enter a field and men tend to leave and and pay declines in the field. Public education in the US, if you are correct for confounding and tack on changes over time, you end up with racism effect that dominates everything else. Interesting. I did Tribal Slum as Kumai, and now I have 5 Megalopolis. Big nice. Does anyone know which platforms Chatty's reading? Both, but I'm super far behind. I am reading both. I am trying to catch up. I should be skimming over more, but I'm reading too many. Like 20 minutes ago. I think this meant that public schools tend to be more neglected as minorities make a greater percentage. That's not how I read it, but maybe that's what he meant. Rather than what it sounded like when it read. Was it really that delayed? Yeah. He has a habit of reading every single comment, which means he's usually 20 minutes behind. Yeah, no, I need to... This is a streamer skill that I need to get better at, to be honest. Alright, let's click some buttons here. Ah! We don't actually really want this, but... What the fuck, dude? I hate this ish. So dumb. I've insisted that this is something that happens and being told it's not, and it's something that just happens, but they can change what they go for. So before they wanted us to change a different law, now they want us to change this law. Like, it shouldn't change based on, like, what you do. It should just be, like, locked in. Unless you do something that, like, actively bricks the thing, then obviously it should change. But this makes it, like, annoying because of satisfaction reasons we want to leave the parliament till, like, the very end, so we, like, can't do it right away. That's the sequencing thing. It's charming, not like this. It's charming that we read the chat so slow, not like this. I really want to pass this, dude. I really want to pass this. Oh, I actually don't know if this is worth. It might be worth. Like, this might not just be me being stubborn. I just want to have it all. I want to not take the 12 stab hit and go on a shitty law just to get the monthly prosperity. We're not going to do it. Son of a bizzle. We have to declare a war to get a new parliament, though. What's disgusting here is, like, it makes sense for us to get a war just for a parliament. Fiduciary responsibility does not equal maximize shareholder value, saying that is just a way to shut down the conversation about what the decision is made. They use it on analysts all the time when an inconvenient question gets asked. It's like Underpants Gnomes saying profit after leaving out the part where everyone was trying to talk about. I mean, I recall it being used as a means to prevent someone from increasing wages for their workers. So, like, it doesn't mean, like, you can do something, like... It has, like, the decision has, like, some implications, but anything and everything to maximize shareholder value, maybe not. Like, you can't necessarily, you're not incentivized to, like, operate as, like, a private equity company that just squeezes all the value out of your company like a zit with for just playing for next quarter rather than, like, long-term brand or something like this. But, like, I remember it being used in, like, a case to argue that, like, you can't, like, increase wages or something. It's been a hot minute, though. Maybe I'm not remembering. But saying poor people reproducing is immoral is like eugenics with extra steps a little bit, yeah. I don't think the state... yeah, it's... I also think that regardless of what Joe Schmo chose, the kid is not responsible for Joe Schmo's actions in terms of deciding to have a kid. So they shouldn't just be stuck with, like, a shittier lot in life. Or I would like to live in a society where this is not the case, if that makes sense. I want to live in a society that is meritocratic and people are free to do stuff. Old people that hate socialism don't realize the social part in Social Security is the same social and socialism. I mean, I think there's, like, some branding and definitional issues. I think people don't have, like, very often... The U.S., like, discourse is spectacular at having, The U.S. discourse is spectacular at having different definitions for the same words for different groups of people. Because what a lot of people, like, think they're objecting to is, like, often, like, objectionable. It's just not actually what they're objecting to. Yeah, okay. We'll take the innovative. Connor used to upload like twice a week. Now it's like once a month. Really? What happened? That's crazy. Oh, he's probably at uni. I know Connor's like on the younger side. He's probably at university then. And not like trying to full-time it, which is the fucking smart choice. He's saying areas where the administrative overhead exceeds doctor salaries are the places driving up healthcare costs. That seems fair. I think a lot of people attack like how much doctors get paid, and doctors are the ones that have to go to school for 14 years to become a doctor, and they might be like somewhat overpaid, but like a doctor doesn't like make more money or have more wealth than a welder until they're like 55 or some shit. You plot like the overall trajectory of their wealth level. 20 minutes, not like this. Yeah, gotta be trolling, not like this. Let's see. Do doctors even make that much money? They make a shitload of money, but they're like, also, in terms of like, how much education you need to have to become a doctor, it's like, really very unique. And like, you're also... like, not just it taking a long time, but you have to, like, decide that you want to do that and then stick with that for a really long period of time, and that kind of fucking blows, like... Because if you just decide you don't want to do that now, like, all those years at the academy wasted, basically. No. Try to catch up here. Don't know about the US, but in Canada, doctor is one of the best paying jobs. It's really well paying, but like for most jobs you don't have to go to school for like over a decade, so if someone argued that they were overpaid, I wouldn't necessarily like argue strenuously with that, but I would say that they are a really, really poor example of someone who's overpaid. Like there's a lot of people who make a lot of money for like, are they providing a lot of value to society? It's like, I don't know. Why do we have the exclam? Oh, it's so much stab to do this. Government research is important. Basically, everything starts with a government grant. But the grant system is corrupt and broken for tons of obscure reasons. I'd buy that. Like, the thing is like, it's an empirical question whether the government system is more broken than the current, like, private system that has, perverse incentives or something like this, right? Like, one's gonna be more broken than the other. I don't know the answer to this question. I'm just, like, interested in asking it. I was getting inspired to try your roots. Yes. I hate 200 character comments. Yeah. But to be fair, if people could type longer comments, man, I would really never get caught up with chat, huh? It might be the time for us to de-urbanize Luca, actually. I think we want to build up there because it gets a bonus. I think we don't want these two things. And I think we don't want to pay 20 stab to get rid of them. God, I hate this play pattern. It feels so bad. My parents made it through med school and residency with combined 86K in debt, a house, 3 kids in 90s, all paid off within 2 years. That's pretty sweet. But you said in the 90s. Yeah, if I could choose the, like, year to become an adult, I would have chosen the year I was born, probably. Which was 92. Specifically the fall of the Berlin Wall is what I'm thinking. Right after the fucking stagflation crisis in the 80s. What's paying more taxes even going to achieve? More public workers? We want billionaires to not be greedy cunts by giving their money to the government is not a solution. So our conception of how value is created in society might be a little bit different, just in general. And also, what constitutes fair taxes might be different in general. I think that people that have money disproportionately benefit from a lot of the various things that government provides, but the most obvious one, which people just don't talk about or mention, is that the government enforces property rights. When you own something, you own it, but you own it not by virtue of you physically imposing your own violence to retain control of it, but because government provides the service of protecting private property. Bezos doesn't have to hire an army, a private army, because the government protects his property. The value of that service is higher the more property you have. But also beyond that, I think that value gets produced through labor, not by owning capital. Like, and this is like a more broad philosophical belief. And that at a certain point when someone owns enough wealth, Joe Schmo can inherit from Joe Blow $1 billion worth of stocks and never work a day in his life, and then he can have more wealth in terms of buying power than when he started his life with doing literally nothing for society, right? And that's because the system rewards owning capital. Which, by the way, I'm not advocating completely getting rid of, because, boy, capitalism is efficient, so you want the system to reward capital, but I don't think that's how value is created. I think value is created through labor, and if he's getting money, then that means that someone is engaging in labor, and he's getting part of the value from that, which I think he should. I just think that at the current system, it disproportionately rewards people who own capital rather than people who are engaging in labor and producing value. So, I'm not against, on a fundamental system, redistributive systems, but the idea that you... Because I think that I want a system not where the intention of redistribution is empathy or something like this, or humans have a basic right of having XYZ service or this type of thing, so much as I want it to be more meritocratic, and the system is inherently not meritocratic and squeezes money to the top rather than giving people the value of their labor in terms of what they provide for society. I'm 500k in debt, no house, no kids. Most of my peers take 5+ to get out of debt after 12 years of education. Yeah, it sounds about right in terms of the doctor timeline. Okay, so we maybe have a little bit more success with these guys. Is it moral for Joe to have sons because they would have been born in worse positions from the bank guy? What? Having an argument about Joe. Is it philosophy close enough? Godspread, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated, my guy. Another reason why I have to stay caught up is I don't get baboop noises from YouTube notifications. Not like this. And if someone donated or whatever, I wouldn't have seen it. Not like those. I wouldn't have seen it yet. I'm getting there. One day. Alright. Kind of doing okay pushing values. Yeah, we want that to finish. I suppose we could do this afterwards because it's already going to be urbanized. How funny, I have 2 degrees, one in philosophy and CSCI work in developing trading financial software, so it makes sense I like his content discussions. Regarding lighthouses and chat randos, the book is cited as accessible despite being a graduate research monograph. Oh. I maybe write it down and take a look at it, actually. I have to look at your chat log, though. Oh, no, wait, you're on Twitch. The danger of being an hour behind on your chat? Yeah, no. People could be saying the wildest shit. But, I hope you can appreciate where I'm coming from, where, like, practically speaking, I can't, like, read a book while on stream. Where was the name of the book? This is the type of thing I'd be interested in, but I'm also woefully behind on my, like, reading stack. So I'll just kind of copy paste that into Google and take a look at it later / write it down. Last thing I read about taxing really rich people in the US is that it's too complicated and time consuming. Yeah, I don't buy that shit. I buy, like, people being interested in making excuses because the people who pay the bills are the people who would be paying those taxes. Like, we could go to the moon. We could figure out how to tax people. We have created a system that fucking blows for taxing wealthy people because those wealthy people have contributed to the creation of such a system. They have shares in a bajillion things and have expenses and debt. Normal people have income and you tax that. Yeah, you could switch the entire tax system to being on a VAT basis. And then they would not be able to avoid taxes with their companies, because right now it's also kind of ridiculous that Amazon says they don't make money and then they don't pay taxes as a company. Right? And what they do is they, like, they say, oh, we did this was a loss here, and they effectively are creative in a way that they allow themselves to acquire higher and higher valuations in terms of market cap without showing profits on their financials. And then the market valuation is effectively more leverage for which to people to buy loans against, or this type of thing. Did we figure out if it broke the economy with stockpile thing after initial release? No, but I'm so far behind on chat, someone else maybe answered it for you. Sometimes I feel bad for chatting because he'll be even further behind. Truly, it's a Sisyphusian task. Sisyphusian is such a fun word to say. But now I'm starting to skim a little bit more. A lot of people are knowingly wrong and just want to fight. The country is so polarized. Yes. Hi, this is usually a 2,000-year-old problem described by Plato in the Polity. How should society deal with unjust elements and want to exploit everyone? No one has a good answer so far. Perfect is not something you necessarily need to have. You could have better. Like, I believe in consumer protections to help prevent perverse incentives or exploitation or, like, this type of thing. But not... A lot of consumer protections are fucking stupid, but not all of them. I think Europe does a better job of it than the US. Like anyone 50, 60, or older lived through decades of everyone saying on repeat communism and socialism was the enemy. Yeah, but there's definitely people who are up there who, like, understand the difference. Southerners used the term socialism before modern socialism existed. They coined the phrase when they were forced to accommodate freed slaves after the Civil War. God, it's crazy in the US how much stuff just points back to slavery. Like, the, tipping culture was initially kind of created so that you could pay less wages and say, oh, they make money through tips. And people would just tip white people but not African American people. Or this is something I've read anecdotally. I suppose I have not verified it with, like, original sources, but this is what I have read, and, like, it's like, that seemed like a very US thing to do. Like, the initial police brigades were, like, a former, what are they, or some of the original ones were, some of the former, like, slave catcher type people. What's Connor done? So there's two Connors. There's, like, Connor, the Vic3 YouTuber Connor, and then there's Connor, the EU5 modder Connor. You might be getting the two of those mixed up. You're thinking Dodge versus Ford from the 1919. It isn't even a law today. It was only a lever law in Michigan, and it's more complex than presented because it involves activist shareholders. Yeah, I understand that the person who was suing him, like, owned shares in a different car company, and they, like, felt that he was doing something, like, weird, and, like, there was some complexity. But if that's not a thing anymore, it's not a thing. 22 years and 6 hours, nice progress. To be honest, though, like, I feel like I feel like I've underexpanded really hard. I'm not a fan of this progress. Because I want this to be, like, integrating stuff. But, like, the CBs from Parliament didn't quite feel right. And we probably just should have gotten CBs from Parliament on some stuff. I had a buddy going through the residency. It's a scam and a half. A month for Connor uploads was an exaggeration. It's more like once a week or two, but still a fair bit. Yeah, okay, that sounds better. Am I really 69 minutes behind in chat? That's fucking crazy. What? Mitch McConnell on life support making bank. How are you guys chatting so much? I just have to play, or I have to play faster. Not like this. The Bane. I'm also, like, trying to lock in because I think this run could be a lot stronger, and it's not. Pressed on all fronts. US doctors are overpaid, definitely, but US healthcare in general is toxic, cesspool of profit over people. Yeah. Streamers overpaid. I make less than minimum wage, but I also get to play video games, so I don't know. It's a weird thing. When's the min-max blue blob campaign? Is that what people want to see? We're also going to pop off a little when cap economy starts rolling in. How long until our next parliament? God, we got to get our wartime parliament. When did we get Urbino? Oh, I'm stupid. I'm so dumb. I forgot we got... I'm complaining about not having a CB. I forgot we got a CB. God, I feel really stupid. God, that has to be like the stupidest thing I've done in the last 5 minutes. And the person I'm making the CB on, and we're already at war with now. God damn it. Everything about this is awful. Inspiring leader, sure. I'm gonna finish the siege and then grab him. We steal the art. Let's go. We could sell the art. Should we just like become an art thief? That's like such a meme run idea. Who should we make more poor? Austria, maybe? Let's go. Give us those ducats. Wait, did we sell the same work of art to 2 people? I think we did. Pog. Answer for healthcare is anything privatized without nationalized as a backup is always in a perverse incentive. Well, I mean, if you have backup, that's also perverse incentive, right? Because that means... Right? I don't know. I feel like I'm going crazy sometimes, because I feel like I generally prefer the government to not do things, but, like... People are, like, so categorical about some of this stuff. And it's like... Instead of being like, hey, you know what? Like, in some cases this, and in other cases that. But it's really just like, there's also a ton of things that are provided by the government. So that's not even the disagreement. It's just, the objection is no new things provided by the government ever. And it's like, okay. There's also perhaps things that are provided by the government that, like, shouldn't be. I don't exactly have a list for this, but... Streamers are polarized as hell. The overwhelming majority can't survive on it. Yeah, this is... yeah. The outcomes are polarized. 100%. Paying a lot for 20 stab in terms of this. I think, like, long term it's just better, though. But maybe on that thinking, we should be paying for, like, legitimacy right now. Oh, we wanted to do this. Nice. But we have to pass this. And then we can grab this. Oh, we don't have to grab that to pay for shit, because it costs zero. If it costs 0 government power, or if you're at 0 government power, you don't actually pay for that button click. I forgot about that. Like, you shouldn't be able to click it, probably. Alright. Shoot. Oh, we're still improving Diplo Rap. Wow, I really am playing those. Holy. I think we... don't mess with this guy? terms of the overall costs, we just annex everyone. Well, let's keep it on our pants a little bit. Oh my god, there's something bad happening. Ghibellines, it's more important, very important Guelphs when the northern Italy lives the HRE. Are we not? Or did we choose the wrong side? No, we're on the Guelphs. And we're winning slightly. Thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Berlin Wall fell in 90. That's my bad. Sorry. I don't know history. In my head, the Cold War ended the same year the Berlin Wall fell, but that's not the case. That's my bad, dog. I think we're going to be accepting this culture, so... we could do something like this. To get the complete province. And then leave the rest. Maybe that's okay. I can feel it in my bones that this is like a little bit too much antagonism, but we've kind of prepped it by improving relations with everyone, so maybe we're okay. When people resort to standing bits because I'm behind, it's like sub-only mode for the streamer who's an hour behind who doesn't know how to use Twitch features. We're saying we should use sub-only mode? Maybe. Oh, the using bits? Yeah. Like this. A responsible streamer wouldn't be an hour behind. Am I really like an hour behind? I feel like I'm not that far behind. Maybe I am. Okay. So now... create this guy. Make him a vassal. And we can feed him all the Urbino locations. I think we're gonna just feed him one at a time though. And maybe decide to do something a little bit different than Urbino. But I think that we really want to culture flip this and not pay for accepting Roman Gaul because it's so small, and accept the other two, both Emilian and Midian. So... the chess speaks for itself, not like this. I'm not sure if that's going to be worth or not. And then... I think we want to accept 1 million. And... integrate Luca. Boho is the new head cheese. Technically late 89. Twitch is about 3 minutes delayed from YouTube stream, by the way. Is there another sort of issue there? Okay. We have plenty of time to let this stuff ramp up a little. The nobles and the clergy aren't getting any better though, so let's use the clergy's button click. We don't actually want to push communalism. God, are we only gonna get one thing and then we have to pass this, so... Alliance from the Papal States, kind of into that. We didn't go over Diplocat, but now we're pushing it. These guys are huge. We might be able to get them to improve cultural opinion. So that'll be nice. Free market that makes capitalism so efficient needs a lot of watchdogs and guardrails. We keep removing and handicapping those. I agree. I think that a lot of the system has a tendency to undo itself in the sense that it tends to create monopolistic power, and the entire thing doesn't work if there's monopolistic power. We maybe want to save up for citying Lucca. God, that feels so bad that we just, like, delete it and then rebuild it. Problem is that owning capital scales exponentially. Yeah, that's why I don't have a problem with redistributive systems, but, like, I don't think it's, like, redistributing just, like... It's redistributing on the basis of, like, meritocracy, not, like, we all hold hands. Because, like... So there's this essay called I Pencil that I like to, like, reference a lot. And it talks about how, you know, the production of a simple graphite pencil, you're like, how many people is involved in that? Because there's economic relations that are involved in the production of a simple graphite pencil. And you're like, okay, well, the graphite itself, well, people need to mine that. And it's like, okay, so the miners are involved. And it's like, well, the miners, they need tools. Okay, the people who made those tools are involved. And then it's like, well, putting the tools aside for now, because you could go down that that chain just talking about the tools, but also you need to transport it. So the people who run the railroad, and then the people who built the railroad, and then the graphite is not even, that's not a wooden pencil, right? The graphite arrives at a factory. And then once it's there, you need the wood for the pencil, and it's the entire same idea for the wood for the pencil. The glue to, like, bring it together, the rubber to make the rubber tip, those are other people involved. The number of people who are involved in the production of a very simple graphite pencil, if you want to see every single person who is involved in it, is in the thousands at the very least. And the point of the essay I Pencil is that capitalism is efficient because the invisible hand of the market organizes all these thousands of people, but also the complexities of economic relationships are concealed by or obfuscated by this enormous cloud of the impossible complexity of economic relationships, right? And I think that a lot of people think that the value of goods and services are what the price is. But the value of goods and services is not, like, in terms of value to society, is not what, or prices are not, like, what's valuable. Prices are an indication of leverage. So you have this notion that you have consensual exchange. And when you have consensual exchange in capitalism, both parties benefit, and this is true, this is the case. But the person with the leverage benefits more than the person who doesn't have the leverage. And typically, the people who own capital tend to have more leverage and tend to be able to underpay people for their labor. If they split it 50-50, I wouldn't have an issue with it. I don't have an issue with the people who own capital making money, because that's how you get capitalism, that's how you get the benefit of this invisible hand. What I have an issue with is that the money that is going to the people who are doing the jobs, in my opinion, so there's yeah, let's go. We're gonna bust out paint. We're gonna take a look at the thing, because we're gonna take a look. Okay, this is how I like to represent it. Okay, there's a job. That's a... Okay. And there's two thresholds. there's a threshold where this is the minimum amount to keep a person alive in terms of wage. Okay? If you pay someone less than this, it's not going to be a job because everyone who does it is going to die. So you have to pay at least this. And then there's the actual value of the job. A firm cannot be expected to pay this exact thing. And the reason being is the firm will go under. The firm will die, right? There is a number in between here where both inside of this zone, we'll paint it a little bit of a color. I said we'll paint it a little bit of a color. Green for money, right? There's some point in between these two values, right? Or all points between these two values, both the person, the laborer, and also the person buying the labor benefit, right? And a consensual exchange here makes sense. But what you get is, where do we get the placement? Do we get in the middle where we split the value? What I think tends to happen in capitalism is you tend to get closer and closer to subsistence, especially if the worker has no means by which to have leverage for negotiating their wage. And then they get all of this. This is like the surplus value. This is the extra value that both the parties can split. Again, over this, and it's not worth it for the company will die. Under this, it's not worth it for the laborer will die. This is what's getting split. This is the pie. And I think that because there's more leverage, you tend to get more of the money going to the company. And I think that something here would be more fair, but this is also fair in the sense of, like, there's some sort of arbitrariness to this. But for an example of someone who can negotiate wages is someone like a doctor who has a ton of really long-term experience, right? And they have a ton of education, and they could be like, yo, dog, I went to school for 14 years for this ish. You can't just pay me this. You gotta pay me this. Otherwise I walk, right? That's leverage. One of the things that's, like, pernicious about AI is that what it is replacing is the type of people who have leverage, like knowledge workers, rather than, like, menial workers that don't have any leverage, which is interesting for me conceptually, but, like, let's get back in the game, I guess. Because I think I explained. It's been a year since I played EU5. Is it worth playing now? It was released in November, so it's not been a year yet. I think it was worth playing on release. So I would have to say that if you didn't think it was worth playing on release, you might not find it worth now. I think it's a bit better, but I don't think it's like, wow, this is a completely whole new game. But I think it was worth playing then, and I think it's worth playing now. Gotta vote, brother. Use your Twitch Primes, boys. Oh, baby. Generalist Gaming wants some kind of social democracy. I mean, the Democratic Socialists would not have me. That is like, there's no shot they would be a fan of what... Because... the motivation is entirely different, even if I agree with them on some policy things. Because for me, the motivation is, like, meritocracy, whereas, like, the Democratic Socialists, the motivation tends to be, like, empathy. Problem is in capital is inherited capital. The idea that you get your dad's stuff was just invented by proto-nobility thousands of years ago. It's not just inherited stuff, but the inherited stuff is the easiest thing to make into an example. I mean, I think all capital has, like, this, like, effect. But the inherited stuff, because referencing iPencil, because economic relationships are complicated, the inherited stuff is just, like, the most straightforward example. Reverse incentives basically mean that every human need should be nationalized. I'm not sure. You need to plug Twitch Prime and channel support in general. You're an undercompensated worker. Use your platform. Leverage your reach. Maybe. Like... pestering people for, like, money, like, feels really bad. And, like, I also, like, don't think that, like, if someone is just, like, a milk toast level of entertained by me, like, it's not like they owe me something, I don't think. Or, like, I think viewers in general don't, like, owe me anything. There's, like, an exchange that's getting made, in some sort of sense, because, like, they're paying with, like, the watching of ads, effectively. I don't know. Book reading stream when? I've been considering doing that. I need to buy a camera. I got a camera recommended to me, like an overhead camera, or several. ZV-E10, ZV-E1, Fuji XMS, XM5. The other two are Sony. For, like, trying to do... Because drawing on, like, an actual piece of paper is way better than the other thing. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from regarding the book citation. I was mostly encouraging people who want to read it, yeah. But also, like, I can't dismiss out of... There's a lot of smart people in chat. There's also a lot of not smart people in chat. You know who you are. Those who belong to each group. It just means, like, the information quality is very random, let's say. Grand Mesa Funk, thank you for the community sub. Or thank you for the gifted sub, much appreciated, my guy. Sisyphussy? Not like this. Some regulators are silly, some are regulatory capture, some are written in blood. Some regulations are silly. Yeah, I can give an example of regulation I think is really stupid in the US. I don't know if it's still around. It was referenced in a book, and so I don't know if it's, like, still there, but in order to call a frozen food a pizza, there has to be tomato in it. You're not allowed to call it a tomato if it doesn't have pizza. That means pesto? Fuck that noise. Not pizza. And it's like, man, the government... I understand, like, the government protecting people from false advertisement, but I really feel that that's, like, kind of a silly and stupid one. Connor was the anime YouTuber voice actor? Big true. Big 3 Connor is also insane at EU5. He doesn't really play EU5, I don't think. It's made 20 years through the stream, it's progress. The curse of making engaging content, not like this. No, but I need to, like, just pick and choose more of these. The thing is like, it doesn't take that much longer to read the message out loud than it does to, like, skim it and then read it out loud. Like, I read stuff relatively quickly. I don't know. Maybe I should be a little bit more selective. I'm trying to think through it. Bohemia and Austria both rejected the buy art offer. Oh, we just didn't get to do the thing? Good. This should be, like, stupid. You want to buy the Abel Storn? 500 gold! It's free! No gold! It's not free. Yeah, but, like, that 500 gold for something that's not even any good. Art too stinky, no one wanted it? Not like this. Oh, my ear popped, thank God. I was like... Well, now everything's so loud. Too stinky, nobody wanted, all your apes are worthless. Now I'm just gonna be quiet. I feel like I've been shouting. I feel like your instinctive reaction to nationalize versus privatize is causing you to actually not consider the alternative properly. Wait, what? What do you mean? My instinctive reaction is having things private. Almost everything should be private, just some things shouldn't be. 20 stab estate is just one click and 10 to 15 commoner satisfaction versus rebuilding all the things in the city itself, easily thousands of gold. Yes, but eventually it'll cost us more than thousands of golds to get stabbed. But I guess at that point, we should just be paying for stab then, if that's the way we're thinking. Yeah. It's maybe spewy. That's probably spewy. I can bite that. I'm just like, I'm used to playing in my Morocco run where I'm getting like 1,500 gold a month, and like, it absolutely would not make sense to take the 20 stab hit. Did you press the diplomatic interaction to apply your air laws to them? It's close to 5 hours behind. How is that possible? I accidentally went Ghibellines in my Milan run and it was in antagonism hell for the next century or two. Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that. We're kind of doing okay. We're kind of forming up. You should form Tuscany before culture flip then? What if we want to form Carthage? What do we even need? Siena and Pisa? Yeah, okay. God, the Siena bit's so rough. I think there's a way to get this done, but I think it's like too late now. Oh, we released a subject. God, I might be being a silly Billy. I apologize. On behalf of all the serious Billies, I apologize. Will you push for land or naval? Naval, 100%. I think naval's just way better. If we were doing some sort of run where we're only occupying Italy, then I actually think land might be better, but we're not. Like, there's just way more top end. Yeah, I should have just paid for, like, stab if I'm gonna click the buttons like that. I wouldn't even categorize what is going on as removing the guardrails is the problem we have today. The problem we have today is that people want one set of rules for themselves and want another set of rules for everyone else. Yeah, I mean, yes. People tend to be tribal. Rule of law is breaking down because people are deciding to abandon it. I don't know. Like, the preference is that, people... The preference is that people, when casting their net of who is us and who is the other, cast it for all of humanity. And unfortunately, people don't do that. And I think they have a natural inclination to not do that. And I think that, like, this is a very human thing, not necessarily like an indication of moral failure in like a biological sense, but like, my brothers, we're allowed to overcome our biology. Like, we're allowed to become more than the simple product of what nature forces us towards. That pencil thought experiment is one of my favorite things to bring up as well. Absolutely love it. I also love it that it's a famous like economics essay like in support of capitalism, but I think it also is valuable for demonstrating why discerning what actually has value in capitalism is just like impossible. I don't have even the remotest solution for how to determine what has value or something like this in like an objective way. I just know that it's like, Jeff Bezos is probably more productive than the average person. He probably provides more value to society over the aggregate of his lifetime. There's no shot. He makes like $3 billion a year. Or I think I calculated it was like $3 billion a month. at certain point of his net worth, I actually don't know what his net worth is right now, but let's say $3 billion. There's no shot that you couldn't pay 30,000 people $100,000 a month to provide more value for society than Bezos, right? And the reason he makes that money is because he owns the capital. It's not by virtue of his labor, and deciding what value is like a question where we can answer that question, but not in an objective way, and people have to decide what they think value is coming from. And I think it's human labor. So I'm okay when some dude keeps honeybees and the honeybees perform labor and the dude doesn't pay the honeybees. I'm okay with this. I think human labor is kind of the poison I've decided to drink, let's say, in terms of, because I think that there's not like just some objective type of way of determining it. You could say it's just the price of what everything is, but the truth is that prices are determined by leverage, in my opinion, not how much joy or whatever they cause for society. Because, and this is very clear in a monopoly, if someone had access to all of the world's freshwater supply, they could charge everyone whatever they wanted, and everyone would have to pay it. And the notion that this guy is providing through labor like value to society, or providing value to society, is like, no, he just owns all the water. And it's like, okay, well, without him there would be no society. It's like, without him everyone could just take the water or something like this. In a state of nature, they would be able to take the water for themselves, right? Before ownership of the water was created. Let's grab this. What do we even finish researching? Rise of the Nobility, I guess? No. Did we not have universities before? Okay. Price is not value, but leverage. That's the first time I hear that. Yeah. I think it's easiest to highlight with absurd examples, like someone owns all the water. That's like not a real life example, but like it's easier for conveying the idea. This is one way to slow down the chat. You played EU5 a second ago? Not like this. Is this the new EU5 update? Yes, but it's been an open beta and what we've been playing for some time. Can execute characters, progress towards serfdom, POG! Note if your system doesn't especially care about the labor not dying, for example, you have something like slave plantations. Yeah, so that's an assumption you don't even have to include. You could kill the laborers over time. In Marx's model, it's not just survive, but to replace itself. I don't even think that that's a requirement. Like, so I also think that that's... I think that in the United States, given that birth rates are declining, we may be at the point where people are not... Yeah, let's quickly go back to this. So, in Marx's analysis, Marx talks about like subsistence being a labor not just surviving but replacing itself. And so this might be like Marx's subsistence, but this is, for me, the subsistence, the real subsistence is keep alive. This is like replace. And we might be at a place where we're like in between the, like in here somewhere or something like this. Not with all wages, but for a lot of wages, especially ones where you do not have the ability to negotiate. But the types of people who have the ability to negotiate are the types of people who are getting replaced by AI. Like more knowledge-based workers. Sam Altman wants $1 trillion IPO. OpenAI lost $20 billion last year. Yeah, I mean, it's like the valuations are also just insane. So like if the people who own the companies are getting all the money, and then they're using all the money to buy stock, and then they're just juicing up the valuation, we're just like living in this like weird. I wish I knew financials, historically speaking, a little bit more, but I would not be shocked if the price to earnings ratio of stocks over the last decade has just absolutely skyrocketed, and that this is indicative of just like some sort of massive bubble where like what people are doing with all their money is just owning more ownership of the thing, and all the people who are actually engaged in consumption are spending the less money that they have trying to survive, and it's like this weird money squeeze where the stock market goes up because there's more money supply for stock, but that's just because workers are getting paid less, and it's like means like the economy itself in terms of like the health of like what's going on as a reflection of like outcomes for people is like the economy, like the price of the stock market doesn't reflect what people are experiencing if all the prices by virtue of there being more money to buy stock being higher. The wages thing is more malicious. Everyone learns what market equilibrium would do, and then they learn factors that cause it to break, and then companies go lobby for laws that break things in ways that they will profit from. Yeah. Like, if you... There's, like, a negative correlation between unions, or there's a positive correlation between unions and wages, basically, which is, like, which is why companies union bust, which is why we should, like, not support companies that union bust. Like, what about China-style governance? You have to be more specific. China doesn't really offer a ton of social services, but they build a lot of infrastructure, but they also don't really have income tax. Like, we get 80% of our revenue in the United States from income tax and like 20% from corporate tax or something like this. Just like really broad figures, don't cite that. But China's like inverted, where China, most of their taxes are from either VAT or corporate tax, and they basically don't tax income, but they have VAT, value-added tax. And value-added tax is really nice because you can't avoid it. Like, I think it's a better taxation system. I hate ad economy, womp womp. You owe us a second Dominion game, though? Maybe. I was thinking about doing a Dominion game after I visit Sweden. I don't want to have to sub. I enjoyed it on release, but the deeper I understood it, the less I liked it. Yeah, this is kind of what I said in my, like, initial review on release. But I think if you get, like, several hundred hours of enjoyment out of it, it's like... I think the standard where, like, the game has to, like, remain just as enjoyable for 1,000 hours is, like, not necessarily that reasonable. I also think it's getting better. I think it's getting better at a pace that is a little bit slower than what I'd like, though. Hey guys, if you like the content, feel free to subscribe, cheer, etc. It's not required, but much appreciated. No one will fault you for it. Gotta make a living like the rest of us. So first of all, people will definitely fault me for it, but it's not the faulting of it that, like, is the bothersome thing. Oh, shit. God damn it. I'm gonna reload because I don't know what the AI's done. Absolute monstrosity, but I accidentally control-clicked. I hate that you can't change the setting, man. They made it so, like, once you have the setting that you can change countries, which I do because, like, sometimes I want to show stuff or jump into another country and see what's going on, this type of thing. You can't change it back, so that means anytime you control-click, it just swaps it. You could probably change the control-click setting, but if you want to make a society meritocratic, you can make it like Sparta, where everyone starts at 0 kids and evolve through merit shit, like, instead of distributing wealth, just burn it type shit. Yeah. I mean, you could do that. I'm also a big fan of freedom in addition to meritocracy. I'm not even sure what you're saying here, to be honest. I think that kids should get, like, equal opportunity, though, for the merit to shine through, which is part of why I'm a big fan of education and like not having private schools so that kids get the access to the same education. Because then it's like less to do with meritocracy and more to do with high-rolling parents that can send you to a better school type of thing. If that makes sense. And, yeah, that's not like a merit thing. Sorry, journalists, for not being smart. the smart ones and the dumb ones, you know who you are comment? Yeah. When he says there's not a lot of smart people in chat, he's referring to Twitch viewers, by the way, says a YouTube viewer. Very suspicious. I suspect he might be biased in this regard. Let's slow this down a little. How are we? What's the next parliament? 2 years? Okay. Is it really just kind of waiting for 2 years? I mean, we have our auto expands going on the industries we want to push. I don't feel like we should be trying to push market prices at this juncture yet, though. Thankfully, it's well established that YouTube lies. Thank you for the bits, much appreciated. The bits person said that YouTube lies. Real lies, as it were. Can we expand something else here? The die maker's actually, well, the die maker's not, our years to return on die maker's pretty shit, but like, oh, this is an effect where like, if we were a large proportion of the market, building die makers would make sense here. The reason being is like, we kind of double dip where the value that we get on the margin from the dies is valuable, but also it makes these things more valuable too. But the thing is the dies push the profitability of tailors guilds for all tailors guilds in the market. And we are not necessarily all the tailors guilds in the market, right? That's not, we need to find cloth. So if we take a look at the, like, effective supply, right? Can we not get a breakdown? Dog. Where's it coming from? So, what was it, like 30 or something? Wait, are we providing? We're providing like half of it. Oh. We are providing like half of it. Rexosaurus, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Shiny openly calling me an idiot feels bad, man. Not like this. Not like this. Not directing the idiot language towards anyone in particular. How's the patch so far? I enjoyed the patch. I think this is my favorite patch. I don't think it's like a slam dunk on everything. I think almost everything though that was like obnoxious about the patch got worked out over the course of the beta. Like the food apocalypse, the like price like really weirdness that collapsed economies completely. I think it's at a good spot. Regarding camera, a call to B&H photo probably solves 95% of such choices. My brother's interested in photography in general, and we went to a camera store because he like wanted to buy some lenses or something, and I asked the guy for advice, which like, you know, I need protection from tomato-less pizza. Not like this. Why the not like this responses? I just think of the Matrix. I don't even remember that line being in the Matrix. I think of the Twitch like not like this guy with his head in the sand thing. Canal cannot breeze through EU5 campaign as fast as Vic3. It's much harder to get a video delivery angle, I think. That's fair. Vic3 is way better for content because you can play it so much faster. Honestly, like, it takes me so much longer to make an EU5 video than a Vic3 video. Like, and that actually also might be why content creators in general don't play as much EU5. From what I'm understanding, economy is like EU5 values. If you stand in the middle, you're trolling. Meaning you're not exploiting people enough? Not like this. Is Tuscany still tier 1? Yep. Yep. Oh, okay. Kurt. I didn't realize. Man, I feel like we could have played this better to get a free subject. Terrible. So Antag is pretty solid. Have you ever played EVE Online? No, I've not. That's not an economy sim though, that's just an economy. You can't form Carthage, you don't have enough salt. Can we ban this guy? Mods? Time him out, please. Thank you. Fence sitting going nowhere, this game might be cooking. You're so far behind on chat, journalists, not like this. I'm trying to go faster too. You guys are chatting so much. The problem is my asides. I need to either decide to talk to the chat, like, chiefly, or, like, ignore chat and, like, just play the game. It's not even, like, an insane amount of you right now, although there are a lot of you. Problem with today is people choose convenience over community every time. Divided people are weaker. I think they choose convenience because, well, I don't think there's a lack of community because people are choosing the convenience. I think people are choosing convenience because there's a lack of community. Like, if there's a causal relationship there. EU5 values don't matter if you got big army and go pew pew dead person. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff doesn't matter. A lot of the min-max stuff is just for, like, pleasure, rather than, like, some sort of utility. Like, it's just generally gratuitous. Identities only make sense if they separate you from the other. Humanity-wide does not separate you from, in a much practical sense, so it's low-key useless. Yes, so I think that this is not a natural inclination, but is rather, like, humans can violate their, like, inherent, wow, we're so conciliatory, holy shit. We can violate their inherent nature, you know? I think the world would be a better place if everyone held hands, is what I'm saying. But what if existence causes others to be productive? You're talking about Bezos? I don't think it does 3 billion a month. I not only do I not think this, I like can't even formulate an argument in my mind why what he does is worth this amount. It's kind of fucked up. You can't find any land anywhere to just build a house on. Every piece of it's already owned. Yeah, so another essay I like, not just iPencil, but one by Marx regarding theft of wood, talks about how a person used to be able to keep their house warm by going out in the forest and just picking some wood up off the ground when it was owned by the nobles or this type of thing. But then when the capitalist now owns the woods, and charges to be able to gather wood, this man is now divorced. He is, per the parlance of Marx, he is alienated from his labor. He cannot use his labor to turn it into warmth to stay warm at night, and he instead needs to pay the landowner to be able to take wood from it. And so he used to be able to turn his labor into a product. Now he can no longer do it because of the ownership of the property. And I think he cites an example specifically where, like, you're not even allowed to harvest dead wood that's rotting, because if you do that, you reduce scarcity, and the landowner wants scarcity so that he could sell the wood for more, type of thing. Given how water rights in California work, someone owning all the water in a given area is a lot less absurd than you make it sound. California is so stupid that California subsidizes the cattle industry, and it's one of, like, the most water-intensive industries that you can have, and it's just so insipid and stupid, but big cattle. And this was back, like, when we had a drought, too. Perma 30 where behind. Is this chat a software issue? Alpha chat. It's still in development. Are Incan still unplayable? Kind of more playable. Are you communist? No. I'm a Marxist, but not a communist. I think that, generally speaking, capitalists will talk about capitalism in theory, and deride communism in practice, and communists will talk about communism theory and deride capitalism deride capitalism in practice, and they both like talk past each other. But I also just think capitalism is just way more efficient. Like the invisible hand of the market, right? To reference iPencil, is just too important for efficiency for communism to make sense. I also, the sample size is really small, but it also seems that communism is more predisposed towards corruption and authoritarianism, but the sample size is incredibly small on the things that we've seen. But based on what we've seen, it seems to me. But man, boy, do we have a kleptocracy in the US right now, so maybe go fuck myself type of thing. Price and earnings ratios have exploded in certain industries. I don't think it's market-wide in the past decade. I'd be curious about the market-wide one. But yeah. Didn't Playmaker have an Aztec run on 1.2 or 1.3 beta? Pretty sure he played the Aztecs. I don't know when, though. In what has labor is... In what... If what has labor is what determines value, it would make research weird. For example, if two researchers made the same labor, but one discovered a new tech, the value of both would have been added to the same value to society would be the same. Yeah, I kind of think that they should probably be compensated in maybe a similar way. But if one got to the solution because he's the better researcher, he should be compensated more. Right? So, like, I don't have an enormous problem with, like, how much professional athletes get paid. I think it's probably too much, but, like, I think professional athletes, people care about the best, and people like sports, and people want to see the most athletic people, and they care that it's the best person. Right? I think that they're providing really, like, high amounts of value. I also think that almost everyone who provides, like, essential services is, like, underpaid type of thing. But, like, I think that there's a lot of people who provide, like, who don't really provide value to society, but just, like, make money by being, like, transactional middlemen in a way that doesn't help society. Like, someone who... China's an autocracy. All of the societal incentives are different. Yeah. Bro, I hate English. Same. Wanted to say at the start is labor is what determines value. Yeah. It would make research weird, though. I agree. Are you visiting Sweden? Vacation or creator travel? Creator travel. I can't be more specific than that. Or I can be. I can be slightly. I was invited to check out a new game. I have a post on my YouTube community posts where I say exactly what I'm able to say. And if you wanted to check that out, go check that out, because I forget exactly what I'm able to say. So I will say just check out the post, because that's what I'm able to say, and I can't say more than that. Not all labor is the same. You're mistaking effort for labor. Yeah, I absolutely think if you're better at something, you should get paid more. That's what I mean by meritocracy. The Marx was from everyone according to their ability to everyone according to their need, and that's not what I think. I'm from everyone according to their ability to everyone according to their ability. I'm okay with that one. I know the only way to have actual equality is just to have mandatory service for everyone over 18. The pot of holes would get fixed faster. That kind of violates my value of freedom, but I also am not entirely categorically opposed to mandatory service. But I think people, like, also should be allowed to do what they want to do, but it might be the case that you... For me, the meritocracy... Well, I actually don't know what's more important to me between the freedom and the meritocracy. We'd be offended 30 minutes earlier if we had known how to read. Bam. What if you had 20-year-olds with wipes? What? Presupposed lying is not saying the truth? Not like this. That's true. We could have an entire... Man. Gore is really trying to get me on a tangent by bringing up the distinction between a lie versus an untruth. And a lie is more about deception rather than literal falsehood. It's not like this. Will not... Man. Yeah. When's our next parliament? Soon. Yeah. We are sitting on a bit of gold, not a super big ton of gold. I think we can auto-expand granaries. Kind of a weird spot where us not owning a big proportion of the market really warps the way we want to play it, kind of. Checking goods balance in the goods tab rather than market tab was a more helpful tooltip. Okay, we're making... $23-ish? Are we making a majority of the fine cloth in here? Bro, that's crazy. Maybe we can auto-expand the dyes then. And have it be not terrible. When switch dies for the not like this. I think I remember now, yeah. Is antagonism exponential? Kind of. You get a modifier if someone already has antagonism. You generate more antagonism, so... But I don't know if exponential is the right phrasing for describing that relationship. Let's do a couple of those, maybe. It's actual 30 minutes now, not like that. Main complaint with the EU5 is that it takes too long, too many clicks, running full speed, feels bad, etc. Stream live for 7:26 at the minute. Wait, what? Oh, I actually am, like, sorry, we've been live that long. I was like... I thought you meant the time of day. I was like, what? It's like 7:15 right now. I'm not behind at all. But that means I'm only behind 11 minutes. I've been trying to catch up. I've been doing my best, okay? I don't know how a lot of people expect you to be fully focused on both chat and the game at the same time. Yeah, it's tough. It's like, I make a lot of mistakes and then I get ripped on for making mistakes, and boy oh boy is it like easier to play if you're not chatting. But I could maybe, if people wanted me to stream like that, it's maybe the case that people just want to watch me play the game and talk about what I'm doing and not talk to chat at all. I think that's a fairly common possibility. I think that everyone who is chatting wants me to read the chat, but that's not silly billies. The people who chat are not like a representative chat sample of all the people who are watching right now, right? They are, the people who chat are of a different quality than Time for Faramir, Captain of Gondor, to show us where it's. The people in chat are of a different like quality, the ones that are than like the average viewer, right? Like I think that the average viewer is not chatting. Shout out to you guys. Just grabbing some of the good tech. I mean, at some point... Let's just do that for now. That seems fine. You do have a dock coming in, so that'll be nice. Luca can auto-expand on marketplaces too. I think this will work. You can't really. Depends on what kind of engagement you want to have with your chat. Like, if you want to actually have a discussion, everyone in chat, it's just kind of a lost cause. Unless your stream is really small and there's barely anyone in chat. Yeah, it's, I have a scaling issue. I mean, he chose a complicated game and a complicated discussion both require a lot. Yeah, it's, and then I just make mistakes and then I feel very self-conscious about making mistakes. It's really hard not to make mistakes in life. It's kind of a bummer. You receive more antag from a tag if they already have a lot. Yeah, so like that's how you get like the peace deals where it's like 1,000 antagonism. It's like you've already beaten them up a couple times, but like it doesn't matter because like very often it's like you've crossed a threshold where you're just like, oh, I just actually don't give a shit about this anymore. So, just to be clear, we're probably going to try and get Liguarian culture to like us a little bit more. Same with Emilian, if we can. Siena, we have a ton of this on, but we might actually break our alliance with them sometime soon. It feels bad, but what are we gonna do? Chat's very active too, plenty of interesting things to say. Yeah, they're talking to each other some bit. The Americans are funny, lots of places are running out of water, yet you keep building data centers. That's the kleptocracy for you. Like, nobody likes it. Nobody's like, wow, I would love a whirring noise in my backyard. I have some of those, like, negative externality locations that live near me, but I don't want to dox myself. Oh, but I do have, like, that. So, in terms of sound outside. Man that practice versus theory is a nice line, but you gotta practice it more in the mirror. Did I use the theory is practice in theory but not in practice line? Gotta practice in the mirror more. With the communism versus capitalism? Yeah. No, I mean, like, it's so true, though. Like, just, like, watching, I don't know, like, I've spoken to, like, a lot of communists and a lot of, like, capitalists, and, like, the fact that they are so good at just being two ships sailing past each other in the night instead of actually hearing what the other person, like, position is, like, a shame. Because I've met smart communists and smart capitalists. It's not like... I mean, I kind of think they're both wrong, but in different ways. What about capitalism with wipes? It's probably more sanitary. My point being, he does read everyone's chat while also playing a complex game. I don't mind that he's behind on the reading. Yeah, at this point I'm not reading everyone's out loud, though. I'm skimming it, and if it's like, you guys are talking with each other, I'm not going to read it as much. We deleted all of our forts, right? Yeah. Still going for some dev. C for delivery, womp womp. The province output bonuses are nice. Brescia's for weapons feels much better than Milan's, though, since it has 2 sacks of iron in the province. Yeah, that makes sense. You kind of have a desire to have more of these... more bonuses for stuff like weapons anyways, though, so, like, you're still happy with Milan's. Or you're happy that Milan has one, right? But yeah, Brescia's is gonna be better. Kind of a weird thing. I don't know, England got a whole bunch. I assume that they just make passes and give more and more of these a bunch, but increasingly, like, I don't know, just like, I want there to be, like, a patch that's, like, not so Europe-focused. Man, I want them to fix Japan. Doesn't seem possible to make the right amount of bread. I make booze though. People fight each other and drunk instead of the kid came in from my property. Talking about communism. Yeah. That is... maybe we're just gonna do this like 5 more times and get there. Alright, wow, we're allied to Genoa. We're like actually almost allied to all the people we would want to expand into at this point. This is like the perfect war, no? Man, allied to the Papal States is a nutter. Do we want to drain them? I guess not. Let's just do this. They'll feed us all the occupations. By drain them, I mean they're gonna overhire mercs. Like a very gratuitous amount. But maybe this means we won't have to do as much stuff. The reason why we're decking right now, by the way, is because we want to click this button. Lessen out levy obligations, you say? Yeah. I guess that's about as much as we're getting. Works. Okay. Oh, Kurt. And then... I think we improve relations with them. Let's also hit the Croatians with a little bit of relation improvements. Another one. Corruption will all exist independent of the system. Corruption is a consequence of human greed. Yeah, but you can have systems that are better and worse for, it. You know, interestingly, there's not a strong correlation between a country being a democracy and being more or less corrupt. The correlation between how wealthy it is much stronger. That was something I was when I read a book about corruption, I was very interested to read that. Maybe we can split this in half and kind of try and make shorter work. Looks like we do have to siege a fort, so maybe we should get on that. But it's just this one fort. Okay. Yeah, calling the Papal States was dumb as hell. They're just gonna hire a bunch of mercs and punt. Don't see any mercs. Are they not gonna hire mercs? Do they make the AI much better at that? That's so sick. If they don't hire any mercs because they know that we win this, it's super hard anyways, that's crazy nice. If they don't hire any mercs because they just made them stop hiring mercs, that's silly billy and stupid. We'll see. Monoculture, these guys struggle with industry. Stockholm was great. I enjoy going there, especially this time of year. Yeah, I went there for Vic 3 thing last year in the summer. It was really nice. I'm now allowed to say I'll be attending yeah, so this is what I wrote. I'm now allowed to say I'll be attending a meeting with Paradox in Stockholm regarding an unannounced game. This is a new IP, not a sequel. Dan Lind is the game director. I'm not allowed to share anything else. Yeah. On the top bar, economy goods. This is like kind of interesting in the UI. I don't know anyone who uses this, but you can show the prices of the individual goods or whatever. So people always shift the conversation of morality, and that then an appeal to authority. In my experience, they will talk in circles. People love it was under production in goods. Got it. Thank you for the 100 bits. There has to be a better way than Vols, you not just throwing bits at me. I guess I could make it like sub-only mode or something. What happens if we do this? All markets shown. I like never go through this portion of the UI ever. Like I always skip to this. I like never use this. I did race mix. I love unregulated. Oop. Immigration, like everyone here, as we discussed extensively, mono was slow. You guys are like just talking about a different game. Talking about Songs of Six. I don't know if we're gonna urbanize this, so I don't want to put this on auto expand and have it go too far, but we'll add a couple there. And this we're okay auto expanding, but it is. They added a volume of imports exports to the balance tab. I actually like the old system better where it was showing supply and demand, but yeah. Oh, this is interesting that we're sending so much fine cloth out. It would be easier to do the questions if the questions were about the game, but you tend to do a lot of deep philosophical questions that you can't multitask while answering. Yeah, or it's difficult. I mean, I'm trying to multitask. I think it makes me probably just worse at both things. I don't think we need the support. I don't think we're also getting enough support to click another button. Yeah, but like, forgetting that I had a CB is definitely a vibe, right? And you could just ignore YouTube too, that would help, yeah. Ignore everyone but me. We should just get someone, just pull one random person into a call. I thought about doing like a call-in type thing on the Ideas channel. Or maybe trying that. Now we have a bunch of integration on it. So we're obligated. I'm kind of inclined to... We're gonna accept this culture eventually. We could just feed everything that's that culture. No, wait, we want to feed this culture. God damn it. We want to feed the culture so that we don't have to accept it. Getting close to integration. Maybe we could have gone... We need a little bit more prove relations. I don't know how speedrunners go for world records. We'll talk about random crap about chatters. Yeah, that's insane to me. But they probably only talk during certain portions of the run. Do a pull for lock or switch to just chatting with EU5 in the background? Not like this. The shade is unbearable. 10 bits. If this is going to be, I need to start throwing smaller increments of bits. Now, not that you don't deserve the support. To be fair, I've been meaning to set it so that you can't just like throw small. What is 10 the smallest you can send? I watched this one person's Twitch stream where like you could donate 1 bit and it was for like text to speech, and it was just like the most vile random like stream I've ever seen. It was like kind of entertaining, but it was just like people were just like text to speeching like, is it not even a cent? I think like a bit is like 1 cent, right? So like they were just like, it was like 1 or 2 cents for like doing the thing. Definitely a wild, like, thing. Luca's almost integrated. I don't know if we can eat all this, so we have to decide what the priority is. The priority is probably winning this, so we want to annex these people. And then I think that we want to get our subjects going on some of this other stuff. So I think we want to annex all the culture we're not planning on accepting, so we want to annex this location at least. I think we can't take everything, but I think we can take this and that, and then that'll be kind of okay. Or maybe setting up where we have to fight Naples soon. Can we just take way more, though? Looks like we can kind of take way more. Pisa's getting really upset. We should have gone what we need to form Tuscany. I was the silliest of billiest. Here, 1 bit is 1 cent. Honestly, I've never sent less than 100 at a time now. But 1 would probably do it for a pop-up. Gets you back to not knowing Twitch settings. Yeah. Joke's on you. I like discussions because mostly you're a smart dude. Because you're a smart dude, and I agree with most of what you're saying. I agree with almost everything I say, so that makes 2 of us. Well, you said most. Wait, what happened here? What's this? That person's huge. What is this? What? How did they get so big? Wait, what? I've never seen this country before in my life. How are they so big? This is nonsense. Well, we can get them off the island. And by the island, I mean Italy. Ferrara, we don't need to care about the relationship with, and I think Verona we are improving relation with. No, we're not, but we were thinking about it. Got it. So let's do that. Which would you prefer, Shiny? Play the game and AI Shiny answer questions, or AI Shiny play the game and Shiny answer questions? You know what I'd love to do, but I don't have the setup for it? I would love to do, like, workout streams. That'd be sick. Just, like, hanging out at the gym, but, like, streaming. Because you need to rest between sets and stuff. Like, that's like the pacing, right? You come in, you set, like, you do your set, you, like, do a 90-second timer, you, like, interact with chat, you do another set, like, this type of thing, and just vibe. Twitch chatters want you to ignore YouTube, like there aren't more viewers over here. Shake my head. This is true. The Twitch viewers do watch the variety stuff more, though. I learned a lot today, and I was assured that I would not be sold the wrong pizza. Unless that consumer protection's been removed. Yeah, I don't know. I probably enjoy talking more, but, like, than focusing on the game more. Because I get to focus on the game, like, when I'm playing, like, single player and making videos then, you know? But I get self-conscious about playing the game poorly because I'm not very, like, focused. And then I'm like, okay, I gotta focus up, because, like, this seems slow. In terms of our expansion, and we've probably messed up the relation improvements a little bit, and, like, yeah. Agora's cooking, just wait. Data center would be an upgrade for the noise you got. Yeah, I mean, I think I would prefer the random noises to a constant hum, though. Bro, the AI data centers are making demand for water, plus EV, driving up the price of water. It's stimulus, baby. Haven't you played an economics video game in your life? Terrible. Milan was my capital, so I did weapons and leather, not great RGOs in Milan, or in the province. Everyone agrees that the country of Orange is the best country. The fruit is named after the countries category. Wait, what? Not communism, we were talking about Song 6 and the Doremi Kingdom. My pig state survived. Nice, nice. Did you post screenshots? We might play a little bit of Song 6. Not right now, though, because, like, we have to... For 1.3 release week, as long as videos are doing good, I just have to push EU5 stuff. You watching UFC on Saturday? I haven't watched UFC, like, super closely in a while. It's been a hot minute. I used to do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, so I used to watch a lot of it. I don't know why I kind of just stopped watching. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I dislike in the UFC now, which, like, it seems a lot more, like, popularity contesty instead of, like, the two best people fighting. Yeah. Why uniform Rome net? I'm just bad and slow at the game. That's true. Yeah, we watch them for commentary and just gameplay. Yeah, so I could comment entirely on my gameplay and then, like, ignore the chat and this type of thing. Maybe I'll do a poll on this. Can we wait for generals to become a life by you too content creator? Not like this. I think everyone here is subscribed unless you are talking about the member-only chat. Everyone's on the YouTube. Most of the chatters are subs. Maybe. Not on the Twitch, I don't think. Could be mistaken. What is the subject of this dude? Oh, I think we're gonna full agree to it, yeah. Who do we have in here? Yeah, maybe humiliate's better, low-key. Higher prestige gives you more decay or whatever. Or more decay on the antagonism. What shitty ass privileges did they put in? They fortress town everything, man. I don't know why my hotkey for this isn't working, but it triggers me so hard. Hey, I do be loving their fortress town. Not great, not terrible. 3.6 out of 10. Okay. Oh, I'm so stupid. I should have waited for this guy to actually culture convert shit. Did he just culture flip? He probably culture flipped. He's still Tuscan. He's gonna flip to this other culture though. God, I'm just being the silliest of billies. Romangal. Let's make him hate it. So this will make it so he can convert it faster. And I think we have enough here to feel better about Median right now. A little bit better. Mod coming in relevant here. There's a road that connects. We will kind of go with this. Not a direct connection. Okay. We maybe work on that. Oh, wait. Yeah, we'll build one road there. That's probably fine. Roads are probably an okay investment. Do you play a base difficulty settings? Base, yeah, pretty much. Good way to check the goods is balance in the market. Hovering shows supply and demand. Yeah. What's your consensus on warfare meta this patch? Initiative matters a lot more. Light cavalry is the way to go. Seems levy maxing for Renaissance. I think mercs are still really good. I think that mercs are just incredibly tedious, but the thing that I feel that people appreciate about mercs is that mercs avoid your own pops dying. And this is really valuable, and it's just like completely, like, I feel not mentioned as a factor. Like, in addition to being decent and good ROI. But I think professionals are worse than they were before, so it's like, it's not that, like, mercs have gotten better, mercs have gotten a little bit worse, levies have gotten a lot better, but mercs, I think, are still, like, kind of best. Check the Ideas channel, I was surprised to see only 700 people in it. It's a great channel, thank you, thank you. I've been meaning to do, like, kind of more long-term video essays, but I just need to sit down and do it. I just, like, for me, I'm not used to doing that type of thing, but I just need to grow more. Path of Exile sets every death, resets on every death while winging a scuffed build. I did okay on Poe, I thought. I got to endgame, I got to, like, maps. I got to maps doing that. Maps on a scuffed build. I don't know, I think that's kind of okay. In fairness, you didn't put much effort into your building your Twitch compared to YouTube. No regular schedule, channel point redeems, etc. Yeah. The Twitch was definitely, oh, I can now, YouTube is what I built up, and then Twitch just allowed multi-streaming. As a platform, I don't necessarily like want to put a bunch of eggs in the Twitch basket from the perspective of, I think the ownership is like, the way that Twitch gets run in terms of like moderation is like kind of crazy to me sometimes. Like Bokoin got like perma'd, and that to me seems like nuts for like what he was saying on stream, which I'm not gonna release I'm not gonna say because he got perma'd over it. But like, do I approve? No. But do I think he should have gotten perma'd? Absolutely not, relative to all the like insanity that happens on Twitch. Like, Twitch is just, like, has zero care about being, like, an OnlyFans pipeline, which, not that that's, like, against the rules, but, like, it's, like, hypocritical to be self-righteous about some of the stuff that they're self-righteous about while actively, like, kind of being that and being super cool with it, and then, like, also, they very clearly... when some people violate the TOS, if they have a certain set of beliefs, they don't seem to mind too much, but when other people violate the TOS, this is suddenly apocalypse type of thing, you know? But violating the TOS is violating the TOS, eh? I don't know if Dev Province is good, but kind of just want to do it. I have an idea, to be fair, if it's going to be good, this is a fairly good province for it. I have an idea for ecosim type of game, rather than trying to maximize your economy while only maintaining public opinion good enough to, you have to maximize public opinion while sometimes having just enough economy. Isn't that what we're doing? This is not enough, we gotta get this higher, with the rookie numbers. You can play a bit of Song 6, but this time don't close the live YouTube, okay? How's this looking for us? Yeah, super don't care about this coalition. It is gonna break our alliances, though, so maybe we do care a little bit. So yeah, the people we're completely unprepared to annex, maybe we improve relations with. I don't know, this is feeling kind of okay, though. We're moving along. You definitely steer the conversation to be more about the game than the economics or philosophy tangents that tend to dominate. Yeah, I mean, I could just not really be responsive and be like, oh, you know, that's the thing. Instead, like, if I was really... I mean, I did this. I did this. I definitely didn't need to. Higher prestige gives faster antag decay and a ton of diplo rep to reduce how much you get in the first place. Kind of actually maybe feeling spending money on art. What is this? What is this thing I'm feeling? I don't want to feel it. But do we want to invest in culture? Maybe I'm just underrating investing in culture. It's just been, like, so... You know, honestly, the money feels faster, I think, maybe than 1.2. Are we forgetting to use our cooldowns? Not like this. It's a moral failure, truly. Alright, we have a ton of stab. I guess we can use the stab to remove some of these. Specifically gonna remove this one. Actually, maybe this one. We kind of like the literacy growth and the promotion speed and this type of stuff. Obviously, we don't like the production mouse, but... Okay, so... It says fiber crops, which I think go into... not like what we want, but okay. They don't go into paper the way we want them to. It's not even profitable. Oh, this is a different market, dog. Fuck. This is why playing Florence is also a little bit annoying, because you get like split down the middle. I complained about Fortress Town. I think the issue is like unslotting rights cost scales in a really lame way. Also, slotting them in scales in a lame way too. Like, well, actually, maybe it's not lame. The more territories you acquire, the less valuable it is to either slot something in or unslot something. Because your expenses, in terms of stability and government power, scale with how big you are, but the benefit does not. The benefit is just based on that one location. So putting in an urban right when you have one location is insanely strong. But putting in an urban right when you have 1,000 locations is kind of irrelevant. And so, like... but gaining enough government power to use it is not irrelevant, if that makes sense. And so, like, the scaling is kind of creates a situation where you're just like, in theory, you should, like, after a certain point, you're only slotting in government rights when you get an event. Actually, that's exactly what we're doing. We're only slotting in government rights when we get an event or we get this. But at a certain point, this is gonna throttle how much we can put in. Stab not so free when everything is a fortress, huh? Yeah, they are a bastion against the min-max. A fortress in the night against the dirty, dirty granary towner. Working on an Austria to Germany bid, nice. Please tell me you haven't done only 40 years in 8 hours. Not like this. Chat shamed. We have done, excuse me, 32 years in 8 hours. Okay. I also play really slow, just in general. 8 hours, little bro? Not like this. This is what I mean when I say it takes me forever to make videos. Like, it takes me a long-ass time to... To be fair, some of this is just being distracted by chat, but it takes me a really long time to play. I don't know, stuff's going on and, like, decisions are being made in a suboptimal way, and it hurts me deep in my plums. I hope our subject doesn't flip. I think he's gonna flip. He started out Tuscan, but he's gonna betray his kind. His fellow Tuscan. Or whatever noise the Tuscan Raiders make. We'll plan on going after that guy. Isn't light cavalry best? Yeah. High initiative. Initiative actually matters. So initiative used to only matter for like the first few hours, and then it became completely irrelevant, and you would always saturate fronts. Now initiative matters throughout the entire battle. So initiative allows you to have situations where you have more guys fighting less of their guys. So initiative is very strong. Waldensian. I mean, in theory, I think we should maybe not be... say not be Catholic, because Catholic sucks. Well, in the late 1500s now, levies plus mercs are completely useless now. Interesting. Wait, why are mercs useless? Are mercs, like, this is lame to use because it's a ton of clicking useless? Or somehow they're losing fights merc useless? Moderation is super consistent on Twitch. Oh, I'm catching up. Their number one Roactioner constantly falls for the death of entire groups of people. Constantly calls, yeah. And we won't talk about it out loud. But yeah. Reactionary, yeah. I missed the pain stream, what the fuck? This is what happens. This is why you can't walk away, Playmaker. You miss me bust out the MS Pain. How can I solve the food problem in the Constantinopolis market? The Constantinopolis market kind of has rough food issues, but if I recall correctly, the locations... So the way you try and approach this is like, you look at the RGO map mode, and then you look at the river map mode, and places where there's an 8+ food RGO, you look to build a combination of the three things, which is the RGO itself, farming villages, and irrigation. And you have a few of these locations. You have this here, which is pretty solid. You have a couple livestock over here, and then the livestock over here. So you could also go like deeper into the situation. There's like quite a few locations back here. You're not going to get as much return, like tax base wise, but when it's about the food, you don't really care about the tax base. So this is Bayat. Maybe you like, you know, push it in that way, this type of thing. There's not one province where all the RGOs are only food. Not one province where all RGOs are only food. Wait, what? You don't need it to only be food. You could just keep some places rural. I said art isn't strong, but the run using art is a high magic score. A high score might be interesting. Now you're thinking, now you're cooking. Kind of spending a little bit on food, man. I haven't played in months. What country should I play in the new patch? You should either play in Italy, if you want to see the new content and the new situations or revamped stuff, or you should play as a country with tribesmen, because levies got really buffed, and tribal levies are just turbo insane, and it's kind of a meme, and it's kind of funny, and I think it might get nerfed, so if you want to play with it now. I think there's a chance they nerf the tribesmen in some ways. You could also make them move around instantly, basically, by expelling and promoting movement. Ever done snooze? The snooze? I have 745 locations and only 3 cities and 110 towns. Have I under-urbanized? Yes. Unambiguously and unequivocally. Unequivocally? Yes, you've clearly... Mistakes have been made. You have also forgotten the face of your father. Your father would have urbanized more. I don't like this. See, this we maybe want as a breadbasket province, breadbasket location instead. I think that breadbaskets are like less important though. I guess that either way we want to go for the irrigation maybe. More literacy, thank you. We can convert that into stab later. appreciate the Star Wars reference. Why, hello there. Not even a metropolis. I've been streaming less so I can actually record. I get too distracted by chat. I feel that. Oh my god, I'm caught up. Oh, baby. Let's go. Alright, let's focus in a little bit. So we pushed capital economy. Can we push naval anymore? I don't think so. Yeah, we cannot. We can push innovative, maybe. We can push decentralization. We kind of wanted to push this. Not because I think it's insane, but because we want to try it. There's so much wheat and livestock around Milan that it feeds the market, especially if you combine Genova and Venice markets into one for northern Italy. I don't think we're going to combine the two. We could, I guess, actually. Just have, like, the market center here. Is that actually the solution? Because we want to move it closer to Florence. And, like, both of them pushing into the mountains is bad for them. Is this the truth? It's, like, right next to two rivers. My god. The thing is like with plutocracy now, in the locations we care about market access quite a bit. It's super easy for us to push it because we get 50% more of 50% more trade centers. You've made your breadbasket province, now you have to eat it. Yeah, someone gets me. New World, all I've been trying to do is spread colonies and make towns because of no pops. Spread colonies instead of make towns. Well, you make the towns and you build the granaries. Just figured out new estate interactions. They're giving them for free now. But next patch, you need microtransactions. Not like this. You got a microtransaction every time you use them. No. No. God, I hate microtransactions so much. They're so stupid. Yeah. You caught up to chat before GTA 6. Yeah, I kind of gotta use the restroom though. Not like this. I gotta stop saying that. I'm saying a little bit too much. Put a market in Milan? I don't think it's Milan. Because I think that... Well, I mean, if you're playing Milan, it's kind of okay, but... So project really poorly through the ocean. So maybe it's like right smack dab in the middle there, but we're playing Florence, so maybe further south. But the question is, can we get Milan and stuff, type of locations get good enough access? But the thing is, they can get twice as much. What's the max level in Milan for buildings, right? So they could do this. So this Milan, if we owned it, could get like 22. 22 marketplaces, so it could get plus 11% market access. Like right now, the market access map mode looks a little bit funny because we've actually built this out and we have 92% market access from Genova. So if Milan is getting in the 90% because we push it from that location, that's kind of okay with us. You're still streaming, went to bed, and now you're still going? Yep. Don't talk about tribesman levies. Reagi might be listening. No, tribesman levies are awful. They don't just beat all the other levies into age 4. I don't know what you're talking about. Why doesn't Italy make Canal from one side to the other? Are they stupid? I mean... 8-hour stream just tuned in? Yeah, I should probably get going soonish. Now that I've caught up in chat... But it's also release day, so we tend to stream longer. There was no controversy and gameplay was tight from the start. Not like this. It's not even, I'm not even trying to be ironic, because I said I was going to stop saying that. Further south keeps decent access on the border with the Naples market. Further north lets you steal province from Cologne. I don't know how keen we are on just trying to steal province out of the Cologne market. You really lose so much access, like trying to push through the mountains. But this is true. I mean, unless you trade gold and silver and stuff. You so gotten used to saying not like this, not like this. Yeah. Between rivers, roads, and flatland, northern Italy's one market actually works quite well. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't hate, like, up here, too. Just like, you don't have to pay for the tile you're on. Oh, it also cares about veg. Oh, we're also ignoring a forest? It's a forest hill? Yeah, I mean, this might be the play, man. That's our market capital. I don't know what we do. I think we want to steal the Venetian market and move it there, then. And the Geneva market comes over here or something. Sad Thursday, not like this. Not like this vaccine. Holy shit, I want to say not like this in response to this, but I actually gotta stop. Is pushing Prague to be a megalopolis by 1380 is worth it? I think you should check it out. Prague is Praha, right? You get it? Check it out? Yeah, okay. I don't know how much cabinet action it costs to like do it with normal migration. With the tribesmen, it seems worth it. I don't know if it's worth it for like normal peasants. You utilize max building levels. Yeah, the thing is, the max building levels is really powerful mechanic. You move Geneva and then deleted Venice. I put a market in Avignon, but only a mountain range around northern Italy limits how much other markets can take from yours. That's a location to put a market in. Is it bad? Maybe it's okay. Got the RGOs, Bohemia super busted, gold, silver, iron, coal, and sand, copper, stone, 8 food RGOs. Yeah. He won't say not like this. Hat, sad Thursday, not like this. The worst. He's canceling not like this. Terrible. I need to say terrible more instead. Terrible. Yeah, Boho's so good. Just like, the being landlocked-ish is like kind of a vibe, but you have governors and shit. I'll support export pops for tribesmen is very, very useful for hitting pop levels that you may actually need. You should make not like this merch. Oh. I could play using channel points, or at least make a recording I could play using channel points. Maybe I'll use this very audio. However, it can be dangerous if you don't settle them, kick them back out after the growth. Well, if you put them on a major intersection, yeah. All centered on 3 rivers. Yeah. Seems good. I forget where we said was the best capital. I think it was not Praha, but it was like 1 off of Praha. Like it was this instead of Praha or something. Or maybe it was this. In our video on that, for the best capitals. I think we're actually going to wrap up here, though. Did make some progress here as Florence. I feel like maybe we should have been able to take a little bit more, but... Current state of affairs. Us in the blue. Are we winning this? Yeah, we are winning currently, so this is going to be good for us. Once everyone's out of the HRE, we'll be able to go for people for much less antagonism, so that'll be useful for us for unifying Italy. The antagonism, yeah, the antagonism management is rough. We'll have to figure out a good way to push Naples, though. I don't think they have anyone we could release from them to get a recurrent CB. We kind of want recurrent CBs. I wonder what this guy's doing. What? Did I not feed him the provinces? What's going on here? Oh, I'm blind. Okay. Yeah, he's integrating this stuff. He's still Tuscan. No loud car, that's an achievement. There have definitely been loud cars. Japan export gold, silver, and build a jewelry economy and expand cities along Praha rivers. You normally get really strong city meta. 0.1% of players have no loud cars outside. I don't know. I think that the attitude towards keeping achievements is like a little bit too sweaty, or not nearly sweaty enough. Like you either can prevent people from cheating them, or like you just should like not interfere with people's like. I don't like that I can't swap this game rule afterwards. I wish I could swap it to country change allowed, and then this bricks my ability to get achievements. Actually, does it make sense that they do it like this? It kind of does. Because you could save, then you could swap countries, get information, and then you could load your save, I guess. The thing is I want to swap countries to show stuff off, generally. But yeah, I guess you could use it to get information and then swap back. So maybe it makes sense, but then it's like... I wish you could just have it off and then you turn it back on, and then you turn it on and then it breaks achievements, rather than you're just locked in on whatever you do. We could allow missions. Missions are so OP for pushing values. Maybe when we do a tutorial one, we will do the missions. I haven't actually done the missions in forever. I know I'm trying to get out of here, but I just want to take a quick look. I don't think I've ever done content with the missions on. Oh, we can't turn them on. They're kind of a tutorial. New meta is get regional power and threaten. Yeah, but I don't want to use Parliament juice, but yeah. Oh, but I can I use threaten with the Ghibellines and Guelphs? I don't think so. Do France and Spain have unique content for Italy? No, but they are part of the situation that got revamped, so... If you want missions, play EU4. Yeah, I understand. Oh, am I a dum-dum? What did I click here? I think I'm a dum-dum. Spain gets 50% proc speed in Italian wars in Italian locations or something? That's insane. They have unique rewards. Oh, man. There's gonna be so much power creep, man. All the rewards for winning Italian wars are stupidly OP. That's kind of my... I haven't taken a look at the rewards, but I know like one of them's the governor, one of them's like plus flat control, and like that's like insane thing. I wonder if this is good for doing a tutorial series. That was the current, like, idea behind them. The thing is like, a lot of them are, like, take forever to finish. But these things are just like turbo insane for pushing values. Some of them, like develop a capital economy, or within it you just get an insane boost. Yeah, let's maybe see if we could show it. But that's what they're intended as, to help you like learn the game. I am shocked that people haven't created mods using the framework for mission trees. It looks like they have adjusted some of the values though. I just remember being able to get like 0.5 push towards the value, like off of like when you were doing the thing, and it was just like so bananas. They have changed it a little bit. Free governor, 10% increased crown power from pops. The flat modifier? Wait, what? There's nothing that gives that modifier. Plus new law with several options. One which is 10 max control in all Italy locations. Yeah. I've seen a video on 1.3 changes by some EU5 YouTuber explaining situation revamp. The law for Italian wars winner is also stupid strong. France's unique law option gives it an extra cabinet slot. That's so lame. Relative to 10 control, what the hell? I just like mission trees so bad, I think it ruined EU4 and made Hoi annoying. I need to try this game at some point. Yeah, no mission trees. If that's what you hate, this is what it's about. But I think we're man, that's like, yeah, just all the content's just gonna be massively power creeps. Like, Biz is, like, so... Like, Biz just probably has the strongest content. Even with the Ottomans having slave raiding and Biz not. It's maybe close. Balkan League gets an assimilation bonus, which seems even crappier. Cabinet slots are scarce, though. They kind of... Are they, though? They're kind of scarce, but I don't know, I'd so rather have like 10 control. One cabinet seat and 50% local crown power, that's considerably better. In Italy. It's going to be so this country now feels broken and everything else will feel worse. Yeah. It just like... I don't know, like, Biz before it was released was even more, like, turbo insane. But, like... only a few locations can build this. But it's like way less simulationisty and way more fan servicey, and the problem is it's just incongruous now. Because, like, everything else seems like they want to have it be, like, more of a grounded sim, and then now we're kind of having, like, more Space Marine type, like, so you're just far and away the best, like, unit per percentage bonuses on the heavy cav, right? And they get it throughout every age, so you just, like, get these Space Marines and, like, is there any... But the thing is, my issue is I think I'm, at this point, I'm probably expecting this, like, on everything. But, like, also this is, like, a fan service, like, type of country, so, like, this might be the exception. But, like, the fact that the situation rewards are so pushed... Third is 10% production efficiency and 10% manpower. I ain't playing the game until I uncouple coring from cab actions. It's fair. Need the strongest sandbox, the most exclusive it'll get, the worse it'll be. It just seems like... I mean, I just think that every single person they make a flavored DLC on is just going to get massively power creeped, and, like, I guess once you've made, like, 10 DLCs, like, it'll be somewhat more balanced. Why is there no Carthaginian League? Yeah, finally, someone promote this man. But, like, Hellenism just is just completely insane. Which is actually maybe the most fine thing, because that's just made up. Right, and there's, like, this, like, what-if thing, but also, like, the what-if of swapping Hellenism, like, I don't know. It was fun to play. I mean, like, maybe I'm just, like, looking at it through the wrong lens. It's just, like, maybe it's okay for them to just power creep everything they make content for, and then it's fun to play that thing, because you just get to, like, run over stuff, and then... eventually it gets balanced or grounded once everyone has their thing. It's just like, the fact that in the representation of early modern history, the country with the best modifiers, the fact that it's like, Byzantium is, like, strange. And not like, I don't know, England. Byzantine Empire, I just know the Eastern Roman Empire tag. This is the Byzantine Empire. Power creep is ridiculous with Biz. The thing is, like, Biz is, like, a fake country, effectively. So, like, with Biz, like, maybe you just get a pass, like, entirely on it. But, like, I'm concerned that when they do, like, Castile, like, rework or whatever, Castile will just become, like, the new Biz. They should have waited like 5 years for that level of power creep, and it was even stronger before release. Like, before release, I was just like... got toned down a lot. A lot of it is on the religion, and the pronia subject type. Bureaucracies are really strong, but other people are going to gain access to bureaucracies, so that's like... a testing out the mechanic type of thing, which I'm a big fan of this as a way of, like, rolling out a mechanic, like releasing it first for a country where it's content, kind of proof of concept, give them a few more options than you'd otherwise have, and then releasing it for, like, everyone once you, like, iron out the kinks. I think I'm a big fan of. Yeah, Hellenism. But just every age had this, like, OP cavalry. Like, was the cavalry of the Byzantium, like, strong during early modern, like, this time period? Or is this just, like... It used to be more future-focused, not country-focused. Make a region thing so people conquer there could use it. Situation. I'm a fan of this as well. Situations rewards for biz are juicy. I considered auto to biz run, but good bureaucracies are locked doing this. Well, now I think they made it so you can't do... They're like the same tier. This is going to be fun for 2 seconds, though. Well, like, I think it'll be, like... It doesn't... It's not annoying, because as we've seen, in my sample size, I've kind of seen the AI beating up biz, and biz just, like, not being a thing. So, like, this is only a thing, like, if you're playing the country, but, like, if you're, like, playing a normal game, and they do content patch for Castile... I didn't mean to click new game. If they do, like, a content patch for Castile, right? And then Castile's now Omega OP when the AI is playing it, and it's just, like, a completely different... maybe it's fine, but... People want replayability. Yeah, to be fair, runs take so long anyways. How many runs do we need? I mean, like, I don't think that's an unfair question. It takes so long to play the game. AI gets wrecked by hyper-aggressive Ottomans, which blows super well. Yeah, so, like, that's why, like, it feels like a mixed bag. I guess I'm just concerned. Seeing the Italian... I'm bringing it up because seeing the Italian war's rewards be, like, just hyper-OP is reminiscent of Biz content being OP, and Biz kind of gets a pass because it's like fan service and the AI just loses to the Ottomans anyways, so it's like maybe just like a non-factor, but like if it's an indication that everything that gets released is gonna have super OP modifiers. It's like Vic 3 Japan companies locked behind restoration. A little bit. In the Anbinar way, where every new content is insane, and eventually everything will have content after 7 years of updates. Yeah, so this is, like, another way of looking at it. I just, like, yeah, maybe that's the idea. I loaded this because I wanted to see how the Biz vis-a-vis the Ottomans was doing. England was hardly relevant at this time. Yeah, but I mean, like, if you look at England's content... To be clear, by, like, the end of the game, England was England, you know what I mean? Or Great Britain. And we have, they nerfed experimental riflemen. Oh, they unnerfed it! Hot diggity damn. What? They unnerfed it. Do I just not have eyes? I just looked at redcoats before. I took a screenshot because I wanted to send that to someone. This is like the strongest unit in the game, probably. Now. Yeah. But okay, my point is like, brother, we're England / Great Britain. But also, there was no Byzantium in early modern times. Yeah, like, I'm of the opinion that Byzantium should be really hard to play and should get, like, wrecked and, like, this type of thing. But so many people disagree with me, it's kind of whatever. They did balance cataphracts by limiting how many you could get, but yeah, very strong. Yeah. It was dominant from its time to pre-1100s, but at the time of the EU5, they were very much archaic. Doesn't mean it mattered at the time. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking more at the time, yeah. I played Age of Empires too. I remember the cataphracts. Italian war situation takes some work to win, particularly if you aren't an expert player. Probably harder for non-Italian leagues. We need a flashbang emote. Maybe we can work on that. Yeah. I want to write that on my... What would the flashbang emote be? Would it be me in the wig? Or like an actual flashbang? Flashbang's hard to do art for. I probably just need to make a list of emotes and hire someone to make a bunch of emotes for me. My emotes look like shit. Yeah, we trade company thingy in EU5 for Great Britain LARP, unusable in foreseeable patches. Trade company just doesn't even work. This is pretty hard right now for the average player, maybe, which you and most of your viewers are not. Yeah, this may be fair. You just need a really oblique play pattern where you just have to beat someone up for money. And this is not necessarily intuitive, so if you just try and manage it by doing sliders and this type of thing, it probably is pretty hard. The Krillin Solar Flare, but like with my face or something, that's funny. The one where you had the wig? What wig? You made my natural hair? Make it a GIF? Oh, with the wig and the thing, and it's a GIF, and then... Could also do the, what is it, Men in Black thing, the, like, pen, but it's a flashbang. I don't know if that works. I'd have to think about it. Anyways, thank you guys for coming out. I think the next stream is going to be on Saturday. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, feel free to like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell, YouTube algorithm thing, much, etc. Also, if you were thinking of getting into EU5 as a consequence of this, and you wanted to support the channel, a good way of doing it is if you are purchasing any Paradox product, you buy it from their web store and use the code Generalist in all caps. It won't give you a discount, but it does send 12% of sale my way. And so this is a good way to support the channel at no additional cost to yourself, type of thing. Not sure you should use the wig. What wig? I don't have a wig. What do you mean? Spreadsheet stream win? I've thought about doing this, but I have a spreadsheet I need to update for this game, so... But anyways, I hope everyone enjoyed. Bye-bye, people. We'll say goodbye to the YouTubers first. And then we'll continue on with the Twitch viewers. Let's go! Just kidding, it takes like 10 seconds or 5